Hugo wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. And just wait until Steve gets here because I have to have a chat with him. Everything was looking great when me and Mitch left yesterday for the contest, and then you guys somehow lost like $8 million. So we'll figure out what happens there. But until I can scold them, we'll take a look at the overall market, see what's going on. Pretty much nothing. A little spoiler alert there, but we'll mark out some key levels, see if we can get something going there. And by pretty much nothing, I mean, if we take a look here in the overall markets, look at the SP 500, we're just inside yesterday's range, a little bit below, right? So you can see 599.75, right? If we do the ES, so we can see the overnight action. This is today's candle. This is yesterday's candle. Not really too much is going on. How do I turn this off? I'll figure that out later. Turn off the paper trader. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. Get out of here. So it's one of those things where the this area right here, this is what we got to watch. This is the Friday low with all of the overnight action and then the push up from here. So the we don't need, just in chat there, we don't need a lot of all caps kind of stuff like that, right? Just FYI. Yeah, so this yesterday's low, this is where we got to focus. This is where we got to pay our attention to. If we do a 30-minute candle and then we go out again, this is Friday's low, and then you can see we just kind of opened up. This is Sunday's open, and then we've just kind of been rallying from there, and then we pulled back. So we're back into kind of Sunday overnight range. Not a whole lot is happening kind of in either direction on the overall market. Some areas of interest, though, right? We have still crude oil. That's kind of interesting here, right? It's been fading ever since this news came out. Basically, everything that happened due to on Friday is just kind of an overreaction to the news, right? As we know, the market generally does. People get a little bit panicky on the news. People get a little bit crazy, and they get worked up too much, and that makes for really bad traders, right? If you find yourself super emotional, you're generally going to be a really bad trader, and we see that all the time, especially when it comes to very televised and very tragic, I think, good word, news events in which you have massive overreactions that just get completely dwarfed. So that's kind of what we're seeing, is a bit of a reversion back in. We had some numbers come through this morning. If I go to the SPY here at, let's do a 2-minute chart, get in here. So we had some numbers that didn't really affect anything. I think it was like consumer, it was some consumer thing, or it was core retail sales. We had core retail sales. Doesn't look like there was a big change there. XRT might be one to look at. This is the retail sector. There's nothing there. Let's look at like something like Walmart. Bleeding a little bit, but not too bad. There's an S bet going on. So really not too much happening in the market. Even if you go to Bitcoin, let's do like an hourly chart on Bitcoin. Looked like we were going to take another shot here yesterday at that 110 level, and then we sold off a little bit. Now we're kind of right back into this range, and this sell-off right here was the one from, again, the same Middle Eastern conflict type of area, and then we had a bounce, and now we're pulling back. So the question is, do we make another low lower, or do we just dig in here at the lows as well? So everything's just kind of chopping around. Feels like we are waiting, and I think we are just waiting for FOMC tomorrow. So when we are doing our trading, our real trading, and our trading for the contest, we need to just keep that in mind, that we're kind of range bound. It's not a super crazy exciting day. If we take a look at a lot of the high flyers, they're not really moving too much. So like Rigetti, Rigetti's down a little bit, but it's inside yesterday's range. ASTS, I'm just trying to think of all like the in-play style names. This has just been, look at this chart. This is just crazy. And it's at 41.01. So right in here. So again, a lot of these names just aren't moving the way they should if the market was super exciting for it. Now, what you guys did yesterday, everybody shorted RGC and did not, under any circumstance, cover, even when it was rocketing like this. Same with uh, RM, not SMR. Everyone was short SMR right here and then just refused to cover as the thing doubled against you. So again, I'll have a little bit of a talk here with Steve when he comes in and let him know the business. Thoughts on Boeing? Well, it's going to move a lot with the rest of the market. It's obviously not reacting super horribly to that news. So you got a pretty clear area here, kind of the 199, 198. That was when buyers came in right here. That's when buyers came in right here. So I think, right, if you're interested, you're long over 200, and if you lose 200 with any substantial metric, it's probably time to go, depending on your time frame. And this is just one of those things. Just look at this chart overall. Just a nothing burger for the last, what's this, almost 10 years now. I look at charts like that and they don't really get me too super interesting. Yeah, solar is getting a bit hammered. I think that had a lot to do with there was some bill passed or proposed or something. Again, I'm not the news guy, but yeah, a lot of these things. So for example, on my VWAP fade list, I have this run trade, and I'm just looking to see if we ever get back above VWAP at any point today. Potential fade, right? Because again, a lot of my theories and the strategies that I have here are just people overreact to news. That's kind of a good synopsis of what I like to look at when it comes to trading, especially short-term trading, either short-term day trading or short-term swing trading, is that people are just, they just dramatically overreact to things. So if you can carefully take the other side of what people do, then there's for solar there with a plan that I think you'll make more money than not. That's why I spend so much time looking at the commitment of traders, positioning data, things like that. Because again, my theory being, as being speaking to a lot of traders, both institutional and retail and all that, is that most people are not good at trading. So if I can come up with systematic ways to take the other side of people not being good at things, then I should be okay at them. So, yeah, I'm looking to see if the solar sector bounces a little bit, but that was really the only sector that when I was looking at here in the we can do this way. We can do extended hours and sort by extended hours to see if any sectors are on the move. We have solar down and jet down, but that's not really much in the way of volume. But yeah, solar was the only one that really stood out being down. MSOS up a little bit. I don't know if this is going to be real or not, just because it's the marijuana sector is one of those where there's not a lot of volume in the pre-market. Like you can see kind of what happened there yesterday. It looked like it was gapping up pretty big, and then it opened pretty much at the close. So that's why it's important when you're looking at these things. You look at, okay, how does it normally react volume wise? Because if it reacts decently volume wise, then yeah, maybe it's something to look at. But if not, it could just be a little bit of a flash in the pan here. Look over here, make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, so there's no other economic events today that that anyone seems to actually care about. When I'm over here on my, I can go here and show you guys. Forex Factory is a good way to do it. I'm not using my downloaded TradingView version just because I'm going to be showing you guys this most of the day, which is the trading that we're doing for just this fun, lighthearted competition. Obviously, no one needs to take this thing too seriously. We are all going just insane with it. It is just for fun. Um, so let's take a look here. Yeah, nothing. We've got capacity utilization rate, which is, I think, the first time I've ever put those words together. Uh, yeah, industrial production. But you see, all these are yellow. Trading View will kind of rank it 1, 2, 3 stars, and then Forex Factory does yellow, orange, red, and yellow means little to no impact at all. Orange means some impact, but not that big of a deal. Red means, this could be market moving. So we are done with our one red for the day, this is something that could impact the market. And then we've just got a bunch of these yellow ones that no one's really too concerned over. So if they're not concerned, I'm not concerned either. Oh, to tell the truth, yeah. Most traders, well, you can look at the stats, right? Most traders lose money. Most traders focus on the wrong thing, right? So it's a pretty common thing. Hey, man.
Hello.
So what did they do when we left? What happened? They
I
were up
don't
a
know,
mill.
guy. I don't know what happened there, man. It was almost like I was excited. I was ready to put it out with you. We're making a milli. I was gonna even put out the song, like
Mm-hmm.
I was ready to celebrate. Well, guess what, guys? We're just gonna have to make another couple million today, guys. So all these traders out there watching us, who's ready to dig down deep today? Today's the day where when you take a $20,000 loss, like I've already have, you gotta keep swinging, baby.
Yeah.
Keep on swinging. So today's one of those days where I'm just gonna swing, guys. We'll trade a lot. We'll have some fun, and that's what it's all about. That's what it is in this competition. But maybe try to find a strategy that you can just repeat and see when it actually works. That it just brings you a lot of money, right? That's the thing that I think is important. That Michael and I can iterate a million times over. Use this as a good practice. It's okay to use it as a practice and just like throw out the share size because you're not worrying about that necessarily. Focus on the percentages and play the game, right? Because you can play the game with as much money as you probably ever are going to have. And then in this case, you can actually trade your strategies to a bigger amount of money, right? And maybe finding ways to also like secure money, finding ways to take money out in between that. Those are things that are different because a lot of traders have a tendency of, let's say, wanting to take all the money out at once. And then on trades like this, where they're up big, they don't know what to do. They almost get into this like conundrum. Do I just take the money and run? The truth is, when you have that much of a share size, it's okay to take some profits, right? And pay yourself along the way. I think that's the important thing, but it's all a learning lesson here. So let us know what you guys are learning. We're going to get into some stocks, of course, but I thought that was very important because that's how we can actually build on this competition, right?
Yeah, you want to combine the fun, right? And not take this too seriously because it is fun, but you want to combine that with, let me try doing what I normally do and let me try some different things around it, right? Trade around core positions, do things that you wouldn't normally do with your own trading to have a little bit of fun while you're doing it. And yes, someone saying, Rando, I guess it did not end well yesterday. Well, let's take a quick look before we go back into some stocks.
Yeah, let's take that look.
18,000 trades done and a negative $6.9 million. So they lost 7 million clams yesterday. A lot of open positions already. A lot of people took some home last night and carried some into today. And it was really obvious what happened just from me, keeping an eye on it. This SRM yesterday, everybody in the world was short right in this area, expecting it to roll over. And then nobody covered as it went from $7 to $11. So nearly doubled in people's faces, and they were holding almost their entire account short. So,
I'm gonna blame this one on me, guys. I think I could have made us at least some good money on the way back, but didn't take the trade after near the close yesterday. I was looking at this near like 7:45, near the end of the after hours, and that would have been probably the trade to make to the long side off that 816, using the $8 as the risk spot, right? Well, I mean, this thing kapowed this morning. Will we
Yeah.
get another run in this thing? This has to do with also the Tron coin, right? I mean,
Yeah.
and so that's a whole nother conversation. And I'll leave the farts to you, Michael. So let
Well,
me
this
know
is
what's going on. What's up with the Tron coin? Should we be looking at Tron coin? Are we missing out on a new altcoin right here?
this is an oldie. This one's been around 2021. So this one's been around for a long
Making
time.
moves, right? I mean,
And this chart, this long-term chart doesn't look too bad at all. Nice little kind of rounded base here. I think they're going
trying
to
to
hold
build.
Tron coin, and one of the boards of this coin goes onto the board of SRM, but I have no idea what they do. not a sweet clue, but I just know I've seen it around. It's been around for some time, and man, look at this candle. One day from $2,000 to 4,000. So sitting around here. So it's interesting. I don't know, right? I think it's one of those. Everybody I think was right to look for the fade, but absolutely wrong to hold it as it was doubling against them. So, and yeah, the whole getting liquidated 10 minutes before the close. That is the way it works at Trade the Pool, right? So your overnight buying power is less than your intraday buying power. So if you're holding too much, it liquidates you into the close. So what I saw was a bunch of people getting their position stopped out and then getting back in. The other thing that they were doing a lot of is this RGC, and did the same thing. I saw people short this from the 30s as it rallied back up to the 60s. So I haven't gone through, but I bet
got
you
to 95 this morning.
Yeah, I bet you there's a lot of accounts that are at or near zero where people have lost their entire $1 million kind of stake. RGC was a net winner for us. I saw the email this morning. Let me see if I can grab it here. I saw the email this morning come through, or there was a tweet, I think. And yes, it was on average, it made money. But on SRM, we lost roughly $8 million, I believe. Yeah, here it is.
Oh man, I found the one guy that's in the negatives.
Oh, he lost his whole account. Yeah, this is so. Yeah, we made 1.3 million in RGC, and we lost this guy. We lost $8.6 million when SRM popped, and nobody covered their short position there. So
it's gonna be in play today. I think we'll be watching to see what happens with this thing. It was up this morning around 4:30 to 95. It's all the way back down to 70. I mean, the crazy part about this one is that it moves dollars and dollars and dollars, right? So when you're trying to trade big, of course, this is going to move that account fast. So you're looking for those high beta names, right? You're looking for the volatility. You're looking for those percentage movers. And that's what's probably going to be able to win you like the top account, right? But I don't know if we're going to be able to catch that guy, man. Did you see how much money that guy made yesterday? Did you see the top dog?
No, he almost $1 million, was it? I think I saw something.
A little close to that $500,000.
Oh, there's one guy with a projected value of over $1 million.
Yeah.
So over $1 million in profit. So yeah, there's
somebody, and that's I think the overnight trades. Like there's somebody that's making right now a $600,000 trade.
that was that. So yeah, here's the top winner and what they did. So CREG made 300,000 in that. I've no idea what this one was. A long in CREG. Ooh.
This guy. I love this
strategy. Was it a short here? Was that what's going on?
I see the strategy of the $600,000 guy. I like it.
With the open position here. What's he doing? Short SRM.
Ooh, dude, he killed it. You know what he did?
52 off the
open. You know what
he
did? Literally was here at 4 a.m. 06. In 6 seconds into the market open, that man shorted this bad boy, and he went hard. And what I like, it was all limit orders. limit, 1052. The bid didn't change. 1052, the bid didn't change. He just kept slamming on the bid. Limit. He said, you know what? Nothing's going up, nothing's going down. Let's change the $5,000 share order to 25,000. He went 25,000, so all the way up to where he got like 100,000, and then he went to like 50,000 orders right at the end. The bid still wasn't changing. It was still on 1052. So he was like, I'm getting all this share size in right at the 1052. I'm going to ride this out. Boom, boom, my man. That's what I'm talking about. Money. And I'm telling you, I see your orders, man. That's how you do it. And I love it. They dude.
Yeah, right on that wick. So yeah,
10:52 gets the worm, and you
right
definitely
there.
got the worm today, man. You know what? We haven't even started the day, and you deserve, my friend, a little money rain. A little money rain. Let it rain. Let it rain for you, my friend. Let it rain out there.
So we've talked about some of the winners.
Just to let you know.
Let's now that we've talked about some of the winners, let's do some shaming here. We're not naming names.
Yeah. I'll shame him. You see that guy in the negatives in the projected balance?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what
oh, good Lord. Let's see his filled orders. This is the fun part. So
on 1 million, lost his whole account. Short SRM. The whole kit and caboodle at short SRM.
Yeah, I see it here. It was at 12 o'clock yesterday. So he was actually doing okay at the beginning. He made a couple of that. He was up like five. All right. So he was up like $7,000, $8,000, guys. Mm-hmm. This is when you go wrong, right? So he keeps trading with 10,000, 30,000 shares, right? But eventually at some point he starts to trade there with 180,000 share. That jump he couldn't control. He didn't understand what was the real risk as he was jumping to that share size. As we all know, traders that trade maybe close to 1,000 share size, as you go from, let's say, 100 shares to 1,000 shares, that's a massive jump. Massive jump. So from 10,000 to 100,000 is an insane jump, 10x, right? So
well, at some point, right, at the end of the day, you just needed to have a stop. It's not like liquidity is a problem. It's paper trading, right? So just get out of the position before it wipes out your entire.
Just get out. Right? And it's okay that you picked it wrong. Picked it wrong. This is why I said today, like when we started the show, if you have to take a $20,000 loss, I'll tell you right now, guys, I'm always transparent with you guys. I always tell you guys when I lose and when I win, right? Mm-hmm. Well, you know, we're starting off the day down a pretty big amount, but I expect myself to bounce back. And so, I'm down here. You guys can see it. Down 55, took some hits, said, I'm just going to get out. I was like watching for this CERO to make a big move today. I was in the green for a little bit, didn't take the money. Same thing in this IMRX. I had a really good buy at 305. I was up for a while and it didn't keep going. Eventually got out, right? So took 2 hits there. Would rather take the hits than keep it going, because the idea here is to get into one really good position.
Right.
So really good runner, right?
Regardless of the position size, regardless of the rules of the comp, regardless of all that, you held a stock that doubled against you and you were short, you lost all your money, right? It doesn't matter. You know, it's just one of those, you had to just get out of the position at some point before that. And the beauty of it is because it's paper trading, the market makers, if you're one of those, the market makers can see my stop. You're paper trading. They can't see your stop, right? It doesn't exist. So you could just put out your stop loss where you think you're going to be wrong. And if the market goes there, the market goes there. It doesn't see you. You don't exist. It's all kind of fugazi. So you just have to set your stop. And that's what we see. Like if you look here, you had a couple $3,000-$4,000 gains and then a $1 million loss. There's just no
look at this guy here, Michael. This guy's interesting. This guy went with a 36 million position on a 1-cent stock, I think.
The spread would have got him there. Yeah,
the spread just annihilated him. You just taught him a lesson in spreads here. Oh man,
Yeah, and then so if you flip it, if you look at our winner, so we talked about how the loser was the flip, and the winner is just the exact opposite, right? Look at all the $1,000 losses, 1,000, 2,000,
Even
3,000.
$90,000 loss. There's a
Even
$90,000 loss there. So that's just to show you. It's about understanding that you're trading with more money, right?
Yep. But his winners are 400,000, 200,000, 175,000.
Look,
So
there's
his win
$117,000 loss.
rate's not great. Look at all the red versus the little bit of green. But he's doing the best in the
Hold the
competition.
winners. Hold the winners.
Yep.
Cut the losers. Realize that majority of the times there might be even, let's say, like probably how this trader is, maybe 20% accurate, 30% accurate, but still what? Winning. Let's get after it, traders. We'll get to some setups. Let's go looking at some setups. Let's see what we can find here today. Of course, SRM, nice setup above 9 here. Still can make a nice breakout. I love the hourly chart. So for me, the hourly could still do a wick through the 840s, but this looks beautiful on the hourly. You're just looking for a trend line break through this trend line from yesterday. If it gets through that, it could really get hot again. SRM definitely on the radar, guys. And there's a plenty of names that are moving. Look at this ACXP. I might trade this one because it's near $1, so I can get the share size that I'm looking for, right? Because if this goes from $1 to $2, well, you know how much I'm going to be able to make there. Right.
When even some of the bigger guys, there might be some moves, right? So AMD, for example, has got some craziness going on pre-market.
Hey, you guys know we've been talking about this one too, right? I mean,
I think there's a double leveraged AMDX or AMDL.
I traded
so $7, 2 times leverage.
Leverage $7. AMD. NNE, yesterday's big winner too. I was watching this bad boy, and what a move, guys. We'll see if the names stay hot. And keep dropping names in the chat, guys. This is your chance. We'll be looking for names in the chat. We'll run through as many names as we can through here. I'm going to run through my watch list really quickly. You guys just tell me, you can tell me, oh, I like that chart. I don't like it. And you guys do the same. If you like the chart, press a 1. If you don't like the chart, press a 2. Simply as that. We'll look in the chat. We'll make a little bit of a comments. Let's run through some of these names. I'm going to do a scanner that does a 5-day price trend versus the market. So it's outperforming the market in the last 5 days, essentially, right? And I'm doing it, scanning through that. QUBT, big monster move. This thing's been just riding high. Yesterday was as low as 17, made it all the way to 21. So when you having names like that, you can definitely make this. I think this is still a bullish setup, but the only thing you got to be careful is for somewhere where it's like an inside move back to 18. We'll see what happens. Can you get through that high on QUBT? I see some 2s there. So red on that one. Let's keep it moving. Let's go to the next one. SMR. This one's a breakout here in small nuclear players. And remember, I've been talking about SMR back since $8, man. Oh, I'm so annoyed I don't got it back there at $8.50. We'd be riding high. But hey, this is what I like to do. So at some point, I'm going to be taking some bigger and longer term swings. I'm going to be actually kind of doing like a separate swing account where I do a little bit longer term style trades, especially with these flexible accounts that we have, guys. Why not have one that I just literally take, maybe it's 1 trade a week or 2 trades a week, right? Specific long-term swings. We'll be talking about those SMR on a complete annihilation breakout. We'll see if this can keep going. AEVA, the stock that keeps going. So I found out a little bit more about this stock. And so AEVA, the reason why it's making moves is that it does a lot of robotics. So this is in robotics and AI, and it's lift off and continuing.
Wow.
CF.
That's an amazing looking chart. That trend is just wild.
It's wild, man. This is the one that the market wizards are watching too, and they're riding it. They're riding that trend higher. TEM, we've talked about that one. KLAC, I've been talking about this long-term trend line for so long. People avoid names that are in the $100, but when you have $1 million, why not just continue watching a stock that just keeps breaking new highs? New highs has been up 18% in the last few days. And look at that. It just continues to drive higher. So maybe you're not trading KLAC, but maybe you're trading AMAT off of it. AMAT could set up above the 176. Right? So leaders to laggard. I always tell you guys those setups, right? Let's keep it going. Let's go through CrowdStrike. That's sitting right there. Had recent earnings, pulled back, filled the gap. Let's see it launch to 500. Palantir, 141 yesterday, was up to 145. This one might have a little bit of a battle at 140. Rigetti, I think, is a good one to watch here because QUBT has been hot. One of these are going to start going. I think Rigetti or IonQ. So I have these on the radar. Rigetti for me, big watch is break yesterday's high, right? As simple as that. Don't make it difficult. That's 12.28. You're at 12.18 right now.
This SRM is flushing a little bit just off the open here.
Let's go. Let's
Just
go.
down,
Let's take a look.
Down to the 820s.
Perfect level to buy. Let's go have some fun. Oh,
Yeah, I'm starting to nibble.
CERO giving me alerts. CERO. That's the stock right now, guys. I see it moving.
I'm starting to nibble some of this SRM off the open here.
All right, just grabbed a little bit of that CERO. I'm going to grab another little bit at 11 if I can get an ad here.
Yeah, so just looking at what, let's see what the accounts opened up as. Actually, a little bit positive, 500,000. A long way to go.
Right.
But yeah, it looks like some of the overnight holds are making some money for some people out there.
Long CERO, guys. Long CERO. We'll see if this can really run. I've had this one in the pre-market. Was watching this one to really run today. It's up there towards 12. It's gotten as high as 16 today. I am long this one at 12. I'm willing to add at 11. And I'm going to watch to see if this can really start launching the 13s, 14s, and above. So this is the setup right here. It's a really nice setup. It's a trend line break, right? So now that you've broken that trend line, you're starting to really get strong above this 11. And I look for prior resistance to start acting as support. That could be a cut down below this 1140. And I really don't want it to cut this kind of like 1089 level. So somewhere in between here, I think the dip buys make sense. We'll see what happens on that 1140. Or does it just continue to go? That's why I already have a position. I have 50K, willing to add another 30K at 11.
Yeah, nice little push up off the open here on the SPY. Down 0.3%. Again, it was kind of choppy action all morning. Things weren't looking that interesting. Oh, SRM is a short. Okay. Well, let's see. We'll look. But yeah, this challenging this pre-market high. This is the area that I want to watch. This is about 600.5. Again, down about 0.37 on the day. So really not much action is happening. Again, we're above Friday's kind of panic sell. We're below Monday's high, and we're just kind of smack dab in the middle of this range. So what I want to do is I want to take a look just to see if we start to get a recovery in this market. The 2-day view app is all the way up at 602.50. So that'd be a long way to go. We always got to remember we have FOMC and we have FOMC tomorrow. So the market could be pausing just a little bit. So this is what I did for a bit of the competition. I actually shorted a little bit of SRM just right off the open and then covered down here and then flipped and went long. Again, not trading my normal style, just pure discretionary kind of button mashing. At this point, just trying to show, can I keep the risks tight enough that, that I can actually do okay? Just pure momentum scalping on these names. So we're getting a little bit of a push up here in SRM. So I want to see through VWAP is where I'll really kind of punch to add. And that's at about 895 right now. And then maybe we challenge this high. So that $600,000 guy, is he covered? Is he out? What's going on here? Let's take a look.
I will say that looking around out there, guys, I did get an alert for CRM with a nice little move. NNE breaking 37. That's looking good out the gates. Looking around, AMD fake out to the downside out the gates. Be careful out there. And watching for Tesla ripping. There's my stock going for the move at least above 12. We'll see if it can keep going. CERO. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, these real wicks on Tesla. Wow.
Let's go, guys. Up about 30,000 with that move already. So like you see like in like a real account, things like this, when traders trade this big, you can take that even that first move and pay yourself, $10,000, right? And then be like, okay, well, at least I'm paying myself on the day, right? This is how these gurus pay themselves all the time, and they're able to make money, right? So
It's all percentages, right? So if it's $1 million, you're up 30,000, so you're up 0.3%. So
mhm,
it's, it's like the same as if it was 100,000, you'd be up 3K. If it was a
yeah,
$10,000 account, you'd be up a couple $100, right? It's why you see a lot of professional traders don't even talk about the dollar amount they make because they know it's irrelevant. It's the size of
yeah.
your account. It's all about how much. You'll see professional traders talk a lot about R multiples, right? I made 2R on this trade. Well, that's good, right? It doesn't matter if you made $50 or 500,000, right? That's just the size of your account. SRM tried to do that little bounce, and now it looks like it's failing here. So I'm probably just going to dump these and move on from here. You can see it tried to do this bounce, and then it failed pretty miserably. So I should have scalped out more into that pop, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's going. So it's $8 might be the place to give it a try. What's
All
that
right.
RGC doing?
That ACXP looking interesting too. At $1 stock there.
Is RGC halted? RGC is halted already to the downside. SMR and SRM are both selling. We have the SPY just kind of hanging out here near VWAP. So this Tesla is kind of interesting. These wicks are wild to me. So I'm watching TSLL for the next one pretty closely. Could buy $1 million worth of TSLL.
All right, Zero. Let's go. Let's get moving. Let's get moving here. It's already done a couple of like the rule of 3 here, so I'm looking for this to really start breaking out here off the 5 minutes. Going to the 13s, the move where it can really go.
Yeah, so Tesla is interesting. This is be more of kind of my traditional setup of looking for a 2-minute close back through VWAP here. Full disclosure, I already bought some in the paper trader account, in the contest account, and just trying to see if it comes through and can close through VWAP and then maybe challenge 2-day VWAP here, right? Because again, this sell in the market isn't that dramatic, right? We're down 0.3% or so, except poor IWM that's down 0.75%, but that's just what IWM does.
SRM still going down. I think it might get in a halt on the downside. So
yeah, this one I'm keeping an eye on the 2-day VWAP here to potentially give that another shot at 718, right? That would be today and yesterday's VWAP, which is both the average price of all the craziness that has started. But I'm going to see what happens to the SPY here, right? It's trying to hold on to VWAP just barely, and same with the Qs, trying to hold on to VWAP.
Coin, good move. That's a stock I have on the radar today. Flag pattern above 260s, going for the push today. Not looking too bad. Coin.
CONL, just FYI. It's double leverage. Coinbase, $26.
AMD recovered that 128. This is a strategy we like to play, man. It undercut the strategy this morning. It goes to the support 125, right around that. Right back up to VWAP. This is exact type of strategy we talk about, guys. And today was about us also talking about a winning strategy that we've been finding. This is one of those where it's quick dips to support, but great risk to return. Even just playing this back to resistance on AMD, if you're playing it down there, you're talking about maybe you're risking about 50 cents or something, right? But you're talking about a move back that's $3.70, right? So
looks like the traders clawed back about $1 million. So congratulations. Good for you guys. You got about $1 million back.
Let's go.
Someone is loading in
you
big
guys.
on.
What do you mean good for you guys? We're all in this together, bro.
Oh, look at this
You've
trade.
been losing too, Michael. You don't realize it. You've been losing 6 million also, my friend.
Not me. I did my contribute, and now I'm chilling out.
Hey, this is the all for one competition, not one for all.
I'm going to join. This is what I talk about too, about using these contests as scanners. I like this trade that this one guy's putting on. I'm going to join on
So
MLGO. No idea what this one is.
I like this micro algo.
He's basically been buying. I've been seeing him kind of stream in here.
Yeah, loading the boat.
Loading the boat. And
Loading
you
the
see this
boat.
big dip it did earlier, crazy gap down yesterday, big push down today, and is now trying to get back through VWAP. And the reason I saw is because he seems to be buying like a couple thousand shares at a time. So when I went to filled orders, look at all these MLGOs, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. So he's just been leveraging in here a little bit at a time. Because $100,000 seems like a lot, but that's $50K, and you got $1 million account. You can hold right almost $2 million worth of shares here. So that's an interesting one. I like the look of that one. I think I'm going to join him with that and just slap my stop there at the low of the day and see if you can get a little bit of a push up.
It'd be hot.
So that's
hot.
$50,000 risk there. That's what I like about this, using this as a bit of a scanner. Right?
Reddit alert, Reddit alert, Reddit alert, Reddit alert, Reddit alert, Reddit alert.
Man. Well, yeah, look at the gap over this. Really
RDTL is the stock, the leverage, baby, the 2x.
They already have RTDL. This is like a new IPO. RDTL.
You know it, my friend. Liquidity move in that CERO. Gonna look to see if it gets going in a little bit. But yeah, sure. Reddit RDTL, big. You know, on the street they call that. It ain't me that called it that, but they call that a boner candle.
Well, and look at it. Just look at this massive resistance, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Ooh,
like tests of this resistance. We gap over that resistance. There's a lot of people in there that are short, and they probably have to get going.
Now, what's going on in the market, man? There's some names ripping. There's some names taking down, like hard takedown, man. VIX is jumping here, guys. The VIX could be a play also. Don't forget about it. If we really start to see a leak, that's one way to leverage your play also. Circle doing well today, this morning. Just wanted to call out that IPO, of course. That's a fast mover too, right? You're looking for fast movers. I'll keep calling them.
Yeah, so here's a SPY. We're breaking lows. We've got a long way to go to pre-market lows.
I'm taking my shot here, guys. I'm long as can get. Let's go, CERO. Let's go. Let's see what happens here. CERO, guys. It's starting to move a little bit here. I took a shot there. Let's see it. Let's see if it really wants to go here now. 1240s. I want to look to see if it can get to 13s. 13s is really where it starts to get moving here. I'm long 70,000 shares here. Biggest position in my life. Let's go.
It'd be funny to see as like a psychological experience if you traded a giant account like this and then went back to your normal account.
Let's go, 50K.
Like, does this desensitize you a little bit?
Almost 100K, bro. It's already doing it. You see, like, this is where it's hard not to take the profits, right? Like, I'm up 60K, bro. Like, in most cases, I'm just like, all right, run. Right?
Well, it's got to be percentages, right? You got to look at it. What's the...
That's 6%, though, on the day already. 7%, 8% already. You know what I mean? But I gotta let this ride because the idea is to make the milli. Make the milli. Let's go.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's like eating the poison slowly. Like, would it desensitize you?
If I get to 21, we're talking 600K. So let's go. That's where I think if it really breaks out. I mean, let's ride. Let's ride the wave, man.
People trading Tesla. People trading this HUSA. I saw this one. HUSA, this low float oil stock that people have been playing around the tensions there. So there's AMD breaking back down under VWAP. I just heard because my robot's still doing my normal trading, right? It's just I'm playing while this challenge is going on. So that's tried to break pre-market high and just failed miserably there on AMD. So
CERO, let's go. She's riding high, man. She's almost up 100K, guys. Do we take the profits? I could reload at VWAP, but it's tough. It's tough. It's tough, guys. We're gonna get over this trip. Are we gonna get the triple digits here? Let's see it. Trip. We got the 90. Can we get to the triple? Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh man, we gotta let this ride. We gotta let this ride. This might be the trade.
Oh, 120.
This might be the trade, guys. Look at how this traded in the after hours yesterday. Flag pattern. Look how it traded this morning. Flag pattern, right? So you look for repeated patterns with these smaller names, guys. When you look for repeated patterns, that gives you an advantage. Now you have the edge. You've seen the way the stock's been trading. Trade it like that, right? So in this case, you got to just keep watching, see if we can get to this high, 1667. That's going to be the first sell up there to 16, but it can go further. I mean, I don't mind selling. I mean, look at it, guys. We're at almost 150K now. Let's go. All right. We got to sell some sell signals here. We got to get some sells ready here. We're going to get a sell ready here for 16. I think it might go to a halt. It's halted, baby. Let's go.
Imagine this is real life and you're halted with $1 million worth of stock.
148,000. We all know what happened. I'd be like, this is a Porsche. Let's cut that right now.
Yeah.
Go get the Porsche. But let's go, guys. You guys are seeing it here. And you know what I did that I think was smart this morning, Michael, is that, remember, this is one that I lost earlier and I cut it. I had a way worse average. And yeah, I mean, maybe you're holding it and I don't take this $30,000 loss, but I cut it there for a reason. I was like, I'll just wait for it to get back above 11. And it tell me when it wants to start going, right? I said, well, you don't want to go now in the pre-market? Well, break 11. And look what it did right out the gates. Quick move through 11. All right, guys. Now we're starting to see some bounce out there. So look for hourly long supports to come into play. That's what I'm calling for. Look at those. See if you see the plays that I'm looking at where it's coming back to an hourly support and playing. Circle interesting off that 160. Looking around to see what else in the small caps are working here. Let's look around here. Another name that's starting to rip here, HUSA. This is how it happens, guys. There's leaders to laggard style trading. So now this one's making the move and the algos are going to start looking. Well, there's one big move halted. Let's go see if we can get this other one to start making the move here. HUSA, big move here. Could come back to 13 right now. That's the way I'd play it on a pullback, but it's already gone here towards 1539, and this is moving faster, maybe even faster than mine right now, guys. So HUSA, definitely in play. I'm going to be calling those names out. HUSA, Houston American Energy Corp. Strong chart, could go to 20.
Big low float. People love that for like super leverage on energy. You know, how much
it's ripped higher, right back up. Really nice candles on the Qs today. I think those lows hold. We're long below those lows, like 530, 530.88. Be careful. That's a really nice look on the Qs. I'll show you that right now. Like, that's a nice look here. I'll show you on the 15-minute. You see how this all bottoms are all around the same level? So that's a really good level they're using right around this 531. So 531 hold, and we can really start to push back here. So that's what I'd be watching on the hourlies. Hourlies supports to hold. Watch for that 531. That's been the area of buying so far.
I'm looking here at this this Sun Run or RUN. Again, Solar got clobbered. Absolutely destroyed yesterday, and those are the best kind of trades to take, is when knowing that, like we talked about this morning, that most traders are wrong. Well, so most traders hate solar now. Might be the time to start getting in. So I've got that look here as well. So yeah, it's looking good here. Just buying them. It's just like, It's like so hard to do the math of how many shares to buy. So I'm just like loading up 10,000 shares and just spamming the buy button until until it goes through. You can see no green arrow yet. Basically, I'm front running my system, and with a lot of these, right, the system is going to wait for a break and a hold through VWAP, and then look for a 735. Again, just was looking through it and discretionarily. Again, we're having fun with the challenge, so I'm going to pop in there as well, and then look for, see if I can do 735 as well. That would be a $300,000 gain on the account, so I'll take that. So yeah, well, let's take a quick peek at everybody, and let's take a look at the group. So we're down to realized about 5 million, which is good because we were at 7 this morning. So we've clawed back about $2 million. However, we are down in the unrealized positions. Let's see who's doing the best, doing the worst. CRO long. Look at this. Is that you? 177 up, Mitch?
Oh,
Or is
you
that
know
someone
it.
else?
I'm at 148.
Oh, so you're this guy. 70,000? So we've got
70,000 long. Yep. 1215.
Yeah.
Now you're putting my name out there.
3 of the 4. Yeah, well, and a lot here are long this CERO. So we've got a lot of people long this name, doing extremely well. Next ones that are doing well are short ACXP. So that's another one. I know Steph was talking about that this morning. ACXP. Oh yeah, I see that. A dollar stock that gapped up into the middle of nowhere, looking for the other side. Good,
All right,
good.
guys, looking for this to reopen at some point there. And what the idea is to sell some at high a day if possible, right? In pre-market high a day. We'll see if we get up there.
I was about to say, who's doing the worst here? And then immediately I see RGC, and I see a bunch of people short CERO.
RGC
down.
short. I should cash and go trade RGC long here off the 70. That looks good there off that 70 mark right now.
This guy is short from 58 and still holding.
58.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, cut the position.
And see, yeah, a bunch of people short CERO here. Both from $12, and we're at 14.28 and halted. So thankfully, we've got a lot of people long CERO, so that's kind of hedging us a little bit. But yeah, we're battling back. We've made about 2 million or so. Now, if the afternoon guys get here and we're down again, then we have to have like a company meeting or something. Say, listen, whatever you're doing, it's not working out.
Well, we know I have to really do good so that they can kind of slow down a little bit, right? They can feel the pressure a little bit here. Looking around out there, guys, seeing some big pullbacks and some opportunities with those pullbacks, right? UMAC down there from 1075 to 975. When you're getting a dollar move on these smaller names, those are opportunities, I feel like, because right now you can make a lot of money. Rigetti pops to 1220, back down to 1180s. We'll see what happens on that name. Looking around out there to see what's doing well today. ARM is ripping higher. That's doing well. Archer with a nice rip and then a pullback. So maybe it goes back to that level. That's a 1060 up, 1028 level right now. That's looking good there in Archer. Look at that pattern right there. It looks interesting. We'll see.
That's a real wick.
Yeah, real wick.
Wow.
I'm on 15 minutes too. So
yeah, it's just crazy that it's running.
And then E, same thing. Look, seeing this pattern all around. Those could be gold traps, so we got to be careful, but they look interesting to take shots off of, right? Especially in a competition when you're looking for risk and return. Can the Dutch Bros get moving today and go to 76? I can see that. Coin, I talked about this one. It did rip up there to almost 260. But it's right back to 256. Opportunity here. Maybe it gets right back up. I like this daily chart. Looks interesting. Could squat before it goes, right? Maybe a move, pull back to 250. But I'm really looking for the breakout above 260. 0 should be opening up soon here. Let's see if it just opens up and goes into another halt here. It's been now what? Are we on
it's been a long time,
we're going either. I think we might have a 15-minute halt here, guys. A 15-minute halter. That's when you know they're really volatile. All right, let's see what happens when this opens up again, guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of long and short within this account for doing that. It's funny. I'm noticing that the long players, and this might just be
Long
pure
players doing
speculation
better,
after
right?
one. Well, and just better at managing risk, right? Like they're
Yeah.
the guys who really ruined us was
Ooh,
yesterday. The guys
here's
who
one.
shorted SRM.
Here's one making a breakout today, guys. APPS. Look at that breakout from 525 to 675. Good move on apps. Digital Turbine. It's a software company. It's in the right space. Look at that pattern. Yo, Michael, this one might be one we got to keep our eyes on, man.
Mm-hmm.
That pattern to me tells me a lot of the good things, right? Like, I don't know if this had news today specifically. I would do the research now, guys. This is one that even you'll probably see Michael and I be like, yeah, let's keep an eye on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like a trend breakout, right? In a stock that's probably been really basing here. Already probably had really good news in February, really kind of worked through that. And now this tells me a lot. This kind of nice consolidation here and rip higher, wanting to get back to this high, right? It wants to get back to that high. And that tells me everything that I need to know. That tells me this is strong right now. And yeah, all I got to do now is start looking for where I can load this on pullbacks for swing trades. And this looks hot. This looks hot today. Look at the account go 0.
I was looking at that. I was just about to tell you, yeah, we're reopened.
Boom, just sold some there, guys. You got to sell some near the 16. And where did I get to sell? 1585. Boom, baby. That's called risk and reward, done the right way here.
Yeah.
I told you guys I would take some near that level. It got there, and I did not hesitate one single bit. Said I'll take half off there, 35K off there, leave the rest break even. And guess what? I can place a stop now and just let her work all day long. Let's go. Let's go. 0, 0.
And
130,000. Just to put it in perspective. There you guys see it. 130,000 there. Let's go. Let's go. In the green.
So unfortunately, there are more people short CERO than long at this point. So there's another person down 300,000 adding to their position. Down another guy down 400,000, another one down 300,000. So guys, you got to remember, contest or not, you got to have stop loss. You got to get out. You can't risk half of your account in a trade, you crazy dudes. Like,
you crazy dudes. You
crazy
crazy dudes.
Our leader continues to pull out here with now
he's doing it right. He's doing it right. I'm looking for a 9 EMA reload here on 0. I could actually add to this and keep going, but I think I just might do the stop and play, right? I mean, I'm so far from the levels here. Let's just do the stop and play. Let this work out. Let it work out in between. I'm done with this name. Let's keep trading.
Well, it's funny. I've been seeing a lot of people from the long side. All of the long traders on CERO took that gap up, and they've all kind of pared down their positions. A lot of them have sold entirely.
Yeah, I don't mind it because you're near the high of the day, right? And so I talked about this line right here, right? When you get near to that high of the day, a lot of the times you're going to see the pullback. Now I need to see the reload go through that level. Now I think the reload actually is at 1661. So like I can add at 1661. If it's going to show me that it wants to break the pre-market high, that means it could actually flag higher. Right. And so we're going to see if it goes up to that level. If it starts to go towards looking like another halt here, I could add. And as soon as I come out of that halt, which would be the second halt, I would want to go ahead and cash out. That's just the way that I work, guys. But we'll see what happens here. Here comes 15s, 1520s. You see how it's holding this light blue line? That's the important part there.
Yeah, it's coming in. Just go. I'm up 110,000 on CERO.
Don't worry, man. I think I'm just shooting for it, right? I said, would we break? Watchlist try to make over 100K. We killed it, Michael.
Oh yeah,
killed it.
Yeah, I've just got my boring old run. I'm up 25,000 on it. I'll take that. I took a couple hits earlier on SRM.
Who's holding higher? Here, I'll go to you now a little bit. Let's go take a look here. What you watching?
Yeah, so I took my run. I'm still watching that one. See if that holds here. Slowly breaking out, so I'm being a little bit more boring than most. Took this
I'll be right back.
SRM long earlier. That didn't work out. I'll take SRM again if we can get to kind of this 718, this 2-day VWAP. So one more flush down. I may cover my run, take my couple bucks on that, and then move on from there. What else did I do? Oh, I tried to do an AMD trade short as it broke this VWAP because I'm in it short in my personal account with my stop loss up here. So I tried to mirror that. But with this account, I'm really I'm just trying to scalp, right? I'm trying to understand that, hey, I'm trying to generate tiny amount of incomes to try to keep us afloat, to try to dig away a little bit at this, right? So, you mentioned First Solar, all these are going to kind of move together. The thing I just liked about Run is I just think there's probably a little bit more leverage there than in other securities. So it's looking good, right? I'm up $36,000 on the trade now. The target I have is now 717, so I got to move that down. That'd be 250K on this account, which would be great because basically I put the whole amount in there. But yeah, I'm just going around, just taking a look at these different plays, playing the way that I normally would, just with some differences, just scalping a little bit more around the same play, right? Because again, using the whole concept, humans are normally wrong, especially traders. So if I can take the other side of them, maybe I'll end up being right.
All right, we'll see if we find some other names. How's that Husa doing? Yeah, that's loading up again on the 9 EMA. That's been strong there. Husa and Zero are the names that I'm looking at. Husa's looking good too here. Could go to another rip higher. I really like this pattern here.
Yeah, this is a super. Every time there is like a Middle East conflict, you see this one go crazy in the chat rooms and everything because it's, energy is for those guys, for the gurus and the furus out there, is too boring to play. So they will play, stuff like this that really gets cooking.
Yeah, I like if I could get a 415 or below entry here, it's awesome. The hard part is the spread's 50 cents right now. So you have to try to get orders on bids and try to see if you get a midpoint fill or something like that. But this above 1450s here could get hot. Husa.
People making good money on this ACXP. People starting to claw back a little bit on their short CRO. Again, it's the people who short and don't seem to cover seem to be the people that always hurt us. We're about to claw back over our negative 5 million. There's somebody selling their MLGO a lot.
Liquidity move happened now in Zero. I'm looking to add now, guys, at 1450.
I just actually saw a bunch of people add through there.
Ooh, that was a liquidity move even further. But I took the shot, guys. I bought the dip there, guys. I'm going to move my stop to break even here. But there you go. Bought the dip there, guys. Now I'm add right back in here. So on Zero. So right back 70,000. Moved my price to 1312s. But look at the move right back up here. This is what I was looking for. When would we give me the liquidity stop out where it stops out everybody else and I get to add into it? So I stopped out and added into it now. Now I can hold break even. Let this try to work, and I have 70,000 share position right back. I already took 100,000, so now I really go for the big shot. Let it keep going for the win, and I'm going for the win too. What does it need to do? Recover this light blue line. If it doesn't recover the light blue line, I go stop out on this.
Remember that MLGO that I took a shot of and then just bailed out of immediately? Because to bring that up.
Oh, micro algo, man.
Just ripping.
The algo jumped on this. You could did you give it the low of the day?
No, I kind of just said, okay, well, we're having a competition. I need something that's moving. And I just bailed that like almost break even.
That happens, man. That happens right when it started to get hot.
Yeah.
Circle interesting here off of the chart, off of 160. Maybe an undercut on this 160 looks good there. So just looking around at different names, APPS, right? We talked about that one. That one's gotten into 7. Maybe we get a pullback on that now. But hey, looking around out there, guys, how's HIMS doing today? A little bit of a pullback there in HIMS. Pony getting up a little bit there. That one's a hot name, guys. It's an AI name bouncing back 2 days in a row on the bounce back. See if maybe this gets a little bit stronger of a bounce back today. Rigetti still not moving there. The quantum name's not looking too hot. Let's go to the top of the list. It's still ARM. Seems like ARM, Pony, AEVA. This thing just can't stop. This KLAC, I talked to you guys about it. For some reason, it just keeps going higher. Well, it just kept going higher today. The fun part is this thing already has moved 10 points. So yeah, 22 points higher. So yeah, it's an expensive stock, but when you have $1 million, 22 points is 22 points. All right, Zero, let's go, guys. Let's go. This is looking great here. Just got the rebuy. Now things are back above the 90 MA. Played correctly there, I think, without a doubt. If this was if this was my real account, at this point, I'm putting the stop closer towards like the VWAP, which is 1340s, so that I'd still be in the green no matter what here. But I'm looking for the breakout above that high here to the left, 1630s, and taking out the pre-market high of 1661. And if we take that out now, we'll probably go into the second halt. And that's what I'm looking for the next maybe 100K I can take off, right? I can take off another 100K here as it keeps working. What really I'm trying to work is like maybe where I get up to like 400K or something like that. If I can make, $500,000, I'm back in this game, guys.
Yeah, just, paying attention to the overall market here, still doing nothing. So it's good that we're focused on a lot of these other type of movements because, yeah, we've just been chopping sideways here. Run looks like it might be coiling back over, so I might need to kill that one as well. But the SPY's not doing anything. Looks like it could be making highs, but this is the open. And then here's where we are now. So a lot of up movement, a lot of down movement, a lot of craziness like that we just need to wait for this some consolidation one way or the other to break. And we're not really getting that, right? So that's why a lot of us were focused on these little small caps and this run. If it comes back and pulls me down here, I'll just get out of this position, look for somewhere else to put my imaginary $1 million into.
Tesla's still on the fade. I'm watching that. It has the robo taxi coming, guys. I think that's something to look out for. Having a decent day today. GEV, that's a good one to watch for a breakout back towards 500. It's an expensive stock, but if it gets the breakout today, it could be looking good. 492s could be on that. GEV. I'm just watching Zero and try not to watch.
That's right. It might be good just to take the unrealized P&L right off the screen and then kind of go from there.
It's one of those, man. It's one of those where what I like to do is on these is just go to like a 5 or a 15 minute, because then at least you're not watching too many of the ticks right now. You're just watching that the trend is staying in your favor. When you're in that position of riding the trend, just look for the trend versus look for the price action on every tick, right? That's not going to help you. That's going to hurt you here. And E recovering. That's still a nice little setup here, guys. Look at that setup here. Of course, I talked about the big candles. Would we go back to those big candles? Archer had a very similar setup, and look at it going here, right? It looks great. If I had money, that looks awesome. That looks good on Archer and different names out there. I'll show you Archer setup right here. And then NNE, you see those wicks? These are 15 minutes. That's why I like 15-minute charts, guys. Nice little pullback opportunity here. And you know the target. When it's clear as day like that, it just helps you, right? You know exactly where the strength is going into. So those are two setups, very similar, but very symmetrical. CEG going strong tells me GEV is a good setup. So I'm watching for GEV to have a good day today. Also, 491, 494s. This is one that I think could get to 500. Zero still developing and still holding. That's what I like here. Remember, we just got the liquidity move and he was fast down. It hasn't done that again, right? What has been since then? A recovery of the 9 and a holding of the 9. That tells me more and more price is developing here. Let's go for the breakout.
Yeah, nice look here on.
Let's go. Let's go.
Spies.
Let's go.
Spies
Let's
finally making this look.
go.
So yeah, Spy helping you.
Let's go. Cash that. Money raining. Money raining here.
Unfortunately, with the whole one for all thing, there's still more people short this than long. So what are you guys doing? Where's your stop loss?
Money Mitch is trying to keep us in the game. Let's go. Oh man, this is if I cash right now, guys, it would be a $300,000 trade. So I'm trying my best to hold on.
Ooh. As someone short this PCSA and just down a bunch on it.
Hold on. Hold on to me. This is when I don't trade anything else, because if I trade something else and then I'd lose, I'd feel really ridiculous, right? Mm-hmm. Look at this. Can it get to 17? Oh, look at it go, guys. Look at it go. All right. When do we get to the 400K? That's going to be 19, guys. 19 is where I'm going to sell some, guys. I have to sell some.
19. Yeah, that will definitely wipe out. There's a couple guys here down, basically lost their entire account on.
Let them keep losing. I'll take them out and we'll win it back. Look, I'm up almost 30% on the day, dude.
Yeah, unfortunately, these guys are down 50% on the day. So you're helping have us completely get wiped.
Now we broke the high of the day. Remember that line up here is that high of the day. We're holding that really well. You saw how we expanded above the 9, right? Now I need the expansion candle going higher.
So there was one guy who was trading this CRO with you, and he had a little bit more and a little bit better price, and he just bailed. So your comrades in arms are getting out.
So we call those paper hands in the industry.
Yeah, he is like, enough. So yeah, currently
you saw how it's fighting at the high of the day. I can't blame him. It's fighting at the high of the day. Yeah. But the key here is not watching the ticks. The ticks are just stopping people out in between. They buy the 17, they get stopped out. They buy the 1680s, they get stopped out. That's why it's hard to trade these types of names after the run has happened. Here comes the 17 take. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to another halt. I need another halt here, guys. Can we get another halt? Can we get one?
Anything's possible.
Let's see it.
This SRM shorts are still leading
SRM
the pack.
shorts still leading the pack there.
They're you actually move that over so people can see. So yeah, SRM's starting to bleed pretty heavily. This thing's just been down from the open. So just goes to show you, because I talked about yesterday how people short with no stop loss on SRM is what killed us. And now this thing is just falling apart. And yeah, these people are making these people are making so much money. This guy just took half his position off and he's still up 170K. I think we're gonna see a lot of these big accounts with massive open positions. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, there's you with you're actually from the not projected balance, from just holdings right now, the top of the leaderboard for that.
The top dog, money making Mitch,
and
hopefully he makes the money today though.
Yeah, the guy who made $1 million yesterday is up another 200K today, so he's grinding it out.
Let's go.
I think that might put you in the top 15. So yeah, good work.
There you go. Good work. But I'm not cashing yet. We said let's get the $500,000 trade. $500,000 trade is when we hit that 19. if we go for a breakout here through the 17, 18 is going to come quick. I think it's going to be about what happens then, right? What happens then? I'll be watching. I think this is when you go to the 15-minute chart because it's going to scare me and want me to get out, right? Well, I got to hold on to my pants here on the 15-minute chart and just let her go. Because the idea here is not to make money, right? Like I'm not trying to win the account, guys. I'm trying to also push for us, right? We need it. We sure as hell need it.
We do. We're down $3 million unrealized.
Yeah, we sure as hell need it. So if I cash out,
4 million real.
Might not be the best move for us. It actually might sense for me to go for my original target first, which was a 21. Michael, if we get up there.
Yeah, if we get up there, we've just lost like 4 more people out of the account. Look at this, down 400,000. They just hold it until you lose $1 million or make money. Come on, guys.
No, now they're just not even looking. Now they're just scared of it, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's get some comments from the chats. Let's do a little moment here from the chat. What's going on, guys? We'll do a little moment to focus on you guys. What setup are you guys watching? Yeah, getting after it today, man. It's a fun day for sure. Are we trading with money of Michael? What? Yes, we're trading with
paper trading
with Michael, our CEO's money from
the he gave us all $1 million and we're just going at it.
Oh man, that's how it is, man. Still on the Tesla long. There you go. Upstart and Palantir. Let's go take a look at some of these setups. Let's take a look at the Tesla
Palantir.
I like the Tesla long. If you're in on that dip buy and you got it near that 320, I mean, that's a nice dip buy.
Yeah, back through VWAP here, so that's
good sign.
Green arrow alert there.
Yeah,
that's Upstart. I haven't heard of Upstart in ages. Upstart, nice little kind of undercut and rally. What's the daily look like on these? Okay. Palantir is very interesting, right? That's new all-time highs yesterday, kind of button up against those today, continues to go. This one looks really, really nice. I'm watching this PCSA just because I saw someone in the chat short this thing. Well, it looks like it's about to coil out and make potentially a new high here. So got to keep an eye on that. Might need to buy $1 million worth because the person was short $1 million worth.
Okay, when you catch our post and you're able to post and say, yeah, I am now up 200K.
Just buying. I'm buying this PCSA because there's somebody short 2 million shares worth. And I'm just trying to kind of cover us there because this thing could just rip. I don't know what this one is, a penny stock, right? So the person's short now, looking to see if we break. I'll show you guys. This is our biggest loser right now. Now down $556,000 on this trade. As I'm looking at this chart and saying, man, this thing might take a shot at highs. Might take a shot at $1 today, for all we know. I don't know if I'd be short this. It's a bold move, especially when you've lost half your account making that move. That's kind of worry.
All right, guys. We held the 9 EMA. We held the 9 EMA. You guys know how I feel about those 9 EMA holds. RCAT, guys. Arcato in the chat being mentioned. The RCAT. Rando.
Oh, so that might actually, I'm actually going to add that. Thank you. Add that to my list for my personal trading here.
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
Might put in that green arrow alert. Oh yeah, there's that PCSA ripping here. So this person, we may watch a blow up in real time. Just broke out there for a second. Yeah, he was down $750,000 at one point. Not how you trade your entire account. Just let it go.
Let it go. Let it go. He's required to go watch Frozen today.
That's good punishment.
That's his punishment, and he has to sing the songs the whole way.
No, it's yeah,
Look
that's
at
what's killing us
ARM.
for sure.
ARM is flexing, guys. I think ARM and AMD are really good moves here. Like overall, like for longer term trends. Look at the ARM move. I think this is going on a longer term breakout. I always say that ARM trades also like on like the bigger time frame. It's starting to push. I think this is one you keep an eye out for. AMD is another one, man. Look at it. I talked about 131 today on Trader TV, and I felt bad because I had to like hit a hater out there in the chat. Last week I brought on AMD, and they were like, AMD at the highs, bro? No, you can't trade that here. You can't buy that. And I was like, yo, just look for the pullbacks, 9 EMAs, right? Look how this thing undercut on Friday, and it's back up. And where is it from Friday itself? 12% higher. We're breaking out and breaking away. AMD getting mentions, and this the fun part. All the media started picking it up yesterday that they came out with AI products last week. I love that. I love that one. That's a perfect example, Michael, of your kind of your catalyst, right? Because I mean, the thing came out last week. OpenAI, Sam Altman was with kind of Lisa Su, right? And they talked about how it was good for the company. No one paid attention to it. It seemed like I was like, that's really good news. This could hold the stock with the flag pattern and make it rip. Well,
anywhere Sam Altman goes right now seems to be really good news. So
yeah, if he says it's good news, you just take it as good news.
Oh, it looks like the PCSA guy has actually put in a stop loss finally, which is good.
Ciro struggling a little bit here. She's struggling, but I can't get rid of her just yet. Gotta let her work. It's nothing like being up 200,000 and holding on.
Mm-hmm.
Holding on.
Oh,
The best trade of my life.
They've already asked you. They've already asked you this. There's going to be a riot in chat if you keep saying
Joey's like, we don't do that frozen around here. We don't do that frozen, man. Man, what's going on, guys? How we doing? Who's finding the next stock? Let us know in the chat. What's the next stock to go?
Seems to be the usual suspects that are getting traded, like the ones we've been talking about all day, right? The CROs, the SRMs. Oh, that one looks like might be time for a little bit of a dip buy on that guy. Is this PCSA actually going to work for this guy? I'm rooting for him now. He almost just by like the hair of his chin blew up his account there. And now might be the hero we need.
AMD pushing strong, guys. Pushing strong indeed. Another one pushing strong, guys, that I'm a little upset I don't have the swing trade in. Grail still working really well, guys. And I don't know how I'm holding on to zero.
Yeah,
Corvo strong, CoreWeave strong, says Joey. Yeah, I can't blame you.
Let's take a look at
it's a good one to look at.
VW CoreWeave.
Steph saying SLRX is the next one to go. Ooh. I'll watch it, Steph. I love your alerts.
That's a nice looking daily chart on that CoreWeave. No give back at all.
I like that SLRX. I like it.
Yeah.
I like the price also here off the $1.07 could recover back towards $2.
Oh, that Ames 1 for 100 split. Eesh.
I love those.
It's like that's a bad company. I just don't think the gap is as big as it looks. I don't know why TradingView hasn't updated it, but I think that's literally just the price that it's trading now. They have to go back and do the rest of their data.
Get your coffees early, guys. Bros looking good there. Bros looking good.
Yeah, this one's interesting. Yeah, it came all the way down to yesterday's range, just hung out there for a while. and now looks like it might be coiling up. So
Q's pulling back a little bit. We might get a 532 pullback. VIX kind of just chopping around out here, guys. I don't expect any quick down moves or anything like that unless something crazy were to happen. But I do see at least a little bit of some slowdown here. We could have a little bit of some kind of slowdown here towards 11. Just be careful.
well, and right, we have FOMC tomorrow, right? To me, that's the whole
Don't
thing.
forget.
Right?
Don't forget about that. That
When
PCT is doing really well. That's the one that guys short or.
PCSA.
Okay, so this is another one. This isn't one that's just running now, but it's running pretty strong here, guys. PCT, Pure Cycles Technology.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice little look there as well.
Well, I'm going for the $500,000 trade. I'm just calling it now. We'll see if we get it.
PPS.
All right, there's some zero action. Let's go, zero. Let's go.
The fact that it's not giving any back is very encouraging, right? Basing pretty nicely near highs, so needs something. Oh.
When you're up 250K and you're just like, got to keep going.
I'm rooting for this guy now. I've been watching. I've got like a dedicated spot on my monitor here for this chart because I saw his account. I think ticked like negative 800,000 for a second. It's
man.
2.25 million, and it's like, so if we break that high, he's done.
Why are these are the guys that I wish we could bring on for an interview? Like, why? How are you down 438,000 and still holding here?
At that point, I think you just go. It's like in your brain, you're just YOLO. But yeah, I think he's got to stop probably, hopefully, over the high of the day and just straight up, it's got its profit target. Oh, no stop loss, but yes, profit target at 35 cents. That would make him a crap ton of money if that works. And I wish the best for him. 2.25 million shares of this thing short. Things that you can only do in the paper contest fun time, right? So if he's right, he's gonna
Guys,
bring us back.
Don't look now. Look at zero. Don't look. Don't look, Mitch. We're almost there.
We are, and these guys are almost wiped out. You see these two, right? We have this guy almost done, no stop loss. You see on these people, they have no stop losses, but they all have take profits. The guy at $11 has a profit target at 9.
Guys, we're almost there. We're almost there. Let's go. 18 is going to come fast. Now what happens at 18? That's the fun part. Does it expanding just quickly go to 19 here? I can even take 1880s. There it goes. 840s. I got 1850s there, guys. Trying to make a $500,000 on a trade. Let's go. Come on. It's going to be 400K, but remember, I already took 129. Oh, let's go. Let's go, guys. I'm holding on to my pants here.
It's funny. Just as you're going to be taking that profit, I think we're going to lose about $1 million. We are unrealized, guys. Just FYI, unrealized, down $5 million. What are you guys doing? Realized, we clawed a little back. We're down 5 million there, but unrealized, we're down 5 million. It's like, come on, guys, wake up.
We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Oh, it's so hard not to just take the profits. It's like up like 350. I'd be up 450K, right? So like, this is where it's like I'm getting a little greedy. You remember the quote that you tell me sometimes, Michael? Like if it's good for screenshots, it might be good for the time to sell.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to feel that. And I love talking about this because this is what you really learn on this stream, right? It's not necessarily just that I make the trade here. I give you guys these little nuggets. These are the nuggets that should keep you guys here.
Yeah, and the emotion, even though it's paper, it's a contest, it's fun. It still seeps in regardless of what it is, right?
Oh,
the hope of that it's going to get there, the knowledge that, again, even though it's only fake money, you'll be bummed if it doesn't get to the price you wanted to get to, that kind of
Yeah,
stuff, right?
man. And I'm being picky with the exit, right? Like I could just run out right here. Let's just be honest, right? Like I could just run the money here, and it just more about also just trying to accomplish something that I haven't done in the past, right? Who has said that either competition or not, who has done a $500,000 trade, right?
That might be a good move. Leg out. I see the merit there,
You
especially when
see
you're
the
up that
merit,
much.
right?
Again, I'm all in. I'm added. I'm with the person, this PCSA guy, in spirit, and I'm with them financially. So I actually took this short as well. I'm going to put a stop at the high of the day, and I'm going to risk $100,000 there, just in case this thing kind of completely falls apart today. Unlike him, who didn't put a stop, but he's actually doing way better than the people who are now short the CERO. There's one guy who's almost down $600,000 on this one short trade. 98,000 shares short.
Just looking for the last run here, the last shebang.
Someone down $600,000 on an SRM short. So what these people are doing is they're just leveraging their accounts at this point, right? So he's built up his account so big that he can take bigger shots and just all in every time. So you want to talk about quick compounding and how it can go bad if things doesn't work. But yeah, he's using quick compounding. So that's why a lot of CERO shorts, like tons. Like this reminds me of SRM yesterday, in which everybody just got destroyed on these shorts. But oh man, this PCSA guy,
going for it.
PCSA guy is close to flat. He's close to flat. I'm up $170,000 on my trade from this.
We hit 1870s there. We got a little bit more, guys. It's right there. It's right there. Let's go. Come on, close it. Close it. Close it. Come on. Oh my God. It hit it. It didn't get the sell, guys. It was right on it. It hit 19, guys. Oh man. We might have to take the 1880s. I'll take 1880s here. Let's just take the 1880s. See if we can get at least the 1880s. Oh man. It was right on it.
PCSA guy is close to flat.
There we are. There it is. There it is, guys. There it is. We out. We out, baby. We out. And it keeps going. Let's go. That's it, man.
Yeah,
that's a $500,000 trade right there. That's called money raining, and we're walking with that money bag today. This is a big one, man. This is a big one. This is a heavy bag right here, guys. We'll take it. We'll take it, guys.
We just crossed a $10 million loss on the overall comp here, as way more people are short, way bigger, and they're just at no point are they going to get out of this. One guy's down $750,000 on this trade, but PCSA guy, give a round of applause. Finally back to even. Was down $800,000 at one point. This stock is just falling out of bed. I root for this guy. I hope he wins the whole competition.
Let's go. Let's go. Get that money. Let's go.
Why down so much? Because everybody is shorting stocks that are ripping with no stop loss. That's why we're down so much.
What a trade, man. What a trade, guys. Look at that. I think the best part was the dip buy. Look at it. It keeps going. It's 1930s. I mean, this could have been the Millie trade, maybe. Who knows? Not a bad trade, though, at all, guys. I think really good. This is why I like the 9 EMA. I've talked about it in Discords for us. I talked about it in plenty of trades. This is when you see it just work well, right? Like this is clear as day, guys. And I think that you guys take this and learn from it. right? Look back at it. These are the types of trades that can really make you, even with our accounts, like 100 shares. This stock has ran what, like $7. So 100 shares, that's $700. In a lot of our smaller accounts, that's the goal itself. Next thing you know, you're a funded trader on one of these names with 100 shares. You don't need to risk too much with these smaller names. That's another thing that I'll tell you guys. Try to find something that you can actually hold the range, right? Why I was able to play this was also I was giving myself a big amount of range to play within it. And you need to be looking at what's the share size that makes sense for you that you can handle in trades like these. But all right, guys, I'll finish celebrating there, and not a bad trade at all. Sold there at 1882. Could have got maybe the 19. I said, let me stop being too picky. 1882, 19 is not going to be too much of a difference there. Sell out. Good trade indeed. I'll go to you, Michael.
Yeah, just unfortunately, right? So, I'm rooting for PCSA guy here. Almost blew up his account. Now flashing back money. Good for him. We have SMR short down 700,000, and we are down $5.8 million in total with these guys shorting CERO. So now that you're out, I'm very much hoping this thing falls back to zero for the sake of the one for all challenge, which is about as many of us working together as we can, because as you can see, if I just sort by symbol and just go to CERO, everybody has been shorting this thing, hoping and praying. Where is it? Yeah, look at all these. This is all CERO. Short 40,000, short 10,000, short 45,000, 40,000, 40,000. So the fact we're getting a little bit of a pullback here is helping just a little bit, but yeah, short 80,000. A lot of people down $300,000-$500,000 on this one trade. 75,000 short, and I think our leaders are short 100,000. Yeah, 98,000, down $700,000 on this trade. And then our PCSA guy, I lost him. There he is. He's only down 151,000 after all this. So Suro got FDA approval. Oh, that's what's going on. A lot of people, right? We talk about it all the time. People think the stock market is mean reverting, although all of the evidence to the contrary, which, millions of years of the fact that things just trend. I mean, humanity trends upwards. Everything trends. A lot of people think that if the stock market goes up, that means it's overbought and it has to come back down. And same with individual names. And you're seeing it here, which I think is a good lesson en masse of why we talk about most traders fail. They're short this name. The initial setup could have been a great setup to short this name. The problem is they're risking their entire account on it and blowing up pretty spectacularly. So it just goes to show that you could have, they could have had a very sound idea for why they got in. But none of that matters because they're just not getting out when they're wrong. And that's the thing that really makes traders is, can you just look at it and go, no, not right, this one, or I'm early, so let me just get out, take a little bit of a haircut, and then, look at it in an hour and see. Maybe I'll take another little short there, but that's what's going on with our $5.4 million. So we can no longer talk smack to Steve once he gets here because
hey, we tried.
Yeah.
But we tried. I mean, I contributed with $500,000. I mean,
yeah, I think I did 300,000, and doesn't matter if one guy's going to risk the whole million in a trade. It's the way it goes, right? Yeah, sound idea, no risk strategy still equals bad trade. Yep. One of my favorite quotes was from Van Tharp, and he says, right, a mistake is not following your rules, and a lot of people don't have rules, so everything they do is a mistake. Right? It's one of those. I love that overall quote because it just shows what is wrong with most traders out there, which is, they don't have a plan, they don't have any rules, so they're kind of just banging their heads on things, hoping that that something works out for them, right? Hoping that they get lucky once or twice and end up making some money doing that, which isn't how you want to trade the overall markets. But so as a group, we really need CERO to reverse here. So let's all kind of do a dance, do a prayer, whatever it is that you want to do, and hope. It doesn't look like it. Looks like it's going to go the other way. So we might see. I'm just trying to keep this up here just to show potential people getting kind of liquidated here in real time. And also, it's a good day because the S&P 500 has done nothing. We pulled back. We hit VWAP. There's just nothing, right? Just big long range here in the overall market. Same with the Qs. We came kind of close to the 2-day VWAP, and then we came back down to VWAP. We've been holding that ever since. So one of those days, the markets aren't doing anything. They're waiting for FOMC tomorrow. So a perfect day to be running contests like this and having a little bit of fun, because with the real world, you don't really want to go too crazy here. So yes, we have now SRM guy is down 800,000 in this one. So we'll see what happens there. He's got 1.7 million shares of this name short. And then again, the CRO is what we're actually looking at. I don't know why
it keeps going, man. It keeps going. It's at 20 now. It hit 20.
Yeah. Oh, you don't, right?
Man. It's time to go at the next one, because there's another one that's going to run on this, guys. I think it's going to be Husa, but it's already making a nice little move already. That one's one that I talked about that could continue too. So I could still make some more money, guys. Let's get after it.
See, now I'm tempted to look at this thing short just because it's gone so much from here, and see if we can do it with a some sort of a plan. Right. I think
above 21, man. I think you look for above 21. That was my original look, and why I measured the flag. That was like the largest potential return from the flag. So 21 would be my look, at least, to start to look for a blow off top. So maybe one more attempt. And big thing is going to be watch for a real flush through the 9 EMA. Look at, as I say this, it's at 2080. Mm-hmm. We're almost at that 21 spot already. That'd be right there.
Crossed.
Boom. 2150, man.
Oof. Yeah. This guy's almost crossed down.
That would have been like 600,000, almost 700,000 now, guys. The trade, right? I was at I took 528,000. That would have been 700,000 already. If it gets to 23, I think it would be $1 million trade.
Halted.
I think so.
I think it's halted now. So we've got this guy down almost, man. We are down $8 million unrealized.
Well, time to make us some more money, man.
And I think this is a good learning lesson. If we can figure out how to short this and have a stop loss in place, that might be interesting. And I like Steph's idea, right? Low or high only. So what you'd wait for, what you'd look for on this is potentially, right, big push up, and then maybe it pulls back a bit, and then if it comes up to make a high like this and then starts to fail, right, this is kind of more of a reasonable way to short these things, because you can put a stop loss there, you can put a stop loss at the high of the day. There's a couple ways to do it. So in this case, if this didn't continue higher but instead broke down, then maybe you're going to look to take a short. But that would, I think, would be my game plan, to maybe salvage some of this. I'm looking at it as like, can I add my buying power to theirs, to the short side, in order to try to save us here, right?
All right, I'm looking at a trade setup right here. Apps, guys, I'm trying to get in. Oof, it just popped literally as I tried to get in, guys. So I have the limit on the pullback. I'm going to try to get full fills on this pullback, guys. APPS, $7 break. $7 break is the trade. Looking for the move here. Let's see if I can get it. I have orders out there. You guys see it? Boom. Orders filled. Orders filled. There we go. Now I at least can just set my stop here and just let this work. It shouldn't break the 680s. I'm going to risk 40K on this. Look for it to go back towards $8, which would be about $200,000 in the green here. So I think this is a really nice setup. It's sideways. You guys see what pattern is this? Pattern I trade all the time. I'm going to keep trading, but I'm going to keep trading only things that I know, right? Patterns that I like. Right here, rule of 3, up 1, down 1, up 2, down 2, up 3, down 3. Shouldn't break this support, 688. Should go higher through here. Rule of 3. Let's see if it keeps going.
I love this quote, right? Easier said than done, though, right? With the lower high for shorting these things. But it's all, right? That's why you systematize, right? Create indicators, you know? Sure. I guarantee you my dopamine or my adrenaline doesn't spike during the trader day anymore. I could probably show you. I don't have my Apple Watch on now.
I'm trying to keep it riding today, guys. You know what it is? It's called trading in the zone. And right now I'm riding that zone, right? Like, and I got to keep riding the zone for as long as I can stay in it. But this is very important. If you guys don't know Mark Douglas, Trading in the Zone, go read that book today.
Good book. In the middle, gets a little hippy dippy, I'd say, but yeah, it's a good one.
It's a part of it, right? You know, part of getting a book is that you're always going to get the person's like personal opinions also, right? Like, I think that's just a part of it, right? And that's why I always say that you learn, like, you take strengths from things that you read, just like traders you look at, right? And you learn from those strengths, and then you always try to find out what are maybe some weaknesses they have, so that you're not attaching to those, right? But I think it's definitely one of the best books to at least understand probabilities of trading.
Yeah, that's one thing I like. Speaking of probabilities, in any Duke, I think it is a poker player.
Not getting ads.
Thinking in bets, a good one. Thinking in systems is another good one. A couple of these good.
All right, guys, we're looking really good in this position here. I tried to add. I couldn't. I don't have a single. I think maybe 10,000 shares I can add. Let's do an ad here at 710. I still can't even add the 10,000 shares. So I'm done adding here, guys. I'm just gonna ride this really good buy. I think I got like it's already almost 50K here. So I'm trying to make like maybe 150K. Trying to get to 1 million today, right? If I can do that, I did it really well here. So let's go, guys. Now I got to cancel the stop. There's no reason to have a stop when this is riding up like this. I'm probably going to go for like 760s and just take the money and run. I think this could run to 8, but I'm also starting to get to that point where I'm just trying to stack up cash, right? So 150 is 775. I'll take like 760 and just run with the cash here. Let's see what happens. Good little run through the high, right? So now we're through the high. So we look to see if this can start acting as support. So right here, can this start acting as support? The 712. All right, guys. I
open here on CERO.
Yeah,
gap.
I'm coming to you.
So
I'm
gap
not
here.
touching that thing. You guys do it. I can't do it.
I kind of have
too much money.
I kind of have to. Just I feel like, you know, if it was my own money, I wouldn't be doing this.
There's the $1 million trade.
Yeah,
That's $1 million trade.
I wouldn't
right
be
there.
doing this, but because this is the one for all challenge,
I think you wait for the third hole. We're at 24 now. Are you already short?
I'm starting to add in here. I've got 5,000 at a clip. I'm just kind of I'm leaning on the button. I'm just trying to help our buddy.
Man,
right?
That's crazy. 24, man. 24 now on zero.
But yeah, this is nuts. I feel like I have to like average up for my bros. Like I'm just doing this for.
So
if this was an individual competition, I'd say let them go. Well, you can see here that like a bunch of these people are they're liquidated. Yeah, $1 million loss for a lot of these people.
Money, Mitch.
Oh, they were in first. They were in a while ago. And I think the first guy, none of them are here anymore. They're all gone. I think the first one shorted at 10. So held it well over a double against him with just no way out. So
hey guys, I did want to interrupt. I got a message out there, and then they're asking for you guys. So hey, traders out there, you guys are enjoying the show, enjoying the stream right now. Today we're also opening the door to you guys out there. If you guys want to hop on the stream, reach out to us. right? You guys can let us know. Of course, then we can give you kind of like an email to go ahead and link you through. But you guys can come on the show also. Always open door policy here, guys. Keep it going, my friend.
Yeah, it's all about this guy today, right? That is the only thing that people care about. And like we are now down 7 million open P&L, and we're down 8 million real P&L. So we're over 15 million down as well, right? So I'm just gonna take some of these. Yeah, so it looks like we could be reversing here. This is what kind of our entire account look. I just went, here's all of the top losers. 700,000, 600,000. You can see they're all CERO except a couple RGCs, but it's all CERO, short across the board here.
Guys, I am seeing it good. Look at Husa now. That thing just took off. I watched it when it was at 15. It's already made a run there to 1687. This is what I mean by leaders to laggards. So what happens is the algos go searching. They see Cyril doing moves like that. They literally just go searching. What's the next stock that's having this type of reaction? It would be that HUSA, right? And so you're looking for names that are leading like that, up, 50% or higher. That's up 50%. The next one that's like it, there's XTA. There's apps that I'm trading up 50% also. So I'm trading up the names that are up over 50%. I think those are the names that are holding well right now. And then you got your PCT, which is up 27% and holding really well also. So these multiple runners right now. There you go. Made 329. Yeah. There you go. Cha-ching, my friend. I will give you a money drop indeed. You get another one too, but let it rain for you, my man.
Say it loud for all the shorters out there, right? And say, hey, what are you guys doing?
Stop shorting the best stock in the market today, guys.
This is a team event. What are you doing? Each of us doesn't matter. It's a group event.
We're trying. You
guys are weighing us down.
Get off the team. Who's the winner of the day? I don't know. Who is the winner of the day? Who's got the best position today? Who made the most money today?
There's a couple that are in the CRO still and from a long time. So yeah, there's a bunch. Couple riding them. Yeah. This one guy got in at 15. He's still in. He's got a profit target. Look at the bold profit target of $36. That's his goal for the day.
36. Hey, I can't blame him though, I mean, if I stuck in it, if I just went for, instead of just going for the $500,000, like that just seems like a good spot for me. I mean, I would be up $1 million right now, guys. $1 million on one trade.
If you want to, we don't just go to tradethepool.com. You can grab the platform there. You go to the traders area and just sign right in. I think 36 is reasonable. Yeah, why not really at this point? It looks like we are halted again. I got to change the
title, man. The title wasn't good enough again, Michael. I said 100K. We made over 500 and you made 300. We were going for that milli.
Well, I might be giving all that back now because I've now shorted the boat in CRO with our trying to bail out some of my brethren here, right? Thinking like a team. But we are halted again. So now we gotta wait to see.
That team trading yesterday cost me. I kept trying to hedge somebody. I kept ruining it even more.
Yeah. But if you look at 36 on a chart, which is our leader's target for this, it doesn't seem that crazy. If you zoom out a little bit, you look at it, just
doesn't seem crazy at all.
$10 from here. So generally what happens with these trades, the reason this thing is going so high is not because of news anymore, right? It's they did a massive reverse split like yesterday. So there's just no shares in the float at all anymore. And you end up getting people who short, like we saw most of the people in our competition saw this runner and said, okay, I have to short this. They think, right, what goes up must come down, all that kind of stuff. And so they're short. And then what happens is you get a lot of people that short. There's no shares out there. Those people get run over. They have to buy to cover. Then more people short because it's even more extended. and then they get run over and they have to buy to cover, and so on and so forth, kind of all the way up here. Mitch, I'm just gonna pop out for just 1 second.
Go for it, my friend. Get out of here. Come back for me. All right, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at right now. We'll get Michael out for just a second here. I'll put him in the background, and I'll take over here, guys. Let's talk. What a trade in Zero today, guys. What a move. What a move. Epic trade, guys. I took it out here. It's now almost $10 more, guys. This was $1 million trade today, and all on that 9 EMA strategy, right? That's what I want you guys to understand, how much I love this 9 EMA strategy. I came in here, added when it broke the 9 the first time. You could have been adding, I could have been selling the rip, adding the dip, selling the rip, adding the dip, selling the rip, adding the dip. Another good way to go at it, guys, right? What a crazy stock, though. Crazy indeed. Derek Thompson saying, I love the 9 EMA. Yeah, I love the 9 EMA too, man. It's just the key is you have to wait for that real good runner. But if you can catch one, oh boy, can it run. It could run indeed. All right, what's going on out there, guys? Mitch, if you would have legged out, you'd still be golden. Agree, Rando. I think what it was is like I told you guys, I started to get the mentality of I wanted the $500,000 trade. Maybe I should have just got the mentality of the $1 million trade, right? That's like my biggest thing is I wanted to kind of compete, right? And so I said, you know what? I'm being greedy here. The truth is $1 million not needed, but it was a great trade overall. Let's just say that. All right, let's go to apps here. Apps, guys, apps. I still have a little piece of this, so I'm looking to see if I'm just going to cut it here. It's trying to get going off the $7. I just re-added on the break of the 9 EMA, looking for a 9 EMA recovery. But if it comes back here to like the 695s, I got to get out. So at least I know my out here. I have 200,000 shares here, so it's not a small position. I'm up 10,000 right now. I'm looking for a breakout back above the 730s here. But if it doesn't hold the 7 after these looks, then yeah, that's my get and go sign. So what am I also looking at? Like kind of 5-minute chart here, right? So I'm looking at the trend here. I'm watching this trend line. I'm looking at this to hold, and I'm looking for this to go higher. As long as this trend line can hold, we're still looking good, right? And you'd want to see also the bottom trend line holding well also. So that looks pretty good right there. You can see how that's holding well right now. And now we're starting to come back here. So now we're looking for a breakout back above the 730s and looking for a move to 790s. And we'll see if we get that. And I can make another 200, 300K. It's 10:57. So we're going to get some other traders on to join us in just a second here. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to keep trading this and probably looking for some trades in the afternoon to get short or some action out there. The Qs and the VIX starting to spike there. So VIX is also a play for me and a look that I'm watching today because the SPY is kind of getting there. Zero opening up and coming down here. So there it is. There's your down action there in Zero. It's going to halt on the downside. I'd get shorted if I could. I don't have any money right now. That's getting hit hard right there. Back to 24. Michael, if you need to add it because it's time to add right now.
I got it all in. It's funny. I'm looking at our total P&L there, and then it opened and crashed. We made $2.5 million as a group in that little down. Just to show you how much of the firm is short this. But yeah, I just need to refuel because if you guys don't know, we are staying longer on all of these days for the next today and tomorrow. So I'm hanging out with Steve for another hour. So I just need to grab the essentials, right? So I gotta your protein shake, another coffee.
This is a day I want to stay on all day, guys. All day. Trust me.
Yeah, these are
fun times.
Just down halt. So I would see those. So the problem is I'm looking at this. All of our best winners are long CRO, and all of our biggest losers are short CRO. So just as we made a bunch on that down halt, but then those people also lost a bunch. They didn't have a stop loss. The guy who's looking for 36 is still not out. So it just goes to show you, right? And not to
Q's coming
inflate
down a
Mitch's
little bit
hedge.
here.
Not to inflate Mitch's head a little bit too much, but shows the power of getting out, right? He was in the trade. He got out. Maybe not even all. Maybe you don't do all of it, but you lag a bit out because
I think this is interesting here. The Qs are turning, guys. Things are starting to break down out there. We might have a little bit of a midday turnaround. VIX is something that I'm looking at playing that could get back there to, of course, Friday's high of 55.92. That's about $3 away. Qs are starting to drop here. I think you got to keep an eye on it. See if you get back to the 531. That's the real leak, but I'm just thinking about if we see a turn in the afternoon, just be careful because yesterday it was one of those where we got a really good open and then the rest of the day was just a pullback. Will we get the same thing today? A nice, decent open, and then from the rest of the afternoon, pullback era. We'll see what happens. Crazy action today, guys. Still in this apps, but I set a stop. I'd stop out for 27,000. But looking for this to get back above 7 here and keep pushing. Why did I put the stop? I got the liquidity scare. The liquidity scare actually gave me the ability to just put the stop underneath that, and now I can just let it go, right? It's still holding that line that I drew, but I told myself I'd respect it, right? No need to lose big here. Just set the trade and let it work. All right, guys, we'll see what happens out there, guys. Smash the like always. We'll get Steve on here. I think he's ready to go. You ready, my friend? Ready? Oh, let's bring on the man with the best stash in Wall Street.
How's it going, guys?
What's going on, man? How we doing, Steve? You
doing
ready
good.
to
Can you
keep
hear me all
things
right?
going? Oh yeah.
yeah, you sound great.
I hear you. You in it, it's a little choppy right now, but don't worry about that. We'll get it fixed.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out here. But hey, it's been a good day, man. I'm out there. I just took a hit. I'm out of the zone. I was in the zone. I'm passing the zone on to you two to keep it going. The torch has been passed. Now, you guys got to keep it going.
All right, we could
$500,000 trade. I didn't get the milli, but I did the half. So go make that other half.
How long is this live? We're live until the close. Normally, this would be the end of the day, but because we're having this special competition, we're extending it just for you guys. So you get out of here, Mitch. We'll get going.
Go kill it, guys. Have fun.
And Michael, I'm going to go disconnect my laptop from the Wi-Fi. I think it might be struggling here just a little. So
Cool.
Give me 30 seconds and I won't be a slideshow.
No worries. I'll kick you out there. I'll get Mitch out of here. Remove. Bam. There we go. So, like I mentioned, here's the competition. We're down 6 million real. We're down 8.5 unreal. I like to watch this ticker because it's just showing what people are getting into and out of. And again, I like this for a nice current scanner of what's moving on here. And a lot of people are shorting, taking profits in INDO, but a lot of people are shorting different names here. APPS, someone just bought to cover. So I just look like I'm keeping this up now. I remember I ran some other contests before, trading contests, and they always ended up being really wicked scanners because a lot of people, they're trading the same stuff they would normally trade. Maybe they've got a real account and a contest account or whatever. And it's always just a really good way to say this is what's in play, right? So, all right, Steve, try again before I give you, because you're coming to the principal's office, bud. Let's try this again.
I'm in trouble already?
Well, what happened yesterday? I left. We were up $2 million. Ever since then, it's been an absolute train wreck. It's been just we're down like 15 mil at this point, and it's not stopping.
Listen, Michael, in my defense, when I was handed the torch, we got the first red candle, I think, of the day. I think it was straight shot up. I think that might have something to do with it, but I don't know. Maybe I led everybody astray. There's also always that possibility. So we just got to make it back.
Well, listen, I can't blame me, so I have to blame you. That's just the way it works.
That is how it works. That's totally fair.
It is a
in.
very interesting experience just because everybody who's losing money is all losing it in the same way. And they are just short. They find whatever stock's up the most of the day and they full port short into it and lose all of their money. So it goes to show you, if you're struggling trading, maybe you just turn off the short side and say, hey, I'm only going to buy stocks. Because then at least you can't lose more than double your money. Because we watch guys short the CERO from 10, from 11, and just hold it, their entire $1 million account, and just hold it till they just disappeared off the list entirely.
It's very tempting, isn't it? You see something up 40% pre-market, you're like, surely it can't triple in the next hour, and then you just get dragged. So I'm with you. I think that I probably would steer away from shorting the top volume, top gainers until you're really sure you know what you're seeing. Because I mean, heck, I'm too scared to do that 90% of the time.
Well, and if you do, have a stop loss, because it's you're weighing us down. Of the, like, if I look at the accounts here, of the 8 million we're down, if we go to like projected balance, let's sort by this. We've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's call it 6. These people right here, this is all your fault. Right, there's one guy whose projected balance is negative 22,000, so he lost his full $1 million and then an additional 22k. There's another guy who lost his full $1 million and negative 11k. And then if you look at the guys who are up, like, you know, $55,000, it's the same thing, right? You've blown up. So of the 10 or whatever $1 million we're down, there's like 5 people you can push as well, right? So
yeah. Well,
leaderboard is showing. Sorry, leaderboard is showing someone up 10k. No, I'll get them to look at that, because the guy who's winning has doubled his money, right? So this is probably going to be the guy. That's pretty close, actually. So he's made $1.2 million, and he is in a position here. He's up in $200,000 of profit. So he's short SLXR and MSW. Nice looking little gains on both of those for sure. That's a nice look.
Oh wow, yeah, look at that. That's a crazy chart on MSW. What a 5-minute candle. That's insane. The gap.
Someone saying, if all are losing, who gets the fun again? I don't think everyone's going to lose. There's a lot of people out here who are doing very well. But you know, they're up 500,000. They're up, 300,000-400,000, things like that. And then, yeah, the guys who are getting hammered are just letting their entire accounts like hit zero. That's just their game plan is whatever. All eyes are on this CRO, because I think the entire firm is short. Like everybody, there's probably $20 million short on this position. So if this thing really gives it back, then maybe we could recover. So.
Oh man, yeah, we're going on almost a 15-minute halt there. So that's going to be a spicy open. I'll keep that up on my screen for sure. Anything else catching your eye right now?
Not right now. I'll take a look. Where can we see this? So that screen that I'm showing you guys, you don't have access to. That's like an admin portal. That's just for some of the hosts here. But you can check out the leaderboard, and I can show you anywhere inside. You can just hit competition inside Trader Evolution. You hit leaderboard, and then you hit competition. You'll get a little thing there that will give you the overall stats. The reason we can't give people this is because I have the ability to close down anyone's positions or anything like that, right? So we can't. It's already chaos. It'd be even more. Oh, CRO must be open, because I see these positions moving now. So let's take a look. Yeah, open with a little bit of a gap down. Let's see if this continues lower or whether they find a bid here.
Yeah, I'd like to see just maybe a retrace to fill the gap, or obviously that'd be great if it just died. But I think the level I'm watching here is this 2075. I'd like to see that get lost, and then we can lose some momentum down to maybe 17 or so.
It would be, because against my better judgment, I got short with everybody, because it was one of those. If we're gonna get back, we needed all the people to join in as possible. So I put my whole million plus the 300,000 I made yesterday into the CER short, just to help the cause.
I like it, but it is a good illustration of the whole risk of ruin concept, right? Like the bigger of the hole you're in, the more risky you're willing to be to make that back. So tournament theory, I think is what it's called. There's very interesting
a couple books or podcasts or whatever, just look up tournament theory. It's interesting. It just talks about how the people who are generally doing better at in a tournament do less money, and then any of the people who are about to get kicked out of a tournament will just risk it all. Like at that point, at some point, you just need to YOLO. This chart is CERO. You can just see it right here in the background. So this is the high flyer du jour that everybody's kind of watching, because SP 500. I don't know if you've been watching today, Steve, but nothing. Everyone's waiting for FOMC, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a lot of consolidation. I don't know. It looks kind of good to me right now, honestly. SPY's breaking out of a little flag. We'll see if it sticks. But like you said, there's some reasons why it could just be chop all day, I feel.
Yes.
Looking a little clean to me. We can see if we get a push.
Yeah, so just if you're looking for more information on the platform and the basics, just go into the traders area, trade the pool. There's a whole bunch of videos there, and the video on demand section is in there as well. So that will teach you stuff. Actually, and I'll get you the link here. Trade the pool VOD. There we go. Just grab you guys the link, because if you don't know, I can put this up here as well. We do have this whole area just for you guys. And yeah, we can just chill on the caps too, right? We don't need to caps lock everything. So we've got interviews, we got webinars, we've got trade the pool, podcasts, some fun to trader interviews, and then just platform tutorials way down here at the bottom. So go there, play around, have a good time. That's one thing that you can do kind of in your off time, because they're VODs, right? You can watch them whenever you want. Set some time away at night from whatever reality show du jour and take a few minutes and hone your craft is usually a better use of time. So SPY it undercut VWAP there for a second, and now we're really pushing up here. So I'm watching 2-day VWAP at 602. If we can get there, I think that would be interesting.
I like it. Let me zoom out of my 1 minute tunnel vision here and see what I'm looking for as a target. I mean, I guess the easy target is just mitigate the downside from yesterday. So it looks like we actually did that on the initial surge up, and we want to push higher. So I'd like to see full mitigation up to basically the closing price at this point. We'll see if we get it, but
yeah, this I don't expect too much, right? Just because, like we were talking about, it's FOMC tomorrow, right? And everyone's just kind of, if I'm a large institution at noon on Tuesday, am I going to put in my $10 billion that I want to in the market, or am I just going to wait until the dude stops talking tomorrow, right? These guys aren't in a rush in order to do things. So I think it makes perfect sense that we are right in the middle of the range here. What's kind of worrying me is just the Bitcoin. Look at this. Just
what's going on there? That looks like liquidation. It's just straight
yeah,
down.
just like a sell program, and I would expect this to participate in some way, right? We had this 110 area, and we just couldn't break through there. And ever since then, every rally has been sold into. So that concerns me a bit. I would like to see Bitcoin participate as kind of the king of risk off. But at the same time, we have these junk companies that just did a reverse split yesterday going up 300%. So maybe I shouldn't look too hard for risk on signals.
Yeah, I think it's a weird little week here. Partially because, like you said, not only FOMC but also of expiration tomorrow. So there's just going to be a lot of shifts going on positioning wise and in terms of unpinning of volatility. So I think that we're definitely kind of in the wait and see mode here. So I don't know. This was kind of like yesterday. You guys handed it over to me, and I was like, what do I do? I missed the trades.
Well, this is why the show is generally a morning show, right? It's because in the afternoon we kind of discourage trading in general, because quite often it's not the right move to be trading at all. But we're hoping, so we'll do a lot of showcasting of what's going to go on with the tournament. And right now it is all about this stock right here. We talk about this all the time, where when the SPY is very active, everybody trades a lot of the large caps because you can get the juice there. And when the SPY is just dead, a lot of the junkies, they go to things like this. So small news events can really lift stocks and craziness like this, which again makes perfect sense, right?
No, absolutely. And I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of this SERO short now. It's starting to look like a potential little double top on the 1 minute. I know 1 minute, we got to let it cook, but it's yeah, the 5 minute there looking a little heavy. The previous red bar from the highs is starting to act as resistance here. So
yeah, cave in and filled the gap, and it looks like it's going to fail. I've got a whole. At some point, I need to find some time. I'm doing a little more streaming this week. I got to do a whole study on gap fills. I'm sick of the gap needs to fill, and then I ask for evidence of this, and nobody has any. It should be a fairly easy study to run. So I'm gonna like write off a period of time and just do it. I did this. I don't know if you saw. I did this tweet on the weekend. It was a very benign tweet, and it got like 200,000 impressions, and there was like 150 comments, and like people were battling. And the tweet was just essentially, it was something like, I think I pointed a candle like this weekly candle and saying this is what the candle that they want you to worry about. And then everyone's saying, oh, there's this gap here that has to fill. And I just kept asking. I'm like, they're like, oh, I heard it somewhere. Like, well, this should be a very easily studyable thing, right? Do gaps need to fill? Now, down gaps makes perfect sense that if a stock's at all-time highs, every single down gap has been filled. But up gaps, do they need to fill? So I've got this whole plan to go through, and I'm going to study this. I don't know, I'll write it for the Dow Award or something.
Ooh,
but
look at that on spot.
Yes,
we tagged a level there and just puked it. So that might be the end of the party. We might just be range bound. That's
look at that
gnarly stick. Yeah, just swept the highs of the previous one. Said, okay, good enough.
That makes me want to go to the streets here. See, by the streets, we need Walter Bloomberg and my boy Evan at Stock Market News, being the two of those. Nothing.
Oh, is that another halt on SERO?
It is, yeah. So it's another down halt.
Spicy.
So we had, I think, one halt somewhere in through here. Yeah, in here to the upside. And I think it maybe have halted right here for a little bit. And then, yes, it down halted. So, someone is short from. So let's see. Now that we're pushed down, we're only down $4 million unrealized. Guys, you're down 4 unrealized, down 8.2 realized. So, dudes, come on. But look at this. So I've got this sorted by the biggest loser. And look, see, these are all CRLO. We have one SRLX long, and then these are all CRO. So it's the entire firm is short. So we're all
baby.
The all for one is definitely happening. We've got a couple people long CRO, but just not enough.
Not Michael, we're just hedging. We're just hedging here. We're just being, we're practicing risk management. That's all.
Yeah. Let me see if I can look. Okay, so all together now, let me get you some stats so I can filter that by CRO. Altogether, we are down $3 million on CRO open. This is not even the close. This is just open. And we are short together 1.27 million. So 1.3 million shares net. So everyone that is long, right, net, we are short 1.3 million shares. So
you love to see it. We're the ones driving the price down right now, Michael. Like we did this. So good job, guys.
Yeah, with our paper money psychologically through the ether.
I like that.
Yeah, this is all we care about. This is the only thing because I'm going through the rest of these and trying to see if there's anything that's anywhere close. What's some other crazy names? I can't even scroll down on this list. Because the platform's not designed for me able to scroll down on the filter list. So thankfully it's in the C's that we're trading, because I think we've traded every stock in the market. Like this ticker that you guys are seeing down here, this is every new order created or limit, and then here's the filled orders. You'll just see this thing tick through. This is the slowest part of the day, right? Anytime you see order for 75 cents, that's the commissions of it. But yeah, we are all in the Sea Arrow short.
Well, my eyes are. It's riveting. It's like it's a good movie. Just it's like the final boss. We might make it.
Yeah, I always love contests like these, right? For people, there's always some people who kind of take them a little too seriously, but for the rest of us who are just having a good time, it's these are fun. And sometimes you get a little bit of a gleam into like trader mass psychology. Like, where else can you look at like what like hundreds of traders are doing instantaneously and try to get a feel on kind of what happens on mass? It's really interesting.
No, absolutely. Very cool to see this stuff in action. So I'm learning a lot. I'm learning that I really shouldn't be touching small caps probably because I would probably be shorting this thing too and getting smoked from 12 to 26. What a move. So what did these guys even do? Does anybody know?
I heard an FDA approval, but I think really what's happening, well, I can look. Gets FDA orphan drug designation, which I just think means they can do a little bit more research. But the big thing was the reverse split, the 1 for 20. So they have no float anymore. And then they got a little bit of good news. And because they have absolutely no float, this is one of those that there's a near 100% certainty in my eyes that tonight you get one of those, oh, we're going to raise a bunch of money. Because they did, it seems to be the thing, right? You do the reverse split, come out with some good news, you pop the stock, and then you offer to then dilute. Now that you've shrunk the float, you expand it again by diluting shares, raising money. The question whole is, can the short survive until that comes out? It doesn't look like it.
Well, I guess it's just good business, right? If you look at it like that, it does make sense. And then, who's getting punished? The shareholder, but it does, or at least the short-term trader shareholder, and then in the long term, it does in theory raise capital for them to do whatever the heck that is they do. But it does not feel good when it happens to your stock, let me tell you.
No, and that's why there's a dilution is something, right? That I think it's Dilution Tracker. There's a whole website that kind of gives you the history of companies and how often they dilute and everything. Because you're right, it is the thing you don't want to happen. It's imagine if someone came. I keep trying to describe what dilution is. It's like, well, imagine just someone came and just took part of your house, gave you a couple bucks, and they're just like, this is my house now, you can't get it back. It's like, so basically with AMC is a perfect example. If you owned 10% of AMC's float before the meme stock, you own less than 1% now, right? If you didn't add any of them, right? So if you owned, again, 10% of the entire company of AMC, because they have diluted so much, you own about 0.5%. And that's basically what's happening with these dilution events, is that whatever your percentage holding of the company is now worth less. And that's why they always kind of go down in value, is because you're saying, hey, I'm selling better. I guess a better example is, hey, I'm selling half of your house to this guy who you don't know, and just take it. I'm taking the money because I'm selling half of your house to that guy, and I guarantee you that I'll do something cool with the money that I sold half your house for in the future.
Yeah, I promise the property value will go up eventually.
Right?
Don't sell for 5 years.
Yeah, trust me. I'm going to sell half your house without you wanting me to, in order to build something in the backyard. And if I do it right, then your house will be worth more in the future. And quite often you see them with pharmaceutical companies and things like that, because they have to. They don't have a product to sell. Yeah. They're funding research, and your hope is, it's why, I know I talk about this all the time, but I really do think the psychedelic sector is going to heat up. I own some of this ETF that's gone from a 9 to about 14 in a period of time. I'm watching it up here.
Oh, wow.
And then people will ask, well, which psychedelics company are you invested in? I always say, well, I've got a bunch of MindMed. And the reason is just because they have $250 million in cash. So there's just less of a chance that these guys are going to dilute me. And I think you're seeing that in the share price versus, CYBN, right, which has just been going down the entire time, or a CNPS. And it has less to do with what the company is actually producing, and just more about, they're not going to dilute me. And that's right? It's all I care about, because if psychedelics, it's one of those things, if psychedelics is going to replace SSRIs the way people think it does, all of them are going to go up a bunch. The one that's not going to go down as much while we're waiting for that to happen is the one with the most amount of cash. Because you think about it, if you have 250 million in cash, you're making 5% on it just sitting in T-bills. They're able to fund their operation for years to come. So when you're looking at these companies, I bet you if we take a look at CRO, and we're just kind of filling space while we waited for open, but I bet you the finances here aren't that good. If I were to take a bet, bet you they don't have much in the way or anything in the way of cash.
Well, till tonight,
Yeah, well, then they'll have a bunch. Yeah, there's 393,000 shares in the entire float. How much have we done in volume today? Oh, we're open up again.
Oh, let's go. Gap down.
Under
Through
20.
my short-term support, which I've noticed often once it gives out on these momentum names, you're just cooked. So I think,
we've done 36 million shares today, and there's 300,000 shares. So we've done the float's changed hands 1,000 times.
That is actually insane. That's insane churn. Wow. What can you say? Slow day in the market, I guess. This is where everybody's at.
It's
all right. Nice hammer down. Beautiful.
Yeah, we tried to bounce, failed. Let's take a look at our total account balance. Oh, we're only down 2 million real, guys. Coming back a bit.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Down 8 million. Down 8 million real, down 2 million unreal. So we need this thing just to puke and people to have the guts. It's going to be a shame for a lot of the people, and a good lesson out there. There's a whole bunch of these guys liquidated, right? That had 100,000 plus shares short of this, and they just couldn't hold on. They lost all the money in their account. And again, it just shows you could be right on the direction. If you're wrong on timing, you don't have a stop loss, whatever it is, too big, that would be the worst thing in the world, is to get, if this was real money, to get your whole account liquidated, and then you look back 2 days later and you would have made a whole bunch of money.
Oh yeah.
It means you're too big, right?
That never happens to me. That's definitely not the Steve special, where I tranche in too early and then they get me with the one stop loss candle and I hit the daily limit and I say, okay. And then it does the thing. It always does the thing. But
we go back to old man story time, I guess. 2008. Right? The great financial collapse, if those who didn't know. In 2008, you had oil just ripping. And you can see, right? Look at this the monthly chart of oil. And you can imagine what was happening to airlines at this time, right? Airlines was crashing. When I worked for the hedge funds, there's a guy who opened a hedge fund, and he had a perfectly, it was like a macro kind of thematic hedge fund, and he had about a 10-year track record. He did fantastically until he started to short oil and buy airlines.
Man.
An inverse relationship there. And
Real
he got shut down, where all his biggest people just said, enough, you're losing us too much money, withdrew their money, redeemed from their hedge fund, and the whole hedge fund closed down. I remember it was the month before this.
That's brutal. He wasn't wrong. He was just early.
It's one of those, right? For every Michael Burry out there who was able to hold on until the moment he was right, there's another one of these guys where, oil just completely collapsed. And of course, the airlines, this was before airlines were really smart enough. Like, airlines now have like whole trading departments that are constantly hedging the amount of energy they need and oil they need. Yeah. And so they were no one expected this rally to happen. And just kind of completely fell apart. And I remember just watching oil, it seemed like day after day, week after week, get lower and lower and lower, and just in the back of my head thinking, this guy would have made monster, like life-changing returns for him and his investors, but just couldn't do it, right? Too big.
That's a shame. That's tough. You know, he was watching it too. Just knives to the heart. Just that's brutal. Oh man, wow, yeah, good day for oil again. I don't think it's done. I think it's got legs here.
Yeah, I think it's and I think a lot of it's a positioning thing. If you look at it, we had this. I think it actually looks better on the futures, where we had this massive undercut of this huge level.
Yeah.
Right. This going back years and years and years. This was a huge level, and we undercut. And you see this all the time, right? Daily charts, intraday charts. When you have an undercut and then it swiftly retraces that zone,
right?
There's, you've trapped a whole bunch of shorts. There's a whole bunch of longs that got out, and now they're all underwater. That makes it more interesting to me that this thing potentially could hold up here.
No, I'm totally with you with the swift reclaims. I mean, the fake breakdown is literally my favorite setup. That's what I trade more than anything else. I mean, it's just so high probability. You get the velocity. You've already kind of weathered. Ideally, you're not in it as it does that because you're getting in as it reclaims the level. But you've already shaken out enough people that there really isn't nearly as much messing with you. It feels like you get a lot more directional straight moves, and man, I mean, this is like, what are we looking at here with this like 3-year long flag in crude oil? Like, is this going to just be the end of the world when it breaks out? Like, what in the world could possibly be a bigger deal to break out higher than the Ukraine war?
I don't know, but it looks like we're, depending on how you draw the trend line, a little bit of a break here. I don't think we're seeing oil get back to this high, but it does look like a potential little trade, even if it got to these prior highs on a percentage basis, and especially for something that it's not going to disappear overnight. It's an interesting little push for sure.
Absolutely. We are seeing some break of market structure on SPY. SCRO isn't quite following yet, just kind of chopping back and forth, but SPY looking pretty heavy here. I want to see what it does at 600. I feel like I wouldn't expect too much of a move, honestly, while we're on here. But
yeah,
a little bit of a yeehaw with that push up, trying to break out of the flag, and then just hard rejection, wicking up. So it is finding some support under the last lows, some buyers, but I don't know. I think it needs a retest of the 600. One thing I did notice is when you draw a fib on the recent swing low to swing high, the 50% level is exactly at 600. So that's always interesting how that tends to work out.
Yeah, like this was the overreaction kind of panic on Friday, and then we pop up, and now we're just kind of smack. It's frustrating for if you trade these individual markets, but you got to know there's this massive binary event that the big boys are waiting for tomorrow. It's why it's actually a really good time to have this kind of competition, because I know personally my bot hasn't traded nearly as much in the last couple of days as it normally did, right? So
no, I timed this vacation well. I have not been freaking out about some amazing trades I'm missing. I'm just hanging out, accumulating hymns as it builds out in the space off the 9 EMA.
Yeah, don't jinx it, right? I own
2x ETF. You know me. That is what I'm in.
Yeah, I'm in a bunch of this guy from way back here, right? Just a trend following system I have.
Beautiful.
And I'm going to stay in till it breaks, a major moving average that is part of the system. But I just hope this thing just kind of rips. It just looks so nice. Same with Palantir. I own a bunch of that that I marked it right there. And yeah, trying to challenge new all-time highs. Meanwhile, the CRO is just doing nothing.
I think we're getting the candle I'm looking for here. We got all of the moving averages starting to converge and flatten out, like on the 1 minute chart. So, grain of salt. But, I do think, or at least hope, that we are going to start to see a rejection off that. If not, then it will do this and push up. Okay, so I jinxed it. I'm sorry, guys. That one's on.
Yeah, listen, you're talking against the entire firm. Now we're back down 6 million. Unreal.
Oh, no.
I think more people are joining the short now. So we could blow up like everybody could go right from here. Down 7 million in realized, and down another 6 million in unrealized. So yeah, we're down 15 million in 2 days. It's again, remember the goal was to beat the SPY or the Qs, which haven't moved in the last 2 days. They haven't done anything. The market is just waiting until tomorrow, and meanwhile we've lost like insane quantities of money. Eventually, for a percentage basis, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to sum up the total of how many people signed up, right? That's how many millions in total in paper money that we were trading, and then see what this is on a percentage basis. I think, although it's fun to talk about millions, I think this is going to be a pretty minute change, right? Yeah. Say there's even 100 people doing this. Well, then, you know, if there's 100 people in the competition, I think there's more than that. But if there's only 100 people, that puts 100 million in buying power. And if we've lost 10 million, then we're down 10%, which, considering how crazy everybody's going, is not that big of a percentage move.
I mean, but I will. The last 1 minute candle on CERO was 10%. Kind of puts it into perspective, right?
Exactly. Now I don't know. I don't know. You know, I'm making up those numbers. I have no idea. But I'm scrolling the list here, and I'm just seeing lots of accounts. So I don't know how many are officially in trading, but yeah, I think we're going to be up or down 10 or 15%. But that is way worse than the market that has done nothing in the last 2 days. And that was our only goal. If nobody traded the last 2 days, we'd probably be doing a little bit better in the overall market, which is technically down like 0.5% or something like that. So
so that puts it in perspective.
Yeah, doing nothing would have been better for this than everything. But so again, I think this is one of those, right? Steph said it best before he left, right? Who shorts these all the time. That's kind of what he does. And he always says, wait for a higher low. So yeah. I would, you know, it's not a rock solid representation, but I would kind of look, if we failed here, yeah, that would be the lower high, right? Where you had this push, and if we fail, kind of, so what's that, a break of 20 would we put in. Now I'm already $1 million short on this one, because just for the power of the people. But yeah, that's what I think, right? If we end up rolling over here and breaking down, then we hit VWAP, and then through VWAP, maybe this thing goes back to a little bit more. I think we're probably going to do this for the rest of the day. Yeah. And then overnight, they go, yeah, here's your dilution. Have fun, kids.
You know, the only thing I'm worried about, and it's a big grain of salt, because like you said, the fundamentals are going to be key on this, because it's not even fundamentals, it's just literally the biggest impact on supply and demand. It's squeezing because of this, and now if that changes, it will stop squeezing. But what I'm seeing when I'm looking at the daily chart is there is still that high at 28.46 from the last squeeze. I don't know. Is it, if we're still hanging out this strong near the highs, maybe it's just reloading for that last push up to sweep that out.
Oh yes. Well, there was one guy who was long, and I can see their orders in place, and he had a $36 target, and everyone was laughing. I'm like, is that really? You know, it's already done this. Is that really too crazy to get up here? You know, you sweep that high, you rally a bit more, but we're losing it a little bit here, right? We're coiling a little bit lower.
Oh, nice. That's looking good. So that was an attempted kind of flag above short-term moving averages, and now starting to see some downsides. So for me, when these lose momentum, it can be pretty fast, you know, very slowly, then all at once.
Well, yeah, you got to think about all the momentum traders that have been buying and making money all morning. Once they see that a potential top is in, a trailing stop is triggered, they just say, you know, get me out, and just get up and leave. And then you've got all that demand that was fueling it is out, right? If I own this thing anywhere from $15 and I'm hitting the button here at 22 or $20, that's good. It's $5, right? If I took 1,000 shares, which isn't a lot for this, right? I just made 5 Gs today, and I'm shutting down my computer and walking away. So quite often you can see these things bleed down. I think VWAP here could be an ultimate target, and that's 16 or call it $17. But it's just funny to see every tick that this thing puts in moves our entire kind of net worth as a firm like $1 million. Just, you can see here's the CRO chart up here, and then here's down here is where the total amount is, and that's it ticks down a little bit, and we just make like $500,000 just like that.
Insane. I'm keeping an eye on SPY here. I'm hesitant to actually take a trade. You know, everything's moving so slow, but I am seeing, you know, we swept under the previous lows there. We are back over VWAP, and now we're back testing it. So see, yeah, it's just I don't trust anything to actually hold or give a sustained push, especially in the afternoon before a big day. So it's a little bit tough. I think if I were to trade, I'd be doing mean reversion on a pretty short time frame, just scalping and just not overstaying my welcome. You know, we're a little higher than VWAP and it looks like we're fading. I'll just take it right back down, that kind of thing. But I mean, it's not riveting price action. There's not a ton to talk about. But
you know, people, someone asked about SRM. Again, this is a BS company that's probably on its way to zero, but they did something with Tron, so sure, I guess. But just from a kind of momentum standpoint, the fact that it's holding most of yesterday's range, that's positive, right? That it's doing that. That's something that I think you put in the win column and say, okay, that's a nice look there. However, stuck under VWAP for the day. Right, this thing bled entirely off the open. I would say if it can't reclaim VWAP, it's probably looking to go, right? So
yeah, absolutely. And we're looking at SRM. If anybody caught me and Joe talking about it yesterday, it kind of did the exact thing we were talking about. You mind if I pull my screen up real quick?
Yeah, no, go nuts. Anytime.
Awesome. There. Did I just hit remove? Sorry.
We're
doing the card door. All right, I got this. I literally just did this with I was driving up with my dad and we were trying to get back in the car and we did that 4 times. So there's something going on with me. All right. So yeah, we had this flagging here. I was looking at the hourly and saying, okay, we have this nice little gap here. And I'm also noticing the B shape of this volume profile here. So I was saying that it would kind of make sense to me if we came back and we retested this zone, renegotiated it, and maybe build out this B shape into more of a D shape and get some more trading action in this zone. So to me, this seems very healthy. I mean, you know, it kind of did the thing. It mitigated this, you know, kind of a paint bubble, so to speak, this area in the tape where there was a little bit less liquidity. And it said, okay, we're going to reach down. And so far it has pushed up pretty decently off of that. So what I'd like to see is a VWAP retest, and then we can kind of see where the rubber hits the road here. Got to say, this top wick pre-market a little bit sketchy. You know, we could be arguing for double top, but you know, you could also argue for relative equal highs and a very, very nice place for them to try to kind of sweep those stops. So
well, and if you zoom in on that wick, it was literally, I think, the first minute of pre-market training. It opened up and it's almost like there was just an order that had to get filled or something. It did like just that initial spike and then just drop right away. So that's hard. CRO
one order here in the buy program. Sorry,
broke 20. CRO just broke 20 to the downside.
Fed out. And feel free to take back over here. I'm not watching anything too interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
love to see it.
Broke that 20 for now. That puts us only down. Oh, we're almost unreal. We're only down $1 million now. We were down 8 million before. If this thing really gives up the ghost, maybe we can actually do it. Because again, everybody in the competition is like short $1 million worth of this one. So let's see what happens. Again, VWAP was around that $17. That's kind of going to be target 1. I'm now up on my 1 million share short position, so I'm contributing to the cause still.
You're doing your part.
I'm doing my part, and I'm holding until the end of the day. I'm hoping this thing goes to zero by the end of the day.
There we go. So I have a level here at call it 19, give or take 10 cents. There's a nice little volume shelf there that it wants to negotiate. Probably going to see a little bit of a pop up here. Totally healthy. I'd like to see it just not get much traction off of this level, not really retrace it much more than maybe $21 at the most, and then just continue down to I think the real money is going to be down in the 1650 to 15 area. That's where a lot of volume is traded, and I think it wants to go home. You know, it's like the golf ball and Billy Madison. It just wants to go home. So.
Well, and that's VWAP too. So there's a lot of things that line up. And then if you just look left, there's a big cluster of action around here, around the halt. So it seems like the natural place to maybe go to and say, maybe that's fair value for now. Although this company is not doing anything. This is not, anyone who looks at this and says this is news, I just remind them that we've done over 40 million shares today, and there's only 300,000 shares in the the float. So to describe that to viewers, essentially imagine we were all sitting in a room trading this company. We've taken the whole company and like passed it around like 100 times. So this is all just pure speculation at this point. There's nothing legitimate about this actual trading. It's
right.
Just, everyone's just making stuff up.
Pure market mechanics. And Stephen Wheeler is he's got my back. Yeah, it's Happy Gilmore, not Billy Madison. One of those Sandler flicks.
And I've got a controversial point where I think Billy Madison was much better. And
okay,
it's like one
and
of
Happy
those.
Gilmore, I think I'm with you there.
It's one of the meme of like, you know, what do you say that gets, and it's like the meme template with all the guys got knives to his. It's like, yeah, that's me. They're both good. I heard they're making a Happy Gilmore too, and I will not. Still, like, just stop it, guys.
Don't ruin the nostalgia, right?
Yeah,
all right.
I
have a hot Adam Sandler take two. I think Uncut Gems is by far his best movie.
So I don't know if I've ever seen it.
Oh, it's great. It's very different. You know, it's not particularly funny, but he's actually a great actor. You know, he's got real chops. So that one, it's a stressful movie too, but it's like very fun. It's fun for me. I like I like those high paced kind of thrillers. So if you like the Diamond Game, check that out.
Now, well, while we're waiting for this result, we're doing Adam Sandler facts. Amazing artist, just guitar for his guitars. Insane. There was, I don't know if you ever listened to any Warren Zevon.
Sounds very familiar, but
Werewolves of London.
Okay.
He did, when Warren died, they did a whole tribute album to him, and they invited on like so the Wallflowers is Warren Zevon kid and Bruce Springsteen's kid.
Right.
That's who makes the Wallflowers. So, you know, the Wallflowers did some covers and all of these different big names because Warren Zevon wrote and composed and for a lot of things for a lot of big name rockers. And Adam Sandler, I guess, like petitioned to be on. He's like, I want to cover Werewolves of London. And that's like, he's like, I loved it. I thought it was an amazing song. And it all goes to charity, whatever. He was like, I guess he had his like agents call and he was like super forceful about it. But yeah, he's on the Warren Zevon cover with Werewolves of London. It does great job.
Awesome.
Like, he did. Yeah, it's not a joke cover or anything. He's like, no, he took it. He's like, I'm taking this dead seriously.
I think he's one of those actors like what's another example? There's a few of those that, you know, just kind of get pigeonholed into comedy and they actually can really be great serious actors. So
well, and he seems like one of those guys who got FU money and actually just decided to, it's like, I'm going to do whatever I want. So
which is awesome. I love that. I love seeing artists actually do what they want to do instead of feel beholden. Jim Carrey, that's a great example. Absolutely. Yeah.
They just said, oh, listen, I made a bunch of money and I'm gonna do whatever I want with it. I don't care. I mean, you want to know why we're talking smack, right? It's noon on a Tuesday before FOMC, and the market's doing this, right? So we're gonna keep looking. I'm running my scanners. I'm looking for anything that's moving out of the blue, but it's just we have to focus on the CERO because right, it ticks up. We're 1 million here, we're 1 million there. People are starting to do some covering in through here, so people are starting to take some profits. You can see, so our unreal was down, or sorry, our realized was down, I think 9 million at one point, and it's slowly kind of ticking up. We're only down 7 million on realized, and we're down about 2 million on unrealized. So we're down 15 million at one point. We're sitting around 10 million down now, but we need this bleed to continue, or we're gonna be having a hard time here.
You know, I'm just noticing, and this could be absolutely nothing, but I just noticed the exact split second that SCRO popped, SPY pulled back. Is SCRO in control of the market, Michael? Give it to me straight.
Oh, maybe. Now, he may have missed the legend of who I'm calling PCSA man, and I hope he is watching the stream and he digs in here, because this guy right here was short this entire time and shorting more. And on this little tick on PCSA, I saw his account tick down to being like 800,000. This position was down negative 800,000. He was this close to getting just liquidated and shut down, and he's still holding, and now he's up $240,000 on the position. So,
my king, PCSA man, the legend.
Awful trading. even if you make a crap ton of money doing it, it was horrible. You never should have done it. Horrible. But just like, I'm rooting for you as just the underdog, right? It's like the same reason when you're watching Rudy. You just like, he was this close to just getting killed. And
right. Well, that's where the emotional resonance comes from, right? If Rudy was 6'5", 350, that would be a very different movie. So
exactly.
If this guy was practicing his stops, I wouldn't, to be honest, care as much.
Yeah. Like, oh, good trading. Good for you. And yes, a lot of people along this RBNE taking a bet here that this thing will break highs. I'm watching this one. Again, my whole account is short the CRO, and not because I think it's a good idea, just like for the people. RBNE, this one will be interesting. Looks like it's going to potentially challenge this highs. So we got a couple people up $400,000 or $500,000 on these trades, which is great. Question is, do we break the high and just there we go? So up 500,000 here. Do we break the high and fail, or does this one become kind of the next run of this RPNE? I've said it a few times, Steve, but I've done other contests like this before, and I love them for scanners. Right, because I can just look at what everyone, like, people are buying mRNA here. I see Run, some people are trading those, so you can
the solar bloodbath from the bill, the Senate bill or whatever was going on. I'm sad. I got stopped out of my FSLR pretty hard there. So sad boys club, but
on a day trading basis, I'm long like all of the solars from my own account.
Nice,
but just one of those. Is the gap a little bit too extended? Kind of,
I think it's got to be
trades, right?
Especially for non-retail solar. I think that there's, I don't know. I think that I don't know. Maybe I'm just BSing here. I got to actually do more research on the details of the bill, but something tells me it's oversold. And maybe that's just because the FSLR setup looked so clean that I like have trouble believing that it's all over. But it might just all be over.
Might be. Well, these are just shitty companies. Anyway, right?
FSLR is not that bad. The other one's very
no. It's the right. It's the tallest short person. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. That's
right. Like, it's the best of the worst. It's like saying, "Hey, I'm the best marijuana company out there."
Yeah. It's like when you have to preface the conversation by, "I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking." It's actually it's pretty bad.
Like, hey, I am the best, shittiest company. This CRO, I don't know. The whole world, part of me wants to now flip, take the couple bucks I made out of it, and
you're gonna
go to the long side. I don't know. Like the longer this is taking, the more I'm just looking at this saying, "Hey, this is a giant bull flag."
It definitely could be. Yeah, that's what's on my screen. But I do believe that the rubber will hit the road pretty quick here, and I'll when you're done there, I'll show you what I got.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. Oh, no.
There you go.
There we go. All right. So yeah, big flagpole. We got this going on. It is still valid in terms of it's holding my yellow or orange 5-minute trigger here, which just I use to kind of gauge momentum between this one and this red 1-minute trigger. But it lost this one pretty suddenly. Now we get the pinch. I've learned that me trying to have an opinion is just a mistake in general. Like you're saying, just trust the system. So I need to see which one of these levels gets traction. Right now it's doing the classic pinch. I don't know which way it'll go, but it'll tell me pretty soon here. And just the precision in which these hit so often, I have no idea why it works so well, but it does. So I do better statistically if I trust the system. So let's see if we can make any headway over 2066 currently or under 1890. That's kind of the name of the game for me. But yeah, I mean, definitely look, it could be a bull flag.
So scary. The guy's saying, "Hey, our pool is down $7 million." No, we're down $10 million, and we were down $15 million.
Oh, poor CA. He was trading his heart out yesterday when I was on stream. He was putting in some work for the boys.
No, and here I wish we were only down $7 million. I think we've paid like $4 million in commissions. Yeah, $3 million in commissions. No, I wish. And we're down 10 million, and that's not even as bad as it was. We were down even more than 10 million. So
yeah, Flowers for you, CA. Nice job being 12K up. And I know that it might not seem like a big number, but that's because you're actually practicing risk management. I was watching you trade, so like, it's probably a sign of competence and not anything else. 12K is great.
I'll tell you, by looking at the leaderboard here, if you are up, like the guy, I think one of the people who hasn't traded yet is probably in the top 20 of what's going on. There's some people killing it, right? There's some people up, 2 million. There's people who are doing really, really well, but just like happens in most trading, right? Most people are blowing up their accounts, and then there's a couple that are doing good trades. They're taking profits when they have them. They're doing good risk management. And they're making a bunch of money, right? Again, You even saw it. I can talk about Mitch without inflating his ego because he's gone now. But he had this CRO, and he was kind of kicking himself because he bought it at, I don't know, like at 12, and he sold it at 19. And he was like, "Oh man," when it went to 27. Yeah. But that's trading, right? You take your profit, you move on, you have a plan. He wanted to get out at a certain price, he got out at that price, and he moved on, right? Because quite often some of these things can happen. Like if you bring up RBNE, someone was just talking about how that was gonna, they're saying, hey, it's gonna make a whole bunch of money. Ooh. And it did that little run up to 1250 and then just completely rug pulled.
It's kind of looking like a double top, and we've got this trade back into this high. So if we draw this bottom wick as a resistance zone, and now we go back to the 5, this one's looking kind of shorty to me. Mm-hmm. Is this a double top in action? We'll have to take an eye on it, or keep an eye on it. But I'll be watching my short-term triggers here at 1075. Yeah,
you've got to. That's the thing, right? You got to take your money when you got it, right? That's one thing. Again, I started here in February, I think, and just had the first while struggling as someone who swing trades and makes, feeds my family still in the majority of swing trading, coming up with day trading systems. And the reason for that had a lot to do with the fact that I wasn't used to just taking a couple bucks and moving on. But when you're day trading, you have to, because these things aren't going to run forever, and you've got to be out by the end of the day anyway. So come up with systems and strategies that you're not looking to get rich on a trade. You're looking to make a couple bucks and move on, make a couple bucks and move on, and make a day's wage. And then from there, take that money and build up a swing trading account. And those are the ones that you can really, let things go to the moon. CERO looks like trying to break down a little bit.
Switch back over there.
I'm looking at our P&L, and we're chopping. We're every time it ticks down, I just see the amount of money we're down get reduced pretty dramatically, because there's still a lot of people that are down $500,000-$600,000 short CERO, waiting for these things to recover.
Man, Michael, I do not know why this particular indicator is so responsive, but I see this so often, even on these wild small caps, where it's like, oh, somebody's sitting here, and sure, yeah, okay, there's a big volume shelf there, yada yada. There's a lot of reasons, but it's just, I don't know. I gotta.
What is that in particular?
So this is it's a multi-trigger system that my friend whipped up, and essentially it is. He said I can give out the secret sauce. So essentially it is overlaying a 27 EMA on various time frames into one time frame. So I'll switch on my labels here real quick. So this is kind of representative of 1 minute momentum, and then you have the 5 minute momentum down off the hourly and the daily here, 30 minutes. And it just kind of helps me gauge like the strength of different cohorts of buyers and, that kind of thing. And
it's the 21 EMA for all those different time frames. That's what's going on there.
27. It's random, right? Yeah, I don't know why. So I think I've kind of tried to reverse engineer it, and the best I can come up with is that it seems like 30 EMAs are a pretty decent trend following moving average on any time frame. Like if you're trading on that time frame, if you're above, bullish; if you're below, probably bearish. And it's a kind of a inflection point quite often for whatever reason. I would just have to assume it's one of those things that algorithms are trading on in a decent amount. I honestly don't understand it completely, but it just keeps working. Let's see. I wanted to check out HUSA, by the way, because this one is just an absolute ripper. This is Houston America Energy Corporation, and it always moves with INDO. They're both like very sensitive to Iranian oil shocks.
Yeah.
Or Middle East, I guess, in general. But
yeah,
hey, I mean, just buy on any little back test of the 1 minute, ride it all the way up. And for the most part, it works on almost anything. So,
well, and it's funny, you got the people out there who are right, algorithms are evil in the market, they hunt my stops or whatever. No, that kind of stuff, that's what algorithms do, is they scan headlines for right Middle East conflict, whatever, and just buys that stock. It just has listed somewhere because you can see it every time something happens. And I think a lot of chat rooms end up picking it up, things like that, because that's what people are looking at, right? They're saying there's this Middle East conflict, and let's grab this low float because oil doesn't have enough leverage for some people, so let's just grab these other things and see what happens. Again, with the market holding on, the Bitcoin, I'm just looking at it here, another monitor is continuing to bleed. It's like you've gotta
what's the deal?
At some point, did Jim Cramer say Bitcoin looked good or something? Like,
he's long Bitcoin for sure. Oh man. All right, so we swept at a low from Saturday, but heck, I don't know if there's that much. There's decent volume there, so maybe that's a target, but like, I don't know, this looks just stinky. I don't like it. And we're pushing away from this big volume shelf, so like, where do we go? Maybe this node down here, maybe we have to sweep it all out and zoom out a little.
Yeah, it just and not that like I still have my fart coin, but I don't have any Bitcoin right now because I trade. I have systems that I've been working on that just trade crypto for me, but I just look at it as an indicator. Like, if Bitcoin is selling, say we get under 100,000 and Bitcoin continues to sell, that can't be a bullish for the market. Doesn't mean the market needs to sell, but if you're doing a weight of the evidence approach, well, we have, I was pounding the table the whole way up that the big guys were short. Well, that's changed, so that's not as interesting to me anymore. And then now we have Bitcoin not participating. It's another one.
A little sketchy. It looks like I'm probably going to get stopped out today if this candle closes under the daily level, because it was playing with me for like forever these 4 days, and I was like, okay, I guess we're still good. It keeps closing over it, but I think I've probably overstayed my welcome a little bit on Bitcoin. I've been long since this consolidation at 85-ish, so I shouldn't get too greedy.
There is another option, right, that I was talking to another trader about that I like. And he's just saying, listen, now that there's so much institutional involvement in Bitcoin, that it's like this. It's another asset where like 20-30% up year is great. And 10-20% down year is normal. Right. And it just becomes the descriptor, and I've said this before too, so I agree with him here, is that the more clients and the more funds that are like, okay, I want Bitcoin to be 1% of my net worth, well, it means if Bitcoin goes up, you have to sell, and if Bitcoin goes down, you have to buy. And if you have enough people doing that, that's how markets get efficient, right? If Bitcoin continues to rally, there's a whole bunch of sellers there kind of waiting for that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you're dead on. I mean, it's trading like a more traditional asset. You have all the ETFs, you have all the inflows. I mean, people are buying it in their pensions. This is it's a legitimate thing, whether or not we agree. I'm on the fence. Some days I'm all for it. Some days I'm like, what are we doing here? But either way, if it trades like an asset or like a traditional equity, that you can actually invest in, there's going to be more, what's the word I'm looking for? Alignment with traditional markets. So, back to being highly leveraged Qs, basically, I guess, to a large degree. But it is cool because you get the kind of risk off, doomer gold bug kind of thing to it as well. So we'll see which of those kind of wins out in terms of trends.
Oh, RBNE, I'm looking to maybe take a short here. It's trying again to break that high, that wick high. It's now done this like 3 times where it makes a new high and then it's just like the rug pull, the speed of it. So
yeah,
maybe
I like that
back
short
through 12, maybe.
Michael, do you notice often there will be kind of a three move exhaustion kind of thing going on, where it kind of gives it a few tries on these parabolic moves before just giving up the ghost? So I think
Well,
you're
and I think psychologically it makes sense, right? If you were long, right, say you bought it around 11 and then it goes and it shoots up again, and then it gets to 12 and a half, you're probably taking profits. And then right, it goes up, right? So you're suffering through all these pullbacks, and then you're just using the rallies to sell through. Question is just how many people are shorted, right? That's why I want to see this. If it holds up here for another couple minutes, then that's the idea done. Is you just got to wait, to see if this ends up holding, and then if it holds, then it's no longer. But I'm looking for if it pops up and then rug pulls in like the next few minutes here.
Yeah. So what I'm watching is down here. We had high volume, no high volume yet. So I'm not convinced that this is a safe short until we get a sweep of like high volume over these, and kind of, because if you think about it, there's still a lot of kind of shares up here that like haven't really been stopped out, I think, because this would be higher volume if it was. I think it should at least match these two if it's really a clean stop run and rejection. I'm not 100% on that, but that's usually what I see. So that would give me the strength needed to short something. That look at that. I mean, this still looks strong to me. So
the fact now that it's held for a few minutes, not interested in the right. I want to see when these rejections come. They should come fast. Like it should be somebody who's been long this thing from 8 and has 20,000-30,000 shares just hitting the out button, and you just see that rug pull happen pretty quickly. So the fact that it's not, I'm like, nah, it's probably good. It looks more like it's going to go now that it's held that breakout for a bit, and so I'm still short my full amount in CRO, and I'll just leave it then. I was going to cover and then maybe short this one. But looks like I'm still in with everyone else. There's someone who's short RBNE. He's about to get stopped out of his whole account here in a second.
Rip, buddy. Well, these are so tough because whenever I see an upwards consolidation, like a rising wedge type thing, my brain goes, this is unsustainable. But, it's either unsustainable or it's about to squeeze massively. It's like a high and tight flag, So it's like, just gotta wait for the thing to show you. So now we are getting the higher volume, not as high as these other two, though. So that's what I need to see. Maybe there's high volume on this red bar here and it can engulf, and that could be a signal to short. But otherwise, I need to see it lose my trigger. And really, I'm not like dogmatic about this indicator in general. I'd probably want to see it lose this previous low, this area where it was support. Then it knifed underneath. Now it's coming back up, overshooting a little bit. But if it lost that, support and flips it to resistance, then I'd be interested for sure. And I wanted to really quickly talk about, I think it was CA who mentioned NBIS. I wanted to see how that trade's going because that looked pretty interesting to me, pretty compelling, breaking out of this this channel on the 1 minute and a little bit on higher time frames. Let's get this line out of the way. It feels to me like this is a revisit of this base, and I think that it kind of looks okay on higher time frames here. Like that looks pretty clean to me. It's a nice cup, nice little consolidation here. We can draw a pennant line if we want, something like that, tightening up here, holding this 9 EMA. So for me, this looks like a pretty compelling swing, the way that it's just cooking this this 50-day fib or 50% fib here. I see this swing high, this rough swing high, and then I see, if I zoom in here, there's an imbalance here that I'd really like to see cleaned up. So I'm keeping an eye on this one this week too. I think if FOMC goes according to plan, goes bullishly, dovishly, whatever, there's a good chance that this thing could break out in the next week or two, get a nice move to 60 or so. So yeah, good eye on that, both intraday, and I like the setup longer term as well. We'll see if we can get back up to VWAP. So that'd be a good little scalp goal.
Yeah, it's a good look. I just look at it as, do I really want to be buying things that are, or looking for things that are down today to buy when there's so much of this crazy stuff that's up? Like CRO has pulled back a bit, but it's still kind of up massively here. So I'm got my eyes on. I got out of that CRO. I'm sorry. I did my part. I made like 30K off it, and I'm just like, because this RBNE has got to be the watch now, right? To see if this one fails here. So I just have to free up the buying power for kind of when and if that happens. Might not, but
This has an interesting look to me. This CLS. Celestica is an amazing company. They're like something about AI automation of like
it's an amazing company. Then something about like a vague understanding of what they do.
Okay, so it's been about 2 years, maybe a year or so since I traded this. I remember they had a very compelling fundamental case for essentially being a picks and shovels AI play. Gun to my head, I could not tell you exactly how they did that. I think it's something about automating production lines. Robots, Michael, robots.
Oh, well, there you go.
So
anyway, little rug on the spy there.
Rug on spy.
You know, keep going though. I'm just looking.
I'll pull both up here. Let's see. Got my spy on the left. Got my CLS.
Like wasn't crazy. It was just like a 2-minute kind of right, like a
little big seller right here. Looks like they're getting absorbed off of VWAP. So often these are kind of the kind of setups that you can see reverse if it can stick a move back up here over the 601.30, which I think so far that candle's shaping up for. Let's see if it can hold this. Yeah, I like this. Nice volume pop. High volume here getting rejected probably means that there was a big seller, but they were just waiting to buy it up at VWAP. Somebody was. So,
well, a couple seconds ago from Walter, U.S. military moving fighter jets to Middle East and extending deployments of warplanes to bolster defenses. But like,
so that tracks, right? I mean, somebody sold algorithmically, and people are like, "War's bullish, get me in."
Well, and it's one of those we've heard this song and dance a bunch of times. Like it's, you know, especially when you're old like me, it's you know, obviously we feel for everybody who's there, and you know, when we're talking about this, we're talking exclusively about markets. They're just desensitized. I think markets now, after even just 6 months of this administration, are just numb to news in general. Like,
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they even kind of told us what they were going to do. Like Bannon was talking about like stuffing the box or whatever. You know, it's like we're going to hit them with 5 issues a week, and they're going to respond to 3 of them, but we'll sneak 2 through. You know, and that kind of thing. So I mean, hey, you know, I think it's the normal reaction to get numb to a constant bombardment of insanity. So, you know, I mean, not, you know, regardless of how you feel, it's a lot of news to process, you know, so it takes its toll. And I think you're right that the market is just very willing to eat the dip and say, nothing ever happens. You know, it's the classic meme, you know?
Yeah. Well, and that's what it's, again, all these, every reason is why I'm a systematic trader, right? Everything I learn about the news is completely against my will. For me, I just want to watch the price action. I want to know exactly kind of what's going to happen here from the price action, right? That's what that tweet that kind of peeved everyone off on the weekend was just me basically saying, if the market was going to care on Friday, we would have had an actual ugly candle, and we just tick down a little bit, like. It's like the market's just kind of used to it, right?
No, absolutely. And what I always say is like, people are like, how can you trust a move if you don't know the reasons behind it? It's like, well, because I'm under no delusions that I'm the smartest guy in the room when I'm trading against, you know, these institutions or anything. What I can do is recognize patterns, and I'm basically outsourcing all of this fundamental analysis to the people who it's their full-time job to do it. And they have all this expensive, data and software and full teams working on it, and then I just get to look at the line and say, hey, look, the line went up, that's high volume, I know what that means. I don't need to know the details. So for me, it makes complete sense, and fundamental traders are insane, you know, but
because
anyways, to skin a cat,
right? There's the old joke of there's a fundamental trader and a technical trader sitting at a table and a knife falls off and it hits the fundamental trader's foot, and the fundamental trader in the technical trader goes, why didn't you catch it? And the fundamental trader goes, oh, well, I didn't think it'd go that low based off my calculations. And he goes to the technical trader, goes, well, why didn't you catch it? And the technical trader goes, I don't catch falling knives. So it's like, it's just completely different thinking about the market, kind of in general, in which I think like with most things, there's some combination of the two probably makes sense. But I've met a lot of wealthy purely technical traders. I don't think I've met a single wealthy, pure fundamental trader. I've met a lot of people who are like, I'll do my research and I'll say, hey, I think $10 is what this company is worth, and then they'll say something and they'll try to pretend they're not doing technical analysis. They'll do something like, but then I'll wait for it to stop going down and kind of like chill out around $10, and then I'll buy it. I'm like, that's you've just gotten to the technical analysis part
exactly.
of it, right?
Like, they'll never admit it, but
no,
I'm 100% with you. I think that it's just playing on hard mode to try to learn everything about every sector, every stock that looks good. And I for me personally, like, I think it also matters about the time frame, right? Like if you're talking swing trading or especially longer term swing trading, holding for months, then I think like a can slim style approach where you are factoring in earnings and growth projections and all of that. But again, you're focusing on the numbers, not necessarily the narrative or the story behind it. You're saying, okay, well, I see what you're making now. I see what you should be making in the future. The stock is telling me that the market believes this story, so that kind of thing I think is a good combination, where you can meet in the middle. But still, at the end of the day, if the technicals are bad, I'm not in it.
Well, and that's standard can slim, right? With can slim, it was he would use earnings growth and health of the company and all of those things as filtering mechanisms, and then he would use technical analysis for triggering mechanisms. So for example, he would only want to look at companies that were growing revenues and all of those things, but then he would wait for some price action to occur and then get involved in those trades. So then it's like most things, right? A combination may make sense. Like I don't do it empirically, but a lot of the systems I run will only run on the Russell 3000. And the reason for that is I found that they've worked. And then, people ask why. And I think it's just because there's, to get to the Russell 3000, at least I've filtered out a lot of crap.
Yeah.
Right. So
no, sure. So that makes it a lot easier. No, I think, I mean, I'm a huge can slim guy. My first serious guy that I learned from was probably Minervini, and then, Bill O'Neill, of course, and going on back. And it's really cool to see a lot of younger traders really doing this kind of stuff too. Like Connor Bates is great, or Richard Mogland, or there's a few other ones on YouTube. Jack Corsellis, really good stuff.
Yeah, the Trading Line guys.
Yeah, Trader Line.
Really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, he puts out good stuff. I like his stuff. I miss his weekly stock picks, because it was always fun when he was bullish and he's like, no, everything's fine. This was just a small pullback. We're just moving back into the moving averages. Everything's still in track. And he got like the whole semiconductor move a couple of years ago. And while other people were not playing it as well, and I think it was just so easy to reduce noise when you're sticking to a system and it has such a history of performance. So yeah, I'm a big proponent of that. But when I'm day trading, I don't really care. We're here for the lines, here for the crayons.
I'm watching. I haven't looked at this. I'm a holder of Robinhood, but I just saw it on my Twitter feed while I was looking for news. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting chart. They're doing a live stream right now where it looks like they're doing more robust charting.
Oh,
so I see.
Bring me back kind of ecosystem then.
Yeah, I see on their chart a bunch of stuff, but like SMAs, RSIs, they got a volume profile on there. So
beautiful. All I really need, to be honest. So I mean, this is huge for me because I think I love TradingView. I think it's the snappiest charting that I've experienced. It's got a great feature set, but they just keep trying to squeeze me. Every time I need to like upgrade my subscription another level to get the access to the stuff I need. So I think there is room in the market for an alternative. I think people would be really hungry for that. And if Robinhood can provide in the same place where they're, actually doing the trades.
That's the big thing, right? Is that, we're nerds that are going to do a lot of external analysis and probably going to need external charting forever. But for most things, it's really good to, if it's in app, right, to kind of do it there, right? I would love it if, as one, I hate, I use Interactive Brokers. I hate their platform. Like I hate it. I need it because it's like in Canada, it's a big thing, and for like systematic, for quant traders, kind of the only game in town. But
Mm.
I would love if I could not, right? I would love just a nice light platform, like something like a Robinhood, as long as it would do the very basic charting, give a couple indicators, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's great. I think it's
Yeah.
awesome.
No, as people know, I'm the biggest Robinhood bull. Oh, and I just realized I was watching Robin Energy and Robinhood. Nice. But I mean, this chart is just. I will take my victory lap. I've been saying this thing is going to all-time highs. As soon as it broke out of this stage 1 base way down at 14, 15. Yeah. So I've been trading around a position since then. I sure wish I just held the whole thing, but no, I did not. But taking bits and pieces, definitely some good sized bites when you get this kind of move. But I mean, when you just see a parallel of like a stock where it's like such compelling price action, like for me, I was like, this is doing the Palantir, like just eating up this massive IPO wick. So, I mean, this Roblox is another example. I really do believe that, oh geez, that's insane to look at. I'm sorry. I'm gonna Michael, take the helm, take the wheel. This is hard to watch, but
yeah, Roblox is one of those. There's a couple of these that just kind of move like this. Just circling back to the challenges a bit, we've got 4 million unrealized loss now, so we're back over $10 million down, and that's just because CRO is ticking up just a little bit, right? And it's like the fate of our company is just on this particular move on CERO. There are some people trading this RBNE. I'm still watching it. It's not doing as much to be super right in the last like 10 minutes. It's just kind of chopped around here. I know someone's killing it. Yeah, to about that breakout, just chopping around. But I think it's one of those things that everybody is short CRO, so they can't do any more trading because all of their money is just tied up in this one company. So there's they're not gonna take anything off the table. They can't do anything else because millions of dollars is just being tied up in this one name, which again is just hilarious.
You gotta love it. I definitely I've found myself in the same position a couple times, and it's a good learning lesson when you're like, okay, surely all of these tranches lower won't fill, and then you realize, no, okay, I was planning on getting dragged a little bit, but this is a whole different story. Now I have no buying power. Now this other setup looks great. Do I take the loss here to move into that? And then, of course, if you do that, then your idea on the second one doesn't play out either, and you're double in the hole. So it pays so much to be prudent, and it really, to me, it goes to show that you don't need that much leverage if you're trading the right stuff. Especially if you can do it consistently, which should be the goal. So, don't need to get home runs every day.
No, and this is what it's just so different from the way that I trade systematically. I'll do like 100 a day, right? They're just all spread out through different styles and strategies and whatever. So this is just so different for me because it's really just YOLOing everything on you put your whole account on a single trade, and you hopefully get a stop loss if you're wrong, and then you make way more if you're right. And this is what discretionary traders feel, where every trade is actually impactful. Whereas me, it's just I look at the end of the day and I go, that was my P&L across X many of trades, and then we go from there. So,
well, Michael, it's so much healthier your way because you're not getting emotionally invested in any single trade. Like I watch you take stop outs and your face doesn't change, and I'm like, I want to be like that someday. I want it, but I'm not quite there emotionally, to be honest.
Well, and some of it's just being old, right? The amount of, just imagine the amount of stop losses I've taken in my career where I'm just like,
yeah. You could fill a couple books with them, I'm sure. So I'm seeing this little topping action potentially here in SCRO. I don't want to get your guys' hopes up too much, but whenever you get a nice little pop out of consolidation, especially into this like fair value gap or a little hole in the tape, so to speak, and then it just rejects it. We got to lose this level still, but it's starting to give me the first signs of like, hey, maybe it does need to cool off a little bit more. Maybe this was just like a little, kind of just momentum continuation and not a sign of a major next leg or anything so much as just, hey, there was so much juice going up and so much juice coming back, that kind of thing.
There.
We'll see.
I like that better. Zoomed in. I don't need
Oh,
to
yeah,
see
that's
us.
nice.
See the
Yeah.
chart. Just a little bit of inside baseball. I'll ask you a question. Do you know how to turn on the thing, the webinar that we're gonna do in a couple minutes?
Huh, that is a great question. I can figure that out. I can pull it up on YouTube and then project to my screen.
All right, because I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Old
So
man. Too much
I
technology.
I hope I was looking at like media assets. I was clicking around. Again, this is just for me and Steve. We're just talking about because how the programming is going to go. Right, we extended a little bit longer. As always, we're going to do a awesome webinar that our buddy Steve here put on. Just some nice education while everyone, put on your AirPods and go into the kitchen, get something to eat. Hopefully, something healthy. And then after, there's going to be, I'm looking here, some more people coming in. And at 2 Eastern, right? Yes. So from 12:30 till 2, there's a lunch break with Steve's recorded video. And then at 2, you're going to get Tim and Joe. And then Steve, you're coming back here.
Yeah, they just can't get rid of me.
That's
Let's
good.
see. Am I solo on that last block? If you have the schedule up there.
No, Steve and Joe. So Tim
nice.
and Joe at 2 to 3, and then from 3 to 4 to do the close, Steve and Joe.
Awesome.
And then Wednesday it'll be me and Mitch in the morning, and then Tim and Steve a little bit later, and then lunch breaks, and then Joe, and then Steve again. So yeah, a lot of people come by. It's gonna be a good time. So
yeah, definitely, it'll be fun. And Chad, if you could help me out here, do you guys happen to remember which webinar we were doing yesterday? Because I want to set you up with the next one and not the same one. So if anybody remembers if it was the first gap trading or if they did the most recent one, because I did not set that up, then I could. I'm also gonna. I will do my job and check in behind the scenes here. But
take a look. Yeah, for someone asking if they're top in the competition. Top in the competition is up 1,000,002. So if you are up $1,002,000, then you are the top in the competition. That's the current winner. Someone's up there with a $700,000 open position in long RBNE. That might be. I don't know if that's you. I'm up.
It's me.
With a total of 685. Let me see if I can find 685 would put the top 10. Not crazy higher than the top. Yeah, in the top 10. Seems like 1.5 million or so is the number to beat to be in the top 10 of the competition, with again 2 million being the best. Someone right behind them with 130,000 shares long of RBNE, trying to close that gap to the top of the competition. So I'm just going by totals, right? So here I can. So you're asking. This here, I think it makes it a little better. I like that one better. Yeah, so this is the leaderboard right here. So 1 point, someone short ACXP and VERV, and this gentleman's now up 2 million. Next guy right below him trying to close the gap with 700,000. These are is the RBNE. So he's got most of his profit, right? He's up. So this projected balance, I should just explain. This projected balance right here is the total value of the person's account, right? So you start with 1 million, right? Yeah. Whatever you're at now. So yeah, 1.8 million. You can see 700,000 is from this. He got in at 854 on this one, which is just crazy. That's way down there.
That's insane. Yeah, excellent trade. I don't know what you saw, but you saw something. Oh, I see what you saw. That was a nice flag, and then a breakout there, and just riding the whole thing up. Excellent trade, though.
Yeah. So that's the winner. And then on the loser side, yes, we do have some that their account value went negative. We have some that have some pretty much negative accounts, like this negative 700,000. If you want to see, is direct your attention over here now. It's tomorrow. I'll place some setup to make this look a little cleaner. Yeah, someone is down 800,000 short RBNE. Way more shorters in this competition than long people. And then the rest of these are CERO, right? Negative 300,000, 300, 200, 500,000, short in RBNE, losing some money there. Yeah, a lot of, and then as soon as this ticks negative $1 million, this person's gone, and they enter our $7 million down realized graveyard. So, yeah. So this RBNE,
what does this teach you, right? Stop shorting stuff, guys. Come on, go long, go long. Be like Mr. Hassan here, going long RBNE, killing it.
Yeah. I've always argued, especially on these crazy low floaters, that especially for newer traders, the long side is maybe not easier, but it's not going to kill you as much, right?
Yeah,
you're not going to, you're not going to lose 100% of your money shorting something, right? Or longing something, unless you buy it and it goes to zero in the next tick, right?
Right.
Yes, because this thing could go all the way back down to $8. It could go to $20. That risk reward is not right. It's not in your favor, right? So
yeah,
if it does go to 20, if it goes down to $8, you've made less than a 50% gain, 40% gain. If it goes from here to 26, which it could, we saw crazier things today alone.
Yeah.
You lose all of your money and some. So.
Right. It's just the math doesn't math, right? So just if you're gonna short high flyers, respect your stop, because these stocks will not respect your short. It's pretty straightforward in that regard. So protect yourself, guys, because it is no fun. I mean, I took a big loss trying to short Oracle, and that was up, that was like a 3% or something move. Even then I was like, just size too big, and I respected my stops, but I should have had more respect when I placed those stops. I was like, no way it can keep going after jumping up 15%. And it did. So, the whole game is about being wrong in the right ways, I would say.
Absolutely. All right. So I don't know how, but I think we're going to go to a webinar now. And then after this, you'll have someone else go in. If a webinar doesn't pop up here randomly, which I think I see it getting loaded up here, I'll remove myself on the screen.
Somebody else has it. Okay,
yes,
cool.
We've got a driver here. So
okay.
Great, because none of us know what's going on. So I'm glad there's someone in the background who does. If not, just again, go enjoy, grab something to eat, come back. There'll be more of this stuff soon. And I'll talk to you then, Ken. I look forward to it. So I think
there we go. All right, thanks guys. Take care. I'll see you in the afternoon.
Hugo wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Oh, okay. That would probably help. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Apologies there. So this is part 2 of our gap trading masterclass. We talked last week about some really actionable setups about the 5 major types of gaps that you can trade. We're going to be getting a little more granular this week. We're going to be really diving into the actionable ways we can use these setups, how we frame them, how we trade them, all that good stuff. But hey, if you didn't catch last week's, I highly recommend you check it out. Lots of good stuff in there, but we are going to be going over a quick recap of what we talked about then. So no worries there. All right. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. What would I do without y'all? I don't know, but thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate that. As I said, while I was muted, I'm Steve Tileman here with Trade the Pool, and let's get into it here. So we have a lot to talk about. Let's first go over the recap here. So what did we talk about? We talked about why gap trading is so valuable to add to your tool set here. It
allows measurable statistical edges over all gap types, but they're really nice because the trades frame themselves with the gaps that are opened up. So there are many types of those, and we'll talk about those, but in general, they're broken up into two categories. Gap fill plays, where they gap up and then you're expecting them to fill. And that's a quick trade, usually a couple days. And essentially it's not a super high gainer, but they're very reliable and they're always appearing every day in the market. So, you can scan for these in the morning. You can have a really nice kind of a set of base hits that you can take. So you got the gap fills. And then you got your the real home runs, and those are the gap continuation plays, whether they're earnings ones, news-based ones, or just technical breakouts and continuations. And those are where you can catch really nice risk rewards, and maybe you size a little smaller, but they get you really nice gains. So we'll talk about all that good stuff. Like I said, the risk reward parameters are very clear, and they're defined with clear entries and exits, which is always something you look for in a trade setup. They work in all market conditions, whether we're in a bull market, a bear market, the infamous crab market. So it's always relevant. Like I said, there's multiple opportunities every single day. I think statistically, there's about 5 to 15 of these gap setups every single day in the market. So there's always something to trade. You can always hone these skills, and it makes it really fun to practice, because when you have something that's repeatable multiple times a week, you can really gauge your own progress and how you're managing and taking these setups. So I thought it was a really good topic to cover. They're also scalable too. You can do this on small accounts and you can do this on large accounts, because when we're looking for these setups, primarily we're looking for stuff with good liquidity as well. So with good liquidity and a reliable setup comes something that you can do with a small account or a large account. So what are the main types of gaps? There are a lot of different ways you can break these down, but for me, I kind of think of them in 5 main categories. So like I said, you have the gap fills and the gap continuations. So gap fills are when the price returns to close the gap. Gap continuations are when the gap signals a strong move with a strong directional move. So it gaps up and then it wants to keep going. You have post-earnings gaps, which are a little more specialized versions of ideally the gap continuations. If a stock gaps up on very positive earnings, you would expect that trend to continue. You have a news gap trading, which is a little bit more volatile, but the same general premise. If the news is actually actionable and a really worthwhile news event, then you'll expect that trend to continue. And so those all fall under the gap continuation bracket. And then there's also intraday gap formations, which are a little more nitty gritty. And that's when you see gaps between the morning session and the afternoon session, or maybe the London session to the New York session. And price very often likes to fill those gaps before continuing on in its chosen direction. And that's essentially because on these high liquidity areas where a lot of shares are traded, like the London session or the New York open session, you will have these high volume nodes that form, and those love getting retested and basically picking up buyers that said, hey, I would have bought that London level, but it ripped on me from there. So if it comes back to that high volume, I'll buy it again. So those are kind of how I would categorize the main types of gaps. So what we're going to be talking about today is how to manage these setups live. Well, not technically live, the market's closed, but we'll be going over recent examples and giving actual examples of how I would trade them and what I'd be looking for, how to manage those positions, all that good stuff. We're going to be talking about some tools, timing, and techniques that professionals use to really maximize their gains on these setups. We're going to be going over portfolio management a little bit too. So basically how to trade multiple gap setups at the same time and not get over leveraged, not be too heavy on one side of the bull bear spectrum, so to speak, and just protecting yourself in that regard. And then we're going to try to wrap it all up into a nice complete system integration where you can really start to build this as, if you're trading as a business, to make these reliable base hits and these reliable setups part of your repertoire, so you can just consistently be profitable, which that's always the goal here, right? So that's what we're going to try to cover here today. All right. Welcome, guys. I see more people coming in the chat. Thank you so much for joining. You came in just the right time here. So let's talk about managing each gap setup here. So we've got a lot of different things to think about here, but in general, let me scroll down to my notes here. In general, I'd say most traders, they kind of rush into gap fills at open, and that can be a little bit damaging, right? So we like to give a little bit of time after the gap up happens, where we can or gap down, or we can kind of gauge what type of gap this is. So entry confirmation signals are really key. You can wait for a price rejection at the gap levels instead of just immediate entries, and we'll talk about this more in depth in just a second here when we bring up some examples. But in general, you don't want to just immediately hammer it the second price opens, because often there will be a small retest of the gap. And based on the reaction that you get in the gap, whether it's just a little dip in and then it shows strong buying power, whether it looks weak in the gap, these are all really important signs that we can help to color our opinion about which type of gap this is and therefore how to trade it. So, when you're doing these gap fills, you are basically looking for that rejection at the gap level, right? So the gap fill that we're talking about here is we're expecting the gap up to come back and close. So instead of just saying, okay, it gapped up, let's send this short because it shouldn't be this high, we need to make sure that it's not a continuation gap, right? So we want to see a rejection of the gap level, of that level that it opened of, if that makes sense. So when you're managing your stops on these gap fill setups, you want to put your stop beyond the gap extreme and with a little bit of a volatility buffer too. And that's where the art comes in. It's not an exact science, but some tools you can really help to use to gauge this volatility buffer are things like ATRs. I think ATR is probably the number one thing I'd recommend, and that's the average true range. So that'll give you the average move of a stock on a given day, based on its price history. And using that, you can help kind of gauge like, okay, because the stock on average moves this amount and we already gapped up this much, I wouldn't expect it to exceed this, X level. So that's how I would kind of use to quantify that margin for volatility there. And then as the gap fills, you trail your stops, because there are setups where the gap fills and then continues going. It does happen. So when you get those, you want to protect yourself and protect your profits, of the gap fill. But you also want to leave some on the table in case it is a reversal pattern where it gaps up, fills the gap, and then continues downwards. So when you're doing this, I think it's important to have a profit-taking strategy. I think that's important for all setups. It should never be all or nothing unless you're just scalping. And even then, I love taking profits on the way up. It just allows you that cushion and that maneuverability where you can really, you can have the flexibility to not be stuck in your bias, not be stuck in a trade if it turns against you, and to, like I said, book consistent profits, because that's what we're all about here. We want to get that equity curve nice and steady, right? We want to be consistently making money because we're not gamblers. We're here to make money consistently and for the long run. And because of that, we gotta look for these base hits. And so what I do is I take a 75% fill as the first target. So basically saying, all right, I'm expecting it to fill. There are some setups where it won't quite fill all the way, and those can really squeeze shorts, right? Because essentially all the shorts are waiting for that complete gap fill. And if for whatever reason buyers step in before that, those shorts can have to close out, might have to close out rapidly and chase each other up and kind of squeeze the price. So we want to avoid that. We want to be able to say, okay, it came down, it almost hit our target, we're locking some in there. And then if it does get squeezed, okay, maybe we stop out for a small win, maybe we even stop out for break even, but we're protecting ourselves, which is always number one, because all of these setups are about replicability and longevity. So we want something that if we run it 100 times, we will consistently make money. There's always outliers, but we don't care about those. That's just the name of the game, so to speak. So the 75% fill is my first target. And then the full fill is my second target. And then I'll leave runners for continuation on these plays. Yeah, DJ 2AM, good to see you here, brother. 75% fill is a good move. I agree, because and the reason for that is everything can be divided into a range, right? And if anybody caught my Fibonacci webinars, excuse me, getting over a cold here. You know that I'm really big about these kind of divisions of a range. So the 50% is huge, not technically a fib level, but if a gap comes halfway into the gap and then you see strong buyers coming in right at that 50% level, that might be a sign that you're looking for a gap continuation play. If it comes down to 75%, like I said, sometimes those are really good risk reward opportunities for a long, because those shorts can get squeezed. But in general, it's showing that area of the chart that gap is basically being attacked, and the defenders are not being able to hold the line, you know, a little bit into the gap. They're maybe the 25%. That's another level to watch. They're not being able to hold the line at the 50% of the gap. And so that 75% is a nice in-between target where you're not targeting the full gap fill quite yet, but you're still allowing a nice gain. You're still allowing yourself some room to wiggle there. So yeah, I think it's a really good way to look at things just in general. You know, it seems really simplistic, but hey, sometimes the simple stuff's all you need. So one other aspect that I don't see a lot of gap trading, you know, webinars or anything, any content like that talk about is the time management aspect of that. So we have the price management down, but for time, you generally want to see these gaps fill pretty quickly, because if the move's going to happen, you'd expect it to happen probably within 3 to 5 days. So if you're not getting the fill by then, it's probably time to pack it up and move on to the next setup. So often these gaps will fill very rapidly, often in 1 day, maybe 2, 3. Once you're getting past that, you're kind of stretching it and you kind of want to be on your toes. So that's the gap fill management setup. And let's go into an example here. Rocking the Mike and Ike style, the pink and white candles here to rep my Trade the Pool pride. So what do we got here? This is Apple. And so Apple had earnings and it tried to push up into earnings and then it gapped down. So it created this window here, this little liquidity pool, or liquidity, like lack of liquidity, essentially. The opposite of a liquidity pool. So this is our opportunity here. What we would do is we are expecting this gap down to fill right back to this level. And it's a little hard to see because of my window here, but this second line, see this intermediary one, that's actually where the bottom of the wick is. So whenever you have a gap, you kind of have 2 targets, right? Because there's the classic gap fill, which is essentially just retracing up to the wick so that there's no space on the tape that wasn't covered between today's price action, this candle, and the actual gap down. But then you also have the actual close of the candle. And I find these areas are very responsive too. So because of that, you kind of have 2 staggered targets. And I always like having multiple targets just because, hey, you know, we're never right all the time. And it's nice to just say, okay, this is a area of interest. There's another area of interest. I'll take some off at the first, some off at the second. And you just kind of want to watch how the trade progresses at each of these key levels. So here's the setup. Gap down, our stop goes underneath the low of the day. So we're not just entering right at open, because then we'd kind of get dragged a little and it would be probably pretty scary. It'd be hard to define our risk, right? But seeing the price come down and then form this wick and close here, that provides an actionable gap. So you are essentially looking for this gap to fill first and then this gap next. And your stop is under the low of the day that formed the gap there. You see that? So if this is if it's a little hard to see my screen, or if you're a little unclear on anything, please just drop a comment. I'm more than happy to get in. I really appreciate the feedback, and I love that you guys are so active in the comments. So yeah, please keep that up. So yeah, we have the first target here, and as you can see, it tags one of these 2 days. It looks like both of these days. So we would take a partial there, and then we would be waiting to watch if this lower area here, see where this first wick formed, if that area of support is validated. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 days, it dipped into the wick of this first day here. And each day it showed that there were buyers here. So these are all hints that you can use to help inform your bias and say, okay, I think it's pretty good for a gap fill here. So, you know, we got the partial and now we're looking for the full up to the body close where that high volume is, because let's talk about a little bit why that's an important level. Because, you know, some people will say, well, the pure gap is just to the wick, right? And that's true, but it's never 100% or nothing, right? We always got to think about where the volume is coming in on these charts. And if you guys have spent some time trading, you probably know that there's a lot of volume that comes in at close. So when you have the close up here, the close of the body candle on the daily, you're going to know that there's a big pool of liquidity there that would love to get retransacted. If you were long here at close and then it gapped down on you, then you're saying, okay, well, I hope it doesn't. Maybe you're saying, all right, if it goes under here, I'm out, but I think it'll come back and revisit this level. And so that'll be a very natural point for the market to try to gravitate to. Because of that, that's our next target for sure. But then remember what I said, for these gap fills, quite often, if they fill, they can continue. So we've taken 1/3 off here is what I usually do, 1/3 off here. And then we're letting 1/3 run And we're just going to let that cook and cook and cook. And how you manage that last third is up to you. It depends on your trading system. What I like to do is I like to watch my key moving averages. This blue is the 9 EMA, and then the yellow here is the 21 EMA. And I find these are very, very actionable on the daily chart, but also on every chart. So they're always on my screen. I think they're super, super important to help gauge the strength of a move. So as you can see, it just powers up right out of here. And all of a sudden, you know, we are cooking, right? So what I personally would do, I also like watching the swing highs. So me personally, I think I'd probably take the last third off on one of these wicks up here when it swept this high. And I'd say, hey, great trade. What is that? That is about, let's say we enter, let's give it some room and say we enter at 230. And that's still a really nice move to 248 in about 2 weeks, let's call it. So, I mean, you can't scoff at that. Those are good gains there. Welcome, Tyler. Good to see you, man. Yeah, wild day. We can talk about it a little in the Q&A. There's a lot of fun stuff happening. So here's our example for a gap fill. Let's move on to the next kind of setup here. So now let's talk about gap continuations and how to manage those. So I think the first thing that's really important is that gap continuations, they require momentum confirmation, right? And so volume, it's got to expand and the price has to follow through. If you've heard my other webinars, you know I'm all about volume confirmation. I'm a big volume trader here. So because of that, I'm looking for that volume confirmation, that volume expansion to basically align with the price. So we want to see the price moving continuation as a continuation pattern, and we want to see the volume confirm that. So the entry timing is pretty key. I would say the first pullback after confirmation is a lot better to enter than just buying the gap at open. In the same way with the gap fills, we're looking for the gap level to reject. In this one, we're looking for the gap level to reclaim. See the difference there? So it's a really key level to watch. Whenever you're scanning the market for these gap setups, it's super key to mark that gap level. So then you can know that's kind of a big line in the sand. And if it rejects that, if it's looking weak, if the pushes up aren't confirmed by volume, you can look for the gap fill. But otherwise, you're looking for this setup, the continuation. So we got our entry. Where do we put our stops? Ideally, you're putting it at the gap level, because if momentum fails, you know, after it's reclaimed that gap level, you're essentially saying, I don't think it's going to fill, right? I think it's going to keep going. And when it dips into that gap, it should be very strong support. So depending on your conviction and depending on the strength of the move, you have a few different options here. You can put it right at the gap once it reclaims and gives you some room. I like to put it on the swing low, like the first kind of dip into the gap before it then reclaims and pushes higher, because then it's giving you a little more room. You can basically frame it like this. Okay, we tested the gap the first time and it showed that there are buyers there. If we test the gap a second time, I would infer based on the strength of this that the buyers will be more willing to step in faster, and therefore the stop under the first swing will hold. It doesn't always work, you know, nothing always works, and this is where it kind of helps to gauge the strength of a gap. And we talked about that last week, where there are kind of different criteria for different gap sizes. If you have a really strong gap, these gap levels are more likely to hold on the first or second try and not dip in too deep into that gap. If it's maybe a smaller gap, then maybe you should be thinking, okay, maybe it'll dip in a little deeper the second time to sweep out the stops that I just mentioned, where I would probably put mine on a strong gap up setup. So there is some room for discretion here. There's room for analysis and personal opinion here. It's not I always say trading is like it's more like cooking than baking. You know, it's more of an art than a science. We are all about the statistical edges, but it's about what we do with those statistical edges that we're given. So that's what I'd say for stops, because if the momentum fails, the gap will fill quickly. So you don't want to have your stop too deep. What you could also do is you could say, hey, I really believe in this. Maybe I'm taking a smaller position to allow a wider stop. And then what you could do is you can put the stop under the candle that leads to the gap, right? So you could say, hey, maybe they are going to close the gap, and I don't want to be stopped out right at the gap close, but I do want to essentially continue to be in this trade. So then you could put the stop under there. I wouldn't really recommend that for most setups. I think it's better to be a little more strict and diligent, but I'm just giving you some options here because there are options about how to trade these setups. So in terms of profit management, I really like once we've seen the confirmation, we've dipped into the gap, we're pushing up, I like to trail my stops under those moving averages that I talked about. The 20 period, I use a 21, same thing. The 20 period is a really good intermediary moving average. And I'll diverge just a second from the lesson plan to tell you why I love the 20 so much. So you guys trade with Bollinger Bands, anything like that, anything kind of like linear regression bands, anything like that. If you do, you'll note that the midline of those Bollinger Bands is always the 20 EMA. So this is a very, very watched level on an institutional level, on an algorithmic level. A lot of quantitative systems are built around this. So it's kind of equilibrium, you know, in the same way that we're always watching that 50 on the any range, the 50%, the equilibrium, the halfway point. It's the same thing with a moving average here on a daily chart or any other chart. If it's above that, it's generally bullish. If it's below that, it's kind of lost momentum and it needs to retest at a lower level. So because of that, if we're playing a momentum setup like this, I think it's a really good indicator to say, hey, as long as we're closing over this on a daily chart, I'm going to let it rock, you know? But if we start losing that, that's a sign that the momentum is failing. And then you have to be worried about a potential gap and crap, right? Nobody likes those, but they do happen sometimes. So we got that cooking here. All right. So yeah, that's gap continuation. Let's talk about some actionable stuff here. So we got NVIDIA here. This is a little bit back when they were just right before they started, call it topping, call it distributing, call it basing again up here. But on that crazy parabolic move, you had some wild earnings gaps and some wild gap continuations. So I know this is a little hectic, a little messy, but I'll break it down for you here. So first off, where's our gap? Our gap is from the close here to the open here. Nice big gap. So this is one of those gaps that really interests me because it's showing that the market was caught flat-footed. The market did not expect the results to be as good as they were, and they were real fundamental bullish results. And they really did augment the bull case, you know, and really gave it a lot of juice. So because of that, I'm going into this trade thinking, okay, there's a lot of strength here. This is a powder keg. It is in price discovery. It is just ripping. And I don't want to lose money and not, you know, lose gains just because I'm playing conservatively. I want the chart to prove to me that it's not going to keep expanding higher and keep discovering a higher price and negotiating that fair price with the market. So we've got the big gap here. And what happens? We open, we dip a little bit in. So remember, we're not buying right at open because then we're red a little bit and we got to sit here going, oh man, did I buy the top? Is it going to go all the way back down and fill? Where do I put my stop? What do I do? You know, all of these contingencies that you have to consider if you don't wait for the confirmation. So what I would recommend is it comes back a little. Remember, these are daily candles. And then when it breaks back above that gap open level, remember, super key level there, that's when I'm in. That's what I'm looking for. You know, a nice volume pop back up through there. Nice increase in volume along with a couple big candles, you know, that kind of thing to kind of give us a look that we're looking in the right direction here for a gap continuation play. So we've got our entry framed. We've got that set up. What do we do with it? What do we do with it? So the first thing is you measure the range of the base that it broke from. Pardon me. All right, chest cold. Sorry for the congestion here. Thanks for bearing with me. If you can stand this, then you've got the patience to be a good trader. So we're going to measure our base here. And just when I'm talking about base, so price was going up and it came down, and that's our base, right? That's the range in which we are breaking out from. So we measure the top right here and the bottom right here. I probably should have drawn it at the bottom of the wick, but close enough for government work. And so what are we looking for? We're looking for fib extensions of that base. If you're a student of Bulkowski, and you know, I did a webinar on that, great stuff. He's pretty cut and dry. He's just always looking for those double of the bases, right? So that 2 extension. For me, I like to have a little more nuance, and I'm a little bit of a skittish trader too, you know? I like to lock things in as they come to me, and I like to, you know, take the money and not necessarily run, but allow myself enough of a margin where I can really let the runners really cook in a way that I feel safe holding, you know, in a way that I wouldn't if I was holding the whole position. So because of that, I really like the 1.68 fib. I also do have the 1.27 on here, but that's basically the fib that you would look for it to tag and then reject if the move isn't real. So we think this move is real. So my target is that 1.68. And as you can see, that hits very quickly within 2 days. Boom, you already locked in nice profit. Great. So what do we do next? So our next target up is that 2. And, you know, when it's this explosive, you can hold for that 2. That's totally valid. I probably should have put another line for take profit there, because me personally, I would do that. But in this setup, it appears that I only marked the 2. So I guess I was feeling ambitious when looking at this chart in retrospect. I wonder why, right? So we have our next take profit at 2. As you can see, it does a little bit of flagging, but it's totally fine. Why are we fine holding it here? Because there's nothing showing us that the gap continuation isn't working, right? So we don't even have to think about this 20 EMA. This 9 EMA is what we're watching for these real strong moves. That's where we would first want to see negotiated and kind of tested first. And you would expect on a gap continuation move like this, with this much power, that the first test of the key moving average, a rising support like this, would be met bullishly, right? So it's so strong, we don't even get there. So yeah, it's a little bit red. Who cares? Who cares? We've got our entry. We've protected our entry. Our stop is just right there. And we have framed this trade that if we run it 100 times, we will make money most of those times. If this is one of those rare times we don't, so be it. That's the game we're playing. But right now, flagging down, totally fine. And then we see price catch and just surge up again. So this is like just real big confirmation of our thesis, right? And this should feel great. It means we're doing the right thing, where our eyes are in the right place, and we're getting paid for it. So price surges up, we take more profit here. And then what are we doing? We are just watching and waiting, and boom, big crazy gap up. And when you have a candle like this, that's when you should consider, you know, being a little bit worried, because, you know, that's a big kind of, you would call that a kicker, where it opens high and closes low. That's a sign that there was some big seller there waiting for that price. They weren't looking to sell here. They weren't looking to sell here, but up here they stepped in. So it's just something to keep note. And as you can see, looking forward, that is roughly the high. That is a level that has been defended. But just because there's a seller stepping in here doesn't mean the trade's over, right? What we want to watch are those trailing moving averages, right? We want to see those hold. They want to see those hold. Wow, DJ, you're too kind. But yeah, absolutely. If anybody would like to hit the like and show support, that would mean a lot. But let's stay focused here, boys. We've got the 9 EMA here. That's our level. We tag it, and what did I say? On a move this strong, we are looking for there to be buyers waiting there. Because if you weren't a savvy investor like us buying the gap up, then you're waiting for an entry. You were waiting here and you didn't get it. That's a sign of strength, you know? But this is your first chance to buy it and manage your risk off the 9 EMA. And lo and behold, you get a nice pop already just off of that. So again, we're watching this 9, and it holds, and it pushes higher, and it's unable to sweep this top. But here's how I frame this. So when you have a big candle like this with a big top wick, this shows that there are sellers, especially up in this top wick where price tried to push up, and that's where the sellers came in, and then sellers kind of dogpiled on that. Then they stepped out. But this wick area, if you stretch it out, that'll form like a zone of resistance. And if you think we're going to keep squeezing, remember, we've already had a crazy move here. So we're looking to book profits and wait for it to reset up again and move on to the next trade. We're not trying to overstay our welcome, but we also need the trade to prove us wrong because we're in it. So for me personally, with this zone that has been kind of clearly defined here with this wick, once we renegotiate that and show that it's not like a crazy, insane continuation volume pattern. Like for example, here, I mean, just to close, you have the wick like I'm talking about. See up here, there's the wick that forms a zone. Down here, there's a wick that forms a zone. So when this closes right at the high there, I'm ready to go. I'm chilling. I'm not worried. When we get this wick, I'd probably be selling some up here, and I'd be down to a real small runner, if any, at this position. Probably I'd book the trade. But if you want to let the trade fully play out, that's totally valid. You know, a lot of times you will be rewarded for that. If that's your style, then what you do is you don't have to trim here, but you're waiting for, you can define your own risk. There's a few ways to kind of gauge a loss of momentum. The first sign is right here where we lose that 9 moving average. So that's pretty valid, right? That's probably a sign that the major move is over. So you could stop out here and still a very nice gain there. And if not, then you stop out on a close under this 20 moving average. And because that's the major kind of momentum indicator, where if you're under that, you are not overtly bullish on the time frame that you're watching, right? It probably needs time to consolidate, time to heal, time to do its thing, wiggle out and discover a fair price between buyers and sellers. So if you just strictly traded the system, that I'm talking about here with a loss of the 20, then you do take a little haircut just because it closes at the low here and you are waiting for that close. So even then, though, that is a 14% gain in maybe a month. And that's nothing to scoff at there. Those are real gains. So that is like the worst case of this trade playing out well, right? And the best case is that you did some of the things that I said. You took some up off here. You were locking in profits on the way up, so you're not even worried. And like I said, these are very replicable. So that's how I'd handle this one. I think it's a fun setup to look at there. So moving on, the breakaway gap, and you'll notice this is pretty similar to the earnings gap that we just talked about, because often earnings gaps are breakaway gaps, those continuation moves. So these are let's talk about a few more things here just to kind of flesh out the idea. So like I said, the pattern confirmation is super key, and you want to see that break with be from considerate significant consolidation. Essentially you want to have it have a constructive base that it's pushing out of, and the wider the base, the further the move will be. Just a matter of physics, right? Like the more you coil a spring, the stronger the energy will be when it's released. So that's basically what we're working off here. All of this stuff, it's kind of just physics in a way. It's kind of just I don't want to say common sense because there's nuances, but once you kind of internalize these concepts, it'll be really helpful for your trading setup. Oh, I see VSync mentioning hood there. Yeah, we talked about that last week in the newsletter, and it's doing real well. We'll try to touch on that too. And I saw Lulu mentioned as well. Those are both worth watching for sure. We'll take a peek at those later. So basically the same thing as the earnings gaps. Essentially, you want a little bit smaller sizing due to the binary nature of these trades. It either works really big or it just crashes and burns, and you get one of those gap and craps. So until we see clarity in the charts, we just want to protect ourselves, right? So we size a little smaller on these. Maybe we size a little larger on the on the gap fills, because gap fills have about, I think, 75%, 80% chance of filling. They just love filling. So, that's very high probability. You can size up and expect, okay, if I'm wrong, it's the 1 out of 5, and the other ones will make up for it. For these, the hit rate's going to be lower. So you just want to respect that, respect the statistics, protect yourself in that regard. For these, I also recommend tight stops, because like I said, if it fails, it will fail hard, and you just want to protect yourself. And we do that with tight stops and small sizing. So in terms of target setting, we want to use the consolidation range, like I mentioned, to project minimum targets. So I know this is kind of rehashing, but hey, heck, why not? We get another example out of it. So this is HIMS. It's a crazy move. It hurts me a little because I missed this move and I was looking for it, but this is a good example because we can talk about what I should have done and what I didn't do. I was watching it in here and I missed my buy off of here, and I was watching it here like, man, it looks good, but I don't want to be wrong. That's really what it came down to. And then we got the gap up and I said, I can't look. I can't look anymore. Sure wish I kept looking, huh? So what I should have done is played that gap up. So essentially, there's a few things to watch here. We get the gap up, and this one is a bit sloppy. You see it does retrace a decent amount. So remember, we're not entering right on the gap up because it's just not very reliable. Even with these huge power movers, sometimes with the biggest movers, because of that increased volatility, you'll also see a significant pushback. Not always, but that's where it's important to kind of have market awareness, where if HIMS, it's a high flyer, it's a momentum stock, when it cooks, it really cooks. When it sells, it really sells. I mean, look at this side of the base here, straight parabolic, and then just to the depths of Hades, right? So because of that, you get some shake and bake, right? You get the gap up, and it does close over this key 50 moving average. But what are we really seeing? We're seeing open high, close low. It's a little bit of a worry, even though there's a bottom wick. And so that forms our gap, right? And so then we want to see, what does price do in the gap? So it gaps down a little overnight and it pushes down lower. Not sure, but it looks like it barely breaches the 50% line of this gap. And so remember, when you're under equilibrium, what are we looking for? We're looking for that price action that's like a beach ball underwater, right? We want to see it just pop back up and use every opportunity to really, really to prove its strength, essentially, in that gap, in that area of low liquidity. So we do get the nice hammer candle, the nice big bottom wick and small body candle. So that to me is showing accumulation, that buyers are soaking this gap up. They're saying, okay, I don't even think it's going to fill. I think it's going to rip on out of here. So that's a positive sign, but we're still not ready to enter yet. Not me personally. For the higher probability setups, I really like entering when it reclaims the gap level there. So say we got in right there on the reclaim. Pardon me one sec. All right, there we go. So we get in on this gap reclaim, and then boom, it's just off to the races, right? So what are we doing? First off, we're measuring the base that it broke from. So I was a little conservative in the base here. There are other ways you could possibly frame this, but for me, the base was basically just this little area. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, I wouldn't have done this before. Yeah, this makes more sense. So this is the base for me, right? Swung up, came down, retesting here. So this to me is kind of the base. And what I would say is you mark that out and then you look for extensions. So you have the 1.6 here. That's a take profit level. You have the 2. That's a take profit level. You also have the 2.6. And then just to kind of throw something else at you, you should also be looking at, if it's a setup like this with a big left wall, you would kind of be expecting, hey, I think that we can sweep up here. I think that we can finish the pattern essentially and find a home for all the buyers that bought up here and let them get out, right? Price really loves doing that, especially on these big parabolic movers that show that they're not done yet. So when you're looking at this left wall, some things you can look for are things like gaps. We love gaps, right? That's what we're here for. So we have this gap right here, and we would say, hey, we've got momentum. There's a nice little target up here. We've already locked in some nice gains. I want to see what it does in this gap. And maybe you could be saying, hey, if it shows any weakness in here, that'll be where I get out. Maybe you're shooting for the full move up here, both totally valid. But I really like watching these. And let's see what we get. So we push up here, we take profit, very nice. You'll also notice that the bottom of this candle just kissed that 9 moving average, right? So big momentum play here. The first tap of the 9 moving average, we are expecting explosiveness off of that. And boom, we get it. Just beautiful tag and go here. Crazy expansion, easy profit take in what? 1, 2, 3, 4 days for, I didn't mark it, but what is that? 35 to 47 for the first trim. I mean, that's cash money right there, right? So yeah, these are all daily time frames here. All my charts here are dailies. I think that it's the best kind of representation for these because essentially when we are trading gaps, we're primarily trading gaps on the daily chart because they often happen with news overnight, with earnings, something like that. So yeah, all daily time frames here. Thanks for asking. Good to see you in here again, man. Appreciate you coming back. So we have our next extension here at the 2. Always get these. I kind of cherry picked here a little because this one was just in my mind as a great breakout continuation play. So this is where I would be probably getting just about all out, maybe holding a little bit of a runner, but I mean, this is such an explosive move in such a short amount of time that you can't expect it to go on forever, right? So another take profit there. Realistically, I'd be out 1/3 out completely. But let's say it was a quarter, and we left a runner. Let's see what happens. So we see some mixed tape here, some back and forth. So it's not the straight up surging. It's not just one directional tape. Sellers are trying to step in. Why are they trying to step in? Well, we always look left, right? What happened here? Big parabolic move, spike up, sellers came in. Big spike up, smashing those sellers, but they reshorted, right? And you got the overnight move, and then they just held that momentum all the way down. So because of that, we're looking at this area as a sign of, or as an area of resistance that needs to negotiate. So it makes complete sense that when we revisit it, there will be mixed tape there, right? So we get the back and forth. What are we watching in this consolidation? Well, first off, we're watching our rising supports. This 9 moving average held like a charm. Can't be mad at this candle here. It's pretty natural, right? The first major resistance was respected. The second major test of the support respected as well. That's a good sign. And as you can see, buyers ran it up again. Where did they take it? Remember how we talked about those top wicks forming basically a zone of resistance? We see it again here. We get the top wick, it trades back into this. And I'll be honest, this is a little bit tricky, right? Because this candle closes so strong, this big white candle here. But it does respect. And overnight, we do see a fade off of that level. So now we lose our 9. Now here's where you can say, hey, we gapped under the 9, kind of sketchy. How I would manage this is say, okay, now we're really close to the 20. The 20 caught up nicely. And as long as that holds, I think I'm still in. And probably I'm going to be watching for this gap to fill and thinking, hey, maybe that'll be the kind of wick back up to clear out any more, just people on the tape, participants on the tape, and kind of set up for the next move, which could very well be down, right? It would make sense. So that is an area where I would say, hey, okay, we come down. I'm still in with my runner because we held this, but I need to see it show some strength in here. So it comes up, and maybe on this doji, you're a little unsure, and maybe you take it off right there. It's totally fine. You'll be kicking yourself in the morning when it surges up here. And if you did hold, I'd say this is your take profit because, man, it's just a crazy, crazy explosive move after a crazy explosive move. One thing about topping patterns is they very often will double top, right? And the method or the mechanics behind that are you have the parabolic move, shorts come in, and then bulls say, hey, man, this is a good stock. I think we can keep running it here. And then bears have to basically confirm that, no, this is a valid level. You guys are getting too big for your britches. We got to cool this down. It's just not sustainable. And so that double part, that double top, that second push up, that's where you'll often see kind of the end of the initial parabolic move. All right. So that's what we're kind of working with here. And as you can see, big spike up again into this resistance zone. And hey, I'll be honest, if I was trading this and it was up here, it'd be hard to sell because then I'd be going, hey, we can go higher. But it's just important to practice discipline and just be cognizant of the fact that you are in a resistance zone. And if you listen to that, obviously super easy to say in hindsight, but these you'll see these very often, these types of setups where it'll do this kind of thing. So that zone was respected. And then I'd say probably, well, it's tough because it didn't close under. So I think I would still be in this trade to this day if I caught it like this, So just some food for thought there. I think this was a good example just because it's such a high flyer. And for these gap and goes, you really want to be targeting these high momentum names, stuff like the OKLOs, the SMRs, the HIMs, like I mentioned, Roblox, Hood, that kind of stuff. So these are some of the best trades to play these continuation moves. NVIDIA, another example that we just went over. John McLean mentions an exhaustion candle. Exactly. So that's what that looks like to me, right? I mean, it tried to just power on up, and that's a huge range for a candle. We're talking, let's call it 53 to 67 or something. That's crazy, right? So whenever you're going to move like that in a day and it can't stick the move, you got to be worried, right? You got to be thinking, hey, this has to digest a little bit more. Doesn't mean it's going to die. And I don't think HIMS is dying. I think it posted a good day today as well. Oh, is this today's chart? I can't even remember when I pulled this. Anyways, to me, what it looks like, here's a little free alpha. To me, it looks like we did the cup and now we're starting to form out a handle for continuation higher. I'm a HIMS bull. What can I say? So that's an example of the continuation move, the breakaway gap. So let's talk about earnings gap managements here. And we'll get into another NVIDIA example because, man, they just keep giving me such good examples on that chart. So I think the most important thing with earnings gap, as opposed to your traditional breakaway gap, like we saw with HIMS, is that you need to very quickly, pre-market essentially assess, is this gap valid? You got to analyze. And this is where I do think it's important to expand. If you're just a technical trader, it's really important to essentially, I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by a window here. Let me move that just a little bit so I can see everything I need to. There we go. Okay. So it's important to basically gauge the move, not just from a technical perspective, but from a fundamental perspective. And I know it can be kind of overwhelming, especially if you're a pure technicals trader. Maybe you avoid some earnings gaps because of that. That's totally valid. But I think it's really good to help kind of dip your toes into fundamental analysis and basically get a feel for, looking back at previous examples, what constitutes a breakout earnings continuation gap move. And essentially what you're looking for is a double beat. You want to see a beat in earnings, and you want to see a revision up. You want to see all of the things that show that this company was undervalued and now the market is starting to catch on, right? Because you want that institutional inflows. You want Wall Street saying, hey, maybe this wasn't on my radar. Maybe I wasn't sure about it. Now I got the information that I need. And then you'll see, just like we talk about volume and price confirming each other, the fundamentals and the price action confirming each other. So once you get the fundamentals to kind of match what you're seeing in the chart, that's a sign for a lot of other cohorts of traders, institutional traders who trade off of the fundamentals, to say, hey, I'll join this party. Let's rock. So because of that, I think it's really important pre-market to take a look at that. And that's going to be your kind of your litmus test about whether you think this is going to be an earnings gap and go, or whether it's just going to be one of those kind of iffy reactions where it gets a little bit of a pop and then, fades and closes that gap. It needs to continue basing. So the second thing is, if you're trading options, it's super important that you're cognizant of IV crush, because essentially IV will rip probably like 60% on average, and then it will crush super hard. I don't have an exact metric. I think it's actually more like it rips like 30% and crushes 60%, something like that. So because of that, if you're in an options play, you want to exit between 2 and 3 days, right around there. Earlier if you get your move, right? Take the money if you're in options, honestly. Doing that'll help avoid the theta decay, and it'll help avoid that options crush, or the vol crush. So because of that, you can see really big winners turn to losers fast if you don't manage them appropriately. And that's why I'd steer away from options if you are a new trader, and just in general, you got to really know what you're doing for earnings plays when it comes to options. That's why I love trading options on my Trade the Pool account. Honestly, it's just super easy to do. I have one of those swing accounts, so I can use all my buying power. Not that I would use all my buying power on any one play, but it gives me the options and the flexibility to do this kind of trade without having to worry about getting my vol crushed. Nobody likes getting their vol crushed. No. Tim is making a very good point that I should clear up. I'm not trading options in a Trade the Pool account. This is why I prefer the the pool account, because I'm just trading shares. And because of that, I avoid the Greeks. I avoid getting crushed on the volatility move, the IV crush. I avoid the theta crush. Thanks for pointing that out. I probably wasn't clear enough there. So yeah, there's the balance between fundamentals and technicals. So the balance, you got to balance the earnings quality with the gap size, and kind of say, okay, does this fundamental change justify and validate this gap up? And so doing that will just help you kind of align yourself, like I said, with the immediate assessment, and just help you kind of frame the trade and be ready to go when it's time to go. So the last thing I want to talk about for earnings gaps is, it's okay if you miss it too. What you can do is you can look for sympathy plays. And essentially a sympathy play is when a stock will move following the leader of the basket. So for example, Zscaler had a smashing earnings. They gapped up big and closed at the high a day after the gap up. Amazing move. If you were trading with me, you were in it, just saying. But if you weren't, you had the opportunity to get into like CRWD, what is it? Crowd share, crowdsource, whatever. Crowdflare. I don't know. You can tell I'm a technical trader. The point was, it was setting up. It's a good company, and it was leading, or it was going to follow that leading stock's move. So doing this, you can set yourself up for some really high probability plays, and maybe they won't be the huge winners as if you were in the best thing at the right time, but you have a lot less risk, right? So that's a really good way to kind of play these if you're not confident in your fundamental analysis. Just putting it on your radar there, giving you some more options. So let's talk about another NVIDIA setup here. And I know, again, just confetti puke here, a lot of lines, but there's a lot to talk about. So ignore these ones down here, because that was the previous setup that we talked about, this gap up here. Now we're looking at a continuation move, an earnings continuation move. So as you can see, earnings, the E right here, this was the gap. This was the gap. So what do we have? Let's talk about what we got on our screen here. We've got the gap itself. And then when you have this power gap, for me, when I was looking at this, I said, hey, you got some areas here. If we draw this over, kind of aligns with the base. It wouldn't be super surprising to me if we dipped into this a little bit deeper than the last example of NVIDIA, where it had kind of carved out a lower move into the earnings. I don't know if you remember that chart, but the chart essentially was flagging and then it dipped into earnings, and then on earnings, it shot out of there. So for this, it was tighter. It was a little bit more aggressively bullish. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should be inclined. And the chart does show that it actually would test the gap even less. It actually didn't test the gap at all, which is crazy. So this is pretty rare, I would say, but it is a real sign of strength. But for me, I said I'll put the stop right in the middle here, because why am I willing to risk a bigger stop? Well, it's a bigger base now too. This whole thing has just been flagging. When you get a base this size, you'll often get a move. This is not scientific, but what I have noticed is when you have a base this size, you will often get a move that's roughly that size. You can kind of see that right angle there. Not scientific. I gotta run the numbers on this, but hey, in general, the bigger the base, the bigger the space. So John McClain, CrowdStrike, thank you. That was driving me crazy in the back of my head. Okay, yeah, so you got the big base. You're looking for a big move. You allow yourself a little bit more room on the stop. It's a big gap, but these big gaps off a big base, that's such a good sign. That's really what you want to see. And again, more just confirmation between the size of the base, the size of the gap, the size of the earnings news. It was all just a slam dunk, and the market wanted to reward it. So you saw it straight out of the gate, and this would have been tough. I'm not going to lie. This would be pretty tough to just say, hey, we're going right from the gate. So maybe you miss it. Maybe you wait till the day closes and you say, hey, okay, I wasn't confident enough to just buy it essentially at open, because it really didn't give you a look back into the gap to prove itself. But it not giving you that chance to, or giving itself a chance to prove itself, is kind of proof in and of itself. Does that make sense? Because it didn't test the gap, that's a sign of strength, right? So because of that, I'd probably say this is my hindsight 2020 entry right at open. But in reality, I probably would have entered at close here. So still plenty of room on that, and essentially you were saying, okay, I wouldn't expect it to dip much into the gap at all, if at all. But if it does, I'll give it a little room. If I enter here, I might just put it at the gap here. If it closes into the gap at all, I'm out. And I think that's totally valid. So then what are we doing? How are we gauging this? How are we framing this trade? Well, remember, we're going to measure the base. So these highs here to the low here, basically the consolidation range before the breakout. And we are going to project that up. So when we project it up here, what are we looking for? We're looking for that 1.62 fib. We're looking for the 2, and we're looking for the 2.61. So as you can see, this one worked real well. You got the initial just surge up, and it never really looked back. And then you have another power gap, as I'd call it, like a continuation of a continuation gap. And hey, that's just showing that the market is hungry. As long as this gap holds, you're ready to party. So maybe at this point, I move my stop up to, hey, if it closes under this gap, I'm out, just locking in a small win and letting it settle. Because if it fills this one and then closes under it, it's a good chance it'll try to fill this one too. And you don't want to get caught in a reversal. So because of that, you're watching this gap, and you're also watching our moving averages. As price surges up here, these are going to steeply move up with it. And you're going to essentially have a really nice way to cap your risk just built into the charts here. It's a really, really handy thing to watch. So we have our targets. We enter gap. We instantly hit this. It's not a huge target, but hey, I would lock in a little bit there, just give myself that cushion that we're talking about. I'd feel pretty good about that cushion on this day, but hey, we still close basically at the high of the gap. So what did that tell us? We opened a new gap. Basically, this gap is protected until this gap fails. And now we're testing this. We wick in and we catch right at the top of it. And we couldn't even test the 9. So these are all signs of real strength. So because of that, we are going to essentially just stick with the trade. It's working. And look at this, more expansion gaps. The market can't get enough of this thing. If you guys were trading, when was this? Like last year, I guess. Excuse me, just how explosive this move was. And everybody and their mom was saying, get me in. Or they were saying, it can't keep going, because they missed it, But if you took this setup, you're not missing much at all. So we're still in, we're still riding it. What are we waiting for? This 2. We come up, surge above it. hey, beautiful, beautiful. We lock it in and then we keep waiting with our runners. What are we waiting for? Either the big extension goal or we're waiting for a loss of this 20 or these shorter term moving averages. And remember, this is where the art comes in. I'm not going to say stop out the second you lose the 9, stop out the second you lose the 20. That's really dependent on your trading style and also on the velocity of the move, right? So we were kind of talking about with the Hims chart, and it's pretty similar here. So we get this big power surge. And so here's how I would look at it up here. I would lock in more. Realistically, I'd probably be out of the trade. Maybe I'd leave maybe I'd do like 2/3 or 1/3, 1/3. Then I'm up here going, oh, it's so strong. I don't want to get out completely. I'll take off 1/6 and I still have 1/6 or whatever, you know? And what I'd be looking for is saying, okay, we are stretched here. Just mathematically, we are stretched. Even the best names in the world, they got to cool down. It's just what goes up must come down at least a little bit for a little while, right? So because of that, we're looking for signs of weakness up here. We gap up again. How many gaps is this? Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gaps. That's insane, right? You got to think eventually it's got to cool down a little bit. We're not calling tops here. That's not what we do, but we are managing risks at key locations. So we take some off at the 2.61 and we look for signs of weakness. Nothing here. This seems fine. This is a nice stick. This is a kicker candle. This should worry you. Not even worry because you're deep in profit. This should be a sign that maybe you're overstaying your welcome. So because of that, on this close, I'm not saying get out, but I would be saying head on a swivel. If it shows weakness from here, it's probably going to see some continuation down. So I would say either you get out at close when you see this candle post bearish, or you say, okay, I'm going to give it some room. I think this still has legs, but it's got to prove itself on these moving averages. This day, gaps down, fills the gap up, sweeps lower too. It probably swept lower first and then filled the gap up and closed right here. So it's kind of an ambiguous candle at a key level. There were buyers here. There was a logical reason to send it back up here. There was a logical reason to test below and test here. It all makes sense, right? Pardon me. Oh, I'm going to blow my nose real quick. Don't get sick, guys. It's no fun. All right, where were we? We are watching these moving averages. So this one makes sense. And this is a little scary here. We knifed through here, and it's probably showing that there are sellers up here. There are sellers in this range. So totally valid if you got stopped out here. That's why I put this here. If you're just going purely by the book, by the numbers, this is when you'd get stopped out. And what do we have? We have about a 16% move again on this name. You know, it's such a reliable, just, man, if you're in these, you can wait for them to rebase and just keep them on your list, and you'll often get a second leg. So really good to have on your radar there. So yeah, worst case, you get 16% or so. Best case is, I mean, some of these trims are a good 20, 25% if you're getting out up here. So just stuff to consider. And then you're watching, okay, it's basing on these moving averages. And then when it gaps up again into this body here, so this is kind of like, this is where the seller stepped in. So that's where we're watching again. This second red candle here, I would just be out. I'd just say, hey, this looks like a double top. We've already made the move. I don't need to wait for confirmation. And, you know, it kind of played with you, right? Played with you here holding the 9, played with you here holding the 20, and then just gapped down, backtest failed, and then it started sliding. So I think that's a good example to cover a lot of the different contingencies that you can see there. So let's talk about the psychology of gap trading just a little bit here. I think it's really important to always think about the psychology of any setup you're trading, because it's just so key. You know, the whole thing about charts is they're essentially a visualization of the group's psychology, you know, their thoughts and feelings on any given chart, right? So it's really key to essentially try to get in their minds and see why it's moving, how it's moving, because understanding that will help you predict what it's going to do. And that's the game here, right? All righty. So in terms of market maker behavior, they provide the gap fill liquidity. And they like to do this because, remember, market makers get paid off of the number of transactions, not on whether a price goes up or down, because they are constantly on both sides of a trade. They're buying low in a range, they're selling high in a range. They're basically providing the liquidity to the other side of the active traders. because of that, you really want to watch these key levels. When the gaps fill, what does price do? Because just getting the gap fill is not confirmation of anything other than, well, market wanted it to go there because there were a lot of orders to fill there, and it really can be that simple. So because of that, really important to keep that in mind. It's also important to, sorry, I got distracted there just for a sec. Oh, I see why. Tim is reminding me that we have a very special event coming up that you'll hear about at the end of here. So stick around. We're gonna have some fun and trade the pool community. But getting back on track here, retail panic patterns are really important to watch for too. So these emotional gap patterns, they can create continuation opportunities where a stock can gap up, and it's just such a big move that people are like, oh, I'm gonna fade this. There's so many traders who fade gap ups, and I'm sure some of them make good money, but I need to see the characteristics that we were talking about in the gap fill section to take those setups. A lot of people just hammer it open, right? And the initial push down that they provide, that knee-jerk reactive push down that does not align with the fundamental change in the stock, that can provide a really good opportunity to buy that pullback that they create and push the market up and get that continuation pattern. So I think that is a really, really important thing that a lot of people don't talk about. So I just wanted to put that on your radar as well. And we can also talk a little bit about institutional footprints. So that would be essentially using big volume patterns to kind of help reveal the positioning of these institutional investors. So by that, I mean, when you see big volume sticks, either on the volume chart on the bottom of your screen or on your volume profile at a certain level, that can help you pinpoint just where institutional investors are positioning. And you can use these levels as essentially levels of resting support. So they're boosting it off of this key level, whatever it may be. If price drifts back down to that key level, if you're an investor, you're not hopping in and out of positions every 5 minutes, right? I mean, sure, there's tons of different algorithms and stuff, but in general, the biggest resting volume, the volume that actually pushes these moves into continuation plays, they're people who, or they're institutions, I should say, that believe in the stock going significantly higher. They're not here for 5%. They're here probably for 10 to 20 to 30 to 40%, that kind of thing, right? So because of that, we are looking for just a casual drift down off of their buys. They buy here, it surges up because everybody's like, whoa, look at that volume. When it comes back to that level, we can use that as support to risk off of, We can say, hey, maybe we missed the pop, but we're looking to basically ride the coattails of these institutions. And this is where I think retail traders have such a big edge that really doesn't get talked about. You always hear about how, the hedgies are out to get us, and, Citadel is, the boogeyman and all of that, yada, yada, whatever. What they don't talk about, it's all this victim mentality stuff. What they don't talk about is that we can be nimble. We can rapidly reposition. We can see these big orders that they place on the books and trade around them. They can't do that to us. I don't care who you're listening to. If they're telling you Citadel's hunting your stop, nah, they're hunting these big stops, or these big stops are levels of an institutional interest, I should say, more specifically. Less hunting and more confirming that this is a level where institutions want to buy. If they step back out, well, that's more information for us. That's probably going to be a gap failure move. But if these levels that institutions bought at are supported, you can expect the move to try to continue. So the last thing is just your emotional management too. It's really important to have a pre-planned route and to execute that plan accordingly. And so that's why I've tried to really this week kind of take it out of the arbitrariness of the previous week and really ground it in reality and fundamental examples where you can see how I would manage it personally. And I'm not saying I'm the best trader. I'm definitely not. I'm probably not the best trader in this room, but that's okay because I'm decent at explaining my thought process. And that helps you guys outpace me, which I love to see. If I'm doing my job, the thing I'd like to see most is you all trade me under the table next week. So get to it, hit the books, practice, and come school me next week. So one of the last things I want to talk about is just some professional execution methods. Nothing too crazy, but just what in general, what you want to look for is you want to systematize things. Is that the right word? we're rolling with systematize. Essentially, institutions and professional traders, they are not really operating that much off of whims and emotions. Sure, it's always a factor. We can't iron that out completely, but in general, they're very regimented in their plans. So because of that, I think if you want to trade like an institution, I think it's really important to set up a routine. So for me, this is my rough routine. I get up a little bit early. We'll call it 5. Sometimes it's more like 6, but essentially, sorry, these are West Coast times too. Essentially, you want to get up a little bit before market opens and you want to scan around. You want to see what's going on. You want to try to categorize the gaps. You want to categorize the gaps, and you want to kind of say, okay, I think these ones look like they can continue. I think these ones maybe look a little weak. Maybe when I'm waiting for the confirmation on my continuation ones, I'm taking some base hits on the gap fill ones. So by having these kind of baskets that you're sorting into pre-market, you're not stressed when the bell hits. You're already ready to go. And most importantly, I think that you will have limit orders at your key levels, whether it's the 25% or the 50% of the gap fill, whether it's a buy limit order when it comes back through with volume. Usually I'd recommend visual confirmation of the volume surge back through that gap opening level. But in general, you want to systematize things as much as possible and basically automate what you can and let your emotions have as little control as possible in these trading setups. So another thing you can do is essentially news catalyst assessment. So you can rate the news strength 1 to 10. I know it sounds arbitrary. It's like one of those charts at the doctor's office, like which face do you feel right now? How much pain are you in? It can seem arbitrary, but just having any kind of metric, whether it's, even if it's completely your own personal one, it really helps you gauge and sort these setups and say, well, there's 5 setups that gapped up that I think could continue, but the news for these 2 seems really, really robust and really valid and, like actually actionable. So maybe you just focus on those 2. And that's where the other thing I talked about a while ago that we mentioned is how to manage multiple gapping positions, because it's really easy to say, okay, well, maybe SPY is just really strong pre-market. And so all of these earnings catalysts, all these news result catalysts, they all seem to be just wanting to continue. Well, if you load up on too many of them, you could find yourself in for a shock if all of a sudden SPY changes its course, half an hour into the day or whatever. So I think it is important to not overcommit on these setups. Just take 1, maybe 2. And if you do take more, it's really important to practice discipline and have strict risk management. If you're taking the entries on the gap reclaim and you have a couple and you're not able to watch all of them, especially, I think it's really important to really tighten up those stops. And it's okay to get stopped out break even, because that's like you did nothing, which is probably what I'd recommend. So that's totally fine. What you don't want to do is have wide stops on 3 to 5 to 8, whatever positions. And then, you go pet your cat or get a cup of water and you come back and you're down a ton because you weren't being diligent about the potential risks, the potential tail risks. Yeah. You always got to think about what about that 5 to 10% chance that everything just goes to hell in a handbasket, right? You want to be able to protect yourself from those outliers. And you do that with the planning, not with being fast on your toes and saying, okay, now I got to make 10 decisions in 5 minutes. And, that kind of stuff, you're setting yourself up for failure. What we're trying to do here is set yourself up for success. So I think those are really key. And it's also really key, like I mentioned, to touch base with the market and see, okay, is everything just ripping? What's the context of the market, right? And that's the next point here. So you want to check the VIX, the volatility index. You want to kind of gauge the fear and the willingness to buy in a given market. You want to check the sector rotation. Your heat maps are great for that. And that'll kind of give you a feeling of where the money is flowing. So ideally your stocks are, your earnings gap ups or your news catalyst gap ups, they are starting a movement, and all of the things in that sector are finding bids because the market is essentially preempting this being a real move, and they're wanting to get their foot in the door on the sympathy plays, which we also talked about. So that's super important. And also just always have an economic calendar readily available. I think there's a lot of good takeaways from this, but one really easy one to level you up is just bookmark an economic calendar and just make sure before you're trading on a day, especially if you're day trading, to know what events are coming. There's I think it's on Bloomberg. I'm not sure actually. I can drop a link for anybody who's interested, but there's a really good one. I think it's probably the top result if you search economic calendar, where it actually rates the impact of every event. And by doing this, you don't have to be a macro whiz kid, you know, you don't have to be some high level quant. You can really easily say, okay, these are the events that are going to change the market. These are the kind of pivot points, the inflection points that I need to watch for. And using all of this, you can help kind of gauge, give yourself a cohesive view of what the market may do on a given day. And super important when you're trading these gap continuations or even gap fills, you want to know what the market in general wants to do. Also, because I don't know if you know this, you can make money just trading the market too. So it's always good to know and kind of help inform your bias there. So what else do we got here? Opportunity rankings. So this is just kind of what I was talking about with rating the news. In the same way you're rating the news, you're kind of ranking the setups that you see on any given morning. Pardon me. That was a big one. Okay. If you create a priority list of like 3 to 5 gap trades that you really think are the best of the best, then you're really doing yourself a favor. And it doesn't really seem like it at the moment. It might feel like you're limiting your chances. But let me tell you, you do not need to take more than 5 trades a day. I don't know. If you need to hear this, I'm telling it to you. If this connects to you, then it's probably a sign. Overtrading is so easy to do. And I think it's just really important to remember that this is one of the very few jobs that people are so passionate about that they will wake up in the morning, make some money, and then proceed to say, hey, maybe I'll keep working and give it all back. You know, who would do that at Starbucks, right? You know, it's like, okay, you could get off shift now and just walk away with your full money, or you could keep working and maybe I take it all back. Maybe you lose money, you know? So I think it's really important to just be diligent and just practice an abundance mentality, just like in anything in life, right? You're not fighting for scraps, you know, you are a king or a queen. You deserve the best. Treat yourself to the best setups. Don't worry about the rest. Every single day there will be more. You know, we're teaching how to fish here at Trade the Pool. We're not worried about any one meal, because we know we can just pop that rod back in the water and get another fish. So I think it's really important to just hone down on the best setups, and you'll really set yourself up for success. Even if it's a little bit of a rough learning curve where you're like, oh, I missed this and this and this because maybe I wasn't using the right metrics to make that list, but that'll improve over time. And what you'll be doing is you'll be protecting yourself from the downside of being in suboptimal setups, just straight up. So I think it's super important. All right, we got a comment here saying I take 2 to 3 max. Absolutely. I do my best trading when I'm in 1 to 2, maybe 3 active positions at a time. And if I'm in 3 active positions, you better believe I've got take profits and stops ready to go. So I could, you know, run off from the computer if I had to do something, and I wouldn't get skinned either way. You know, I'd be protecting myself in that regard. So super important, super important. Got another comment. AGT is a very good strategy. I'm actually not familiar with that acronym. There's so many. I'd love to hear a little more about that if you're still around. But yeah, thanks for the comments there. Let's keep it pushing here. We're almost done. So I just wanted to talk about a little bit about advanced order management. I think it's really important just in that kind of skill set of trying to emulate institutional trading. So I think limit orders are a really, really essential part. If you're just a slap-ass market order guy, if it works for you, God bless you. But in general, I think it's probably better to try. I think I'd place probably 75 to 85% of my orders using limit orders, because if I'm placing a limit order, one, I'm not worrying about the spread. I'm not going to have to chase a spread. And, you know, that is a factor, especially on some of these more fun stocks that we trade, the smaller cap stuff. But in general, having these limit orders, it allows you to define your risk in advance. It allows you to not experience FOMO and not have to worry about, you know, like, oh, am I just hitting this because it's a good 1 minute candle? Is that why I'm in? You know, you're like, no, I planned this out. That came to my level. It did what I thought it would do. And now it's a valid setup. So that's super important. Stop order placement as well. That's another thing I absolutely love about Trade the Pool. You get OCO orders, which is one cancels other, which essentially means that you can, you don't have to worry about resting orders in the book that you placed. You know, basically you're saying, okay, if it goes up and hits my target, great, I'm out. If it comes down and hits my stop, that's okay, I'm out. And by doing that, you don't have to worry and micromanage quite as much. I'm not saying don't watch your trades, but I am saying have these safeguards in place. and maybe allow for volatility buffers, X, Y, and Z, you know, but that's a personal thing. But in general, it's just really important to have your risk defined. Super, super important to have your risk defined. Alrighty. Just making sure I'm not missing anything here in the comments. And remember, guys, I love feedback. I love questions. You know, hit me up. I always spend like, feels like I spend more time answering questions than I do on the webinars. And I love that. That's my favorite part. So absolutely hit me up if you guys have any questions, comments, anything. All right, we got gap theory works wonders in NASDAQ. Absolutely. Anything with high liquidity like that, gap theory is just boom, just money, you know. It's a big part of my trading strategy. So definitely something to consider there. I'm totally with you. And what else do we got? We got some dynamic risk management system. We've got a few tools here that I think will be really helpful. So like I mentioned, ATR, the average true range for stop placement, is super useful because it's so much better than just having a one size fits all kind of stop, because let's be honest, every stock moves differently, right? And so by having a indicator that measures for you, that quantifies the size of a move, it really allows you to kind of open up your brain space to process the more artistic side of it, right? You know, like how you want to frame the trade, how you want to manage it, what your targets are. And and just you know, it allows you that kind of latitude, because hey, if you're right, you get to manage the trade how you want. And if you're wrong, well, you have a statistically backed system to say, hey, I'm wrong. This is the level where it's proven to me. And yeah, that's definitely very helpful. All right, I love you all, but I'm dying here, so I'm going to get some water really quick. I will be right back. And please keep the questions coming, because we got Q&A coming up pretty soon, and I would love to have a nice chunk of questions to talk to you guys about. So give me 30 seconds here. All right, all right. Thank you for your patience. Figure it was better to have my coughing fit off screen there. Okay, so we've talked about ATR a little bit. Talked about time-based exits as well. So there are different kind of max hold periods for each type of gap. We talked about it a little bit, but just in general, the rule of thumb is that you want to see gap fills happen pretty quickly. You want to see gap continuations happen probably a little more quickly because you want to really see that strength, right? You want to see the market essentially kind of show its hand and say, hey, we're going up, right? So just in general, kind of keep time, the time aspect in mind too, because, you know, there's one, I am a levels trader, you know, I don't worry about time as much, but it is really important to kind of factor in. So keep an eye on that. And keep an eye on the correlation monitoring too. So that would be stuff like overexposure to a single sector. Maybe on your morning, your checklist, you see a lot of things in one sector moving together and all presenting a similar gap up setup. I would recommend sticking to the best one, maybe two, but think about it. Why would you be in two assets that are so highly correlated when you could just be in the strongest one? If it goes sideways, you're just going to book more losses. If it works, just size up on the big one, right? So that's kind of how I would look at that. You know, always try to play the leader if it's giving you a good opportunity. And then the last thing is just, what did that say two? I should say four. Sorry about that. The portfolio heat map. So you just never want to exceed 20% of the total account risk across all gap positions. I think that's a really safe rule of thumb, especially for these trading accounts like Trade the Pool. That's the rule I use personally, and it's helped me out. So awesome. I think that we are just about ready to wrap this up. So we're going to talk a little bit about kind of integrating this all into one system, which honestly, I think we've laid good groundwork in here. So this will just be kind of bullet points, wrapping it up here. And then I'd love to get to your questions as well. So is this a duplicate screen? We already talked about this. We're moving on. So let's talk about the path to mastering these skills. So the first phase, I think, is really important to just identify them. So just what I'd love to see, guys, is if you want some homework, from Professor Steve here, I'd love it if you kept track this next trading week and just every morning pre-market when you're doing your rundowns, try to keep in mind what we're talking about here. Try to find those gap setups, try to sort them into gap fills or gap continuations, and then keep track on them. And I'd love to hear next week about how that goes. I bet as the week goes on, you'll hone that skill and you'll be able to identify them better in just a week. It's one of those things where once you keep an eye out for it, it'll click, and then you'll develop the skill quite fast. It's something that I believe all of you guys can get a handle on pretty quick here. So we've got support and resistance at the gap levels. This is just a bullet point because it's super important. I want this to be one of the takeaways. Excuse me. So yeah, just basically keep a very close eye on these gap levels because they're going to be kind of our inflection points about whether they are gap fills or gap continuations. One little nuance that you can kind of add into this whole mix once you kind of get that stuff down are multi-touch gap fills. So a multi-touch gap fill is one that dips into the gap, reconfirms over that gap and opening level, then dips back again. And these can be really mean. You know, they can be stop runs. They can be really like head fakey, right? But they often can provide the best risk reward opportunities. Remember we talked about how some gaps only will close 75% and then the shorts get squeezed. Well, imagine if you're the one squeezing those shorts, right? So that's not like a beginner thing. It takes a lot more nuance to kind of identify. You have to either have real conviction in the fundamental argument for the stock going up, or you have to see something else based on your other indicators or your other systems. And that's totally valid, right? This isn't one size fits all. Everybody has their own style. And what I like to do is give you more tools to add to the toolbox, right? And work into your trading style. I think that's the best way to hone your skill set as a trader in general. So keep an eye on that. And then we also have failed gap fill reversals, which is kind of what I mentioned, which is when price can't completely close the gap, they can move MOEV production value here. Sorry. They can move explosively. So yeah, just some stuff to keep in mind there for sure. And I like I said before, I'd love to see you guys try to track these performance in some quantifiable ways, because then it helps build your trading journal, and it'll let you look back and say, hey, I've made these tangible skills. I've made progress in these tangible skills. I'm actively progressing as a trader. It really just makes you feel good. And if you're not trading so hot, it gives you really actionable data to work off of and try to pinpoint what you're doing wrong. Because I mean, heck, this is a hard game. And if you're making progress, excellent. If you're not, that's okay. It just means that you're still in that learning phase. You're still paying tuition. You can stick with it. You can manage your risk. You can mitigate your risk with stuff like Trade the Pool is super great. I mean, I love these programs because essentially I don't have to risk my own money. I know some of you might have heard Michael Katz, our founder, talk about how he took a big old loss, like a $90,000 loss on some stock. And our goal is to basically, you can learn from our mistakes, right? You don't have to take that 90K loss. I've taken some substantial losses myself. And you know what? I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, but they did help me progress very fast because I didn't want it to happen again. So I started being diligent. I started tracking things like these, like the win rate by gap type. So you can start looking at your stocks, and you can even whip up an Excel spreadsheet and say like, okay, I'm putting in these stocks, and then you can have it automatically track what they do after. So you can look back and say, okay, in my gap fill basket, how many of these filled? Oh, look at that. They got a percentage. Oh, my gap extension plays, how many of those continued on? And so this kind of really helps take it out of this abstraction of, just concepts that I can.
Hey folks, how's it going? Just gonna wait for Joe to get on stage here. Here's Joe. Welcome, Joe.
Hey everybody.
How's it going?
Going pretty good today.
See if we can switch our layouts so you can be on the left. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Question. The letters on the can in the background, do they read left to right or right to left? Give me a shout out. Let's see who's actually here. Does it say Rockstar or does it say Rock? Joe, do you by any chance see?
Yeah, you know what? I've got I can't see it because the name is over the Rockstar.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, that actually tells me if the name's over it, so I'm going to go here. So here's another. We were just streaming. I was just sharing on a little thing here. So what I can do is in my VCam, I'll go here and I'll just this one, and I can just flip it, and then I can. There we go. Look at that. Now we're facing each other. We got a little virtual office.
Yeah.
All right. Any setups out there? Yeah. Do you want to trade large caps? Mostly mid and large caps right now. Yeah. So let's go ahead and check in. So the part that we didn't get to. So go on the viewer, Joe. Did you by any chance get the links that I put in the Rumble one before? So you disconnected there. So if you get try getting well, I'll get the links. But let's see if we can get the viewer up so you can share there. But yeah, it looks like everything, by the way. So apparently the news was Trump tweeted, "We are not assassinating the leader of Iran for now." For now. So that was something. And he said, but he's losing his patience. He wants everything done. So of course the market just kind of like, just generally. And in fact, I'll go ahead and just share an overview here. Yes, I can do it that way. There we go. So yeah, we just had this kind of selling. And now it looks like it caught, or at least tried to catch Now, I actually went long arm. I've been, so in my personal trade the pool, I've been long and short arm. Oh, you know what? I'm not even showing it on the screen here. Let's see here. Present. Wonder if they added. No, they did not add that. So I'm going to do. Okay. It's weird. I can hear you still, right? Can you go ahead and say something, Joe?
Yeah.
Oh, weird.
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yep.
Yeah. It must be coming through on StreamYard. It's just weird that it still shows. Okay. Yeah, the address bar is a little misleading, but that's okay. Anyway, yeah. Well, we got some rain coming in. That's great. So now I can do. Can we have two? Let's see. We can have that out of here. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
And so Joe, go ahead and do that thing with the OBS camera. Just go ahead and do the crop thing.
Okay.
'Cause
Remember, I am on the PC now.
Oh, you did do that. Okay, it was a little unclear what we decided when we wrapped up the other stream.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, then we'll be limited in what we can do. Anyway. Yeah. In my personal trade the pool here, I was long and short, and then long again on ARM. I was doing the same thing in options. On the competition one, what I actually did was I had this, not even a pairs trade, it's whatever a thing is with three is, and down a little bit. So NVIDIA is still down, and ARM has actually been, had a chance to kind of catch here. So what I did was I went long ARM, short AMD, short NVIDIA, and we're noticing here, if we look that, because ARM had the relative strength. Now these trailing stops on AMD have all come in. How many do I have? 600. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So this last one I'll just put right here. Well, so if it keeps going down, these will keep going. Now a lot of them have been trimmed. I trimmed the NVIDIA most aggressively because I figured if it does let's pop back up. It's going great, DJ. 2 a.m. Thanks. Yeah, my thought is if it's going to reclaim, it could reclaim quickly. So the thing is, this still looks it looks like a bit of a bear flag type deal on ARM for me, but potentially now bottoming. So let me get my and so right, obviously it keeps kind of rejecting these lines, but the second the market has a chance to rebound, I think it's going to. I don't think there's any question about that. I think it just everybody wants to buy, everyone wants this to be nothing for several reasons, obviously. Obviously for the people already getting bombed on all sides here. It's real already, but I think for the rest of us with the luxury of looking from afar, we can see this. And I heard, and I don't know if this is true, I heard a rumor, somebody saying ARM made some kind of deal with the Israeli government. I don't know if that's true, but that's interesting. So
that is interesting.
Anyway, so basically in the competition account now, and I'm just about to get trimmed, right? We'll just put that one up. That's a Yeah, CA, you might have missed the Trump tweet or the Trump truth or interview, whatever it was. He said we're not assassinating any Iranian leaders for now. So
That's crazy.
market did what the market does. Yeah. Nice. Nice.
Yeah, Money Mitch, he is killing
Yeah,
it.
he's Money Mitch long vol. I mean, that's going to be a thing. Is it can? Like, what's that?
It's long Money Mitch.
Yeah. Long John Mitch. Here, can you get a? I don't know if I can get a VXX or I guess VXX we could do that, but you want to pull that up, or are you able to share your stream, Joe? You want to see if we can get that?
Yeah,
going?
sure. Let's see here. Just gotta find. Evidently, I have a lot of windows open.
Indeed.
I'm gonna share this one.
So this is my other. I want. Oh, wait. Hold on. I wasn't sharing the thing that I thought I was sharing. But I was. It's weird. There's the competition one. Sorry about that, folks. So, yeah, you can see here. So I've pulled in 6. I'm not going crazy on the sizing. I mean, I've got, my exposure here. Right now I've got, oh, okay. Actually, yeah, I do have a decent bit of exposure on. Those add up quickly. Those shares add up quickly. So yeah, I probably was getting close to max exposure there on this trade when I had the full size on all these positions. I am, of course, long Roblox again. It continues to be impervious. Now I'm not long on any calls on it. My swing trading options, I rolled out from like July 100. I had even lower and sooner, but I rolled to like August 115, September 125. Just rolled it to a September 130 today. Just captured another $20 in profit. But my personal trade the pool. I'm also long in one of my other accounts. I haven't taken my take profit yet. I think that's still going to keep going. And I don't. By the way, those strikes. I would not be surprised at all if those go in the money by September or even before then. Like it's just fundamentally, I think it's just on a tear. Yeah, for here. So right now, yeah. So this was like 1800 negative. Now it's down to like 1100. This AMD, and what's interesting is we see NVIDIA looks like that finally closed out, and by having these partial trailing stops, you can see it actually closed all these out. So that was pretty cool. And now it could push up, so I'm glad I had that a little tighter. AMD, this is all, and what I might actually do, let's see, so this will be 150, 300, 450. Oh, wait, no, that's right. I don't even need this one. There we go. Had one too many. I would have flipped sides, which might not be the worst thing, to be honest. If we actually rip, but it's trying to decide there. So the real question here for me is ARM, and that's where this actually did this kind of undercut. It's just, and again, that's why I did the trade the way I did. The question is whether it actually comes up and reclaim. But ARM, the most strength of any of these names today, at least with that early morning pop up. TSM looking decent as well. Buying this mini pull in VXX. Yeah, that could be smart. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Steve or Joe, why don't you go ahead and throw your throw something up on there.
Yeah. I have the stage. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just this way until we get a.
Yeah, VXX.
Joe, you're literally exactly out of the camera. Can you scoot forward, or maybe you can
Yeah.
just aim the. There we go. Yeah, you can probably aim. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
That's good. You might be able to adjust the pan. Isn't the camera? Doesn't it? Can't you just control it from your computer, or have it follow your face, or?
No, not that
Okay.
I know of. But no, not yet.
All right. I guess I was confused on which camera it was, but that's cool.
Yeah. Yep. So that one I can adjust a little bit here. So yeah. Anyways, VXX. Yeah, looking. This is all based on volatility. I usually watch the UVXY along with this, and if I take a trade, it's generally in the UVXY. So yeah, we will just gonna have to see here if what the market does hitting lows like this. Is it gonna break that 597, 596, 597 level? It'll be interesting. Everything's so news based.
Mm-hmm. I'll go ahead and put a take profit just for caution here, since I'm again this close to passing one of my trade the pool challenges at long last. Yeah, I just need to make sure I don't mess up the ratios actually. So 741. Any GME fans? It's an auspicious number. You know. All right. CBX. Let's see what CBX is.
Taking a look at some of the other names that were running in the small caps today. Apps had a great move. Kind of took over the
I'm just gonna pull up this here. Keep going.
was taken over by Cero. Obviously,
Chevron.
Mitch really killed it on this trade. Just unbelievable. What a great move. I mean, from pre-market, down there, 750s, 687s low this or the previous close, and just rip into 20, 26, 27 there, 26.99 highs.
Let's see, what's the target arm? Man, retailers here. Dollar Tree taking a little hit, maybe. Target just, not good. You can recharting or just chatting here. Let's see here. I might grab some. I might do a little target short. Let me see what I got in my. Before I forget. Make sure I'm not forgetting anything important that I have in another account here.
Yeah, that was a nice pullback on the UVXY as well, following the VIX right into that wick of the 130 candle. Held support there.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been a nice entry. I did not get that.
Okay, I'm going to try a little short on the target here. It just looks... I might do another pair trade here. So Walmart has already had some selling today. They had some initial strength. Dollar Tree, I don't want to mess around with that just yet. But Target Walmart could be a good. So I'm going to just sell Target here. I'll So I just did a sell bid, and then I'll go here and do ask. Now again, I'm expecting one of these to lose money, just one to go faster than the other. So I wouldn't be surprised if Walmart ends up selling as well. But if I go out to like, oh, I haven't set up anything on this. Yeah, time. Let's see. I did 3 minute, 6 minute, 12. So if I were to go out here to the low day, that's 69, negative 69. Nice. Target, on the other hand, if target were to go like up to the high a day, okay, so that's actually a decent amount of loss there, especially that managed to bounce to close that gap, right? Like that's 300. But if I go out to, let's see, right now, what if it goes down here? You know, that's at least as much and then some as the Walmart one. And I could get clever, right? I could add to this position, right? If I see continued weakness. So I'll do it with a little ratio here, right? There we go. Now I'm short 300 to long 150 of Walmart. And in fact, Walmart, a little bit of a catch here. So I might put in, just peel off a little bit. I don't even care too much about this one. And now if we, even if we just hit the low a day, that's $100. Like this account is not anything crazy, but you know, it's not my main trade right now either. ARM on the other hand. Interesting. It's funny, I've done this before and somebody got angry at me. They said like, oh, that's not how you do it. You can't draw a line like through a candle. That's invalidated. And I was just like, okay. But like, look at that. Where that's going there.
Yeah, of course.
Pretty clear. All right. And, oh, I got these divided in the way I don't want. I can't move this up without moving the positions. I'd rather go the other way. But that's fine. I'll leave it alone for now. All right. What do you have? You want to? By the way, if anyone wants to come on the stream, please let us know, and we're happy to bring you on as a guest. I think Steve's coming back.
Yeah.
Steve stayed connected, so I'm sure he's going to be.
Yeah, I think he's going to be coming back with us. Now, I was just taking a look at SBET here, and this is not the one that would have been like a necessarily a long today. In the small cap movers, but it's one that I'm just keeping on radar. Had a decent move yesterday, but just taking a look at the daily chart here, it's uncanny sometimes when you really go back to how powerful the daily chart is, and you look back on the 13th. It's really every once in a while you see this Wick's kiss. You got the wick, all this area in here from the 13th, which was 1030s up to 1150s or so. The next day gapped up, really had a nice move there. Obviously, it's coming back today, but still, the bottom at this point, really just touch that wick of that candle. It's a place of support. I'm not saying that that's a place to go long, but at the same time, it's something that I want to keep on watch. I'm interested to see where this thing opens up tomorrow. If it opens up higher than the close of today, or does the stock fail lows today as well? So just something I'm going to keep on radar. When I back this daily chart out, it's obviously got a lot of room in here, this gap area, but it may take some time for SBET to come back to. So just something that I'm keeping an eye on the side.
Nice. Let's see if this makes any difference on the. Well, it makes a very slight bit of difference. This little background light. I've got it ambient, so there we go. Trying to up my game a little bit every time. The backdrop.
Absolutely.
All right. Meanwhile, let's check in on the trades, which are not upping my game. Yeah, man. CA, I don't know about GameStop. I was already long GameStop. Let me see if I'm not long in any of these. Oh, actually, yeah, I already took a hit on GameStop in my personal trade the pool. And I got a couple GME calls for this week and next week, 24. And on all of them, I'm taking a decent little hit. My trade the pool here already, I'm actually this StreamYard window in a better spot here. I don't know. I mean, it could be one of those things where if it doesn't fall anymore, then it catches. But somehow, it doesn't seem like that to me. Now, granted, I haven't closed any of those positions, and I may get back long in there just because it'd be funny. But actually, no, I think it's looking like a short to me, and I'm probably going to do that on my personal because I am long Roblox, and they're a little bit inversey, so we'll just see there. And that'll be fun to do with some size on trade the pool. How big do we want to go? 1350? That's good. How much will I lose if I'm... There we go. Yeah, that's not bad. So it doesn't seem auspicious to me. At the end of the day, obviously, right? Like if the world hasn't ended just yet, we could see some buying. What did the Fed now? What was the GDP? The GDP now thing. Let me see. Actually, I'll get up. Weird, it's not letting me. All of a sudden, it's not letting me. Full screen. There we go. Yeah, so here was some of the news. We got.
Yeah, it looks like maybe we had a lower
pre-trade options return simulator. Oh, that's cool. What? Oh no, never mind. I thought it was saying pre-market, where you could it's like going in an options strat and just punching in the current price over and over and over again, like I'm sure many of us do if we're options traders. Go ahead with what you're saying there.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say that looked like the GDP model down 3.5% from June 9th, 3.8%.
Builder confidence down as well. Newly built single family homes. Where's the that's crazy. It doesn't have Fed now. Let's see. There we go. Fed now. No, Fed now is the payment service. Somebody said Fed now GDP. Maybe they. It's GDP now, right? Weird. Anyway, all right. That's where that was. Tesla, huh? You like catching knives, don't you, CA? I mean, respect, when it works, that's for sure, but Roblox still looking good. Joe, do something cool. I gotta go look at this GME position, see how I feel about it. You could be right on GME, by the way. Like it could be a little spot there.
Yeah, let's take a look at GME here.
Yeah, there we go. Let's get your take on the old.
Oh yeah, I was looking at this yesterday. Yeah, it's got those these moving averages coming down and starting to consolidate together a little bit more. Let's see. This thing opened up 23s today. Yeah, 23 right on the money. Obviously, definitely want to kind of see a hold in this area. I mean,
pull up a weekly of GME. That's just funny, actually.
on the daily chart.
No, weekly.
Let's look at that.
I think I'm gonna not have you overlaid.
Yeah, that's just a nasty candle from 30. But we'll see. It's on the weekly. We're holding 100. SMA.
Short BA. Is BA still a short? Can you pull up apps whenever you get a second? Just because we got a nice. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff here from Robert. I love this when people look at the historical things, the correlations, right? And when you think about it, it's so easy to do, but it's like thinking of doing it and then just bothering to go look it up is not like I don't do it as much as I very much much should. But yeah, so 2005 natural gas price 1580. Rest of the Georgian War, natural gas 1380. Gaza War gas price 650. Now that's gasoline or still natural gas, right? Now I was long WDS and swung that in my swing account on Trade the Pool. And I ended up shorting it today. It closed me out. The stop filled, and then here we go. Arm is green long. Arm long is green again. But yeah, now the short is working. So I've got what is this here? 9 ticks of profit on the short. I was actually just trying to trim, so I accidentally opened for 20 shares short instead of trimming 120 off. I was confusing my orders and my positions basically, so which was embarrassing. But that's fine. It's just about made enough. It'll be green. It'll pay for its commissions. So I don't really care. I guess it can just live there. what it's going to do. I'm not really messing with anything in my swing account just yet. I should, I suppose.
Yeah, this apps APPS, you can really see it. Just they're just really holding it down, below the 750 line. We'll see. We'll see if this continues to. Did it have its run day today? If it pulls back, it could come back on the daily chart, back down below 7. It'll be interesting to see if VWAP supports or not. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this thing, holds any kind of momentum. Looks like we've got RBNE also in the small caps, kind of making some moves again. This is a really interesting daily chart. I mean, look at this thing.
RBNE.
Yeah, RBNE. We had a massive run. I mean, up to 20, whatever this is, 20. Oh yeah, that's right. I was trading this the other day. Of course, 2050. Because I put a target.
I love that feeling. It's like something seems familiar about this chart. Wait, why do I have lines like drawings on this chart?
Yeah, I'm so mad at myself for this trade. I had a good trade on it. I was letting it run. It was running really well, and then I put my order at $20.50, and then I got greedy. I pulled the order and I thought, what if this thing runs, really goes, even past that, maybe I can get a little bit more. Of course, it hit 2050 and then started to come back. If I went back on the daily chart on this thing, I'm not sure if I can pull it back there. Yeah, right there it is. Look at that. There's the top on the daily chart from 3 days ago, a couple days ago. So I still got a decent trade on it. I got out, right before it failed for the rest of the day. So I'm happy about that. But it was one that I wanted to kind of keep an eye on. Again, I mean, I know it had this, obviously sick day here where it gapped down just back down to 580s. But, the thing that was is like, when you see this kind of chart and you would expect this, kind of daily chart on a stock like this to kind of push, today to push the previous high, maybe it, pops over it and then, kind of continues to sell. But it didn't, it held 50% of the way through this candle on the daily chart from yesterday, and it continued to push and recover. So this stock, really it's kind of made a unsustainable move over here on the 13th, comes back down on the 16th, has a pretty big red day, but it comes back and now, it's pushing the closing price of the previous day. So, it'll be interesting to see what this one does. Does this one continue to run? Does it, get back to 14s and higher, or is it going to pull back and, stay above 10 for tomorrow? Maybe it's going to set up for another move later in the week. So who's to say when it's going to happen? But definitely one that I'm going to keep on watch as well. I may have missed the trade on it, but that's okay. I'm liking being able to go back and watch. So that's RBNE.
Outstanding.
Yeah, looks like it's one of the
GameStop thing is here.
HUSA is moving as well. HUSE.
I didn't mean to put it. Oh yeah, I did. The take profit is from something else. I don't know. GameStop could do it. You could be right. CA could be right here. Let's see. What do you see on Tesla there? I wonder if I've got my repos. Okay. So that doesn't. Just sharing this to my friends and fans. Oh, now it's eating my CPU here. I blame StreamYard. You said starting to cover CA. Is it oh, I see that little catch on Tesla. Like a little bait. That could easily be a bear flag, so I wouldn't, on a day like today especially, I wouldn't stress, right? Like,
Yeah, that move on ARM was super today from the morning.
mm-hmm.
I don't always follow too many of the large cap names, but got to take a look at the daily chart on that. Yeah, 150. What a great target for that on ARM.
Yeah, see, it's trying to reclaim too. It's just like,
yeah, normally I'd be watching,
we should pull up the I'm gonna share this on J Live. Let me see if I can get Jay in my ear. Is my typing coming through, or is it filtering me out? Yeah.
a tiny bit. It's not bad.
Reaping nothing. It's curling down, yeah. I don't know. Everything's kind of curling down, down. The two genders, or
Is that hims and hers?
the duality of man. Two great memes. So you got a trade in the competition account yet there, Joe?
You know, I had a good trade
Oh, excuse me.
yesterday. Good trade yesterday on RGC, and then also SRM as well. But yeah, I did all right.
We've had one trade,
in the
yes, but what about
competition.
second trade?
Yeah, second trade went well. Yesterday, today not so much. Trying to, fiddle around with video stuff and not the time to trade, but sometimes you're like,
Yeah.
wait, and plus,
All right, but what about now though? Can we get something going?
yeah, now, if I were looking for a setup, I don't have anything out there just yet. It would have been RB&E, and I've missed that. UVXY was another one that, yeah, I missed the dip. I was talking about it. Mitch was saying it loud and clear. Take that little bit of the dip. Someone else in our chat was talking about it, I believe. But yeah, I've missed those now. Even though it's a competition account, I'm not going to wing it. I'm still going to take my setup if I can. And I just don't have.
Well, here we
one
go.
at
Now
the
these things. Guess I'm glad I rolled that Roblox call. Meanwhile, my oh, okay, now it's reclaiming here. That seemed okay, yeah, that was a quick catch. I just bought I think I bottom ticked that right on the
It's on Roblox.
yeah. So yeah, right there, because I just added on and then with that. So if you can survive the wicks on a day like today, like it's pretty easy to manage the position such that you end up green, no matter what, or at least not too red. But it's the sizing and the timing of your initial position and how quickly you scale in are kind of the big things, and taking profits when you can as well, so you get it back down to a. I think what you want to have is like a large burst size for your positions, relative to a small starting position, and then you just get it down to that, back down to that as quickly as you can. Otherwise, not so good. But yeah, the arrow's right here. So yeah, I got it down in, what was that fill? Let's see. 154. All right. Not that great. Not terrible though. Yeah, right here, I guess. I just want this arm long to play out relative to all these other short semis. If that works out, I'm going to be so smug the entire rest of the day. Week, really.
Mm-hmm.
Because made a decent bit shorting the other names.
Yeah, that's something to always go into the end of the week green, going into the weekend green. Really can set you up for a great, a much better mindset for Monday, and then also have a more enjoyable weekend. Although we've got a while till the weekend. Yeah,
it feels later in the week. That's just because we've been crunching so much on all this stuff.
Yeah. Another one I was watching today, and I did not take the trade on it, but CRWV, just what a move. I mean, I think there's a lot of people waiting for this on a daily chart to kind of move it, to make its move again. I mean, such a good longing stock, and shorts too on it. But that's another one that made a pretty nice move today.
Okay. CA, you got a bunch of these. You want to come on and share them live? We could really easily see, and the thing is, for example, Q's and SPY closed the gap to the downside, like, so we're queued up right to just lift off again for power hour. Come to think of it, which could be kind of nuts.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we get some support down here. It'd be the right time for it to get, some kind of, start to get some kind of bounce, but we shall see. Yeah, as far as power hour, any kind of squeeze, CA Foreman, and I also see Nygaard. He's been really active in our Discord competition chat. Glad to have you here. Saying there goes Cero, and then CA Foreman. Yeah, I'm not so sure yet.
I think it yeah, it remains to be seen. I think I'm being attentive to the risk of that. I think there's a strong potential upside risk. Let's put it that way. As far as whether it comes to play, who knows? But all it takes, honestly, and for some of these too, right? Like some of these semis, right? Like Nvidia's got a little more weakness, but all these semi names, specifically a couple other things, maybe Dollar Tree, like they couldn't push it lower, right? So if all the fear, as long as we don't get, war were declared, to quote the meme, right? As long as we don't get that, right? Actually, like to a greater extent than it already is, of course, then sometimes that's all it takes to get everything to flip if everybody just starts covering, right? Like it depends on what the volume was of shorts and everything. I'm sure when Steve comes on, he'll have some great insights on that.
Yeah, the VIX still pushing higher. Yeah, we're almost to looks like Friday previous close on VIX. So we still got that volatility out there. Still no trades for me at the moment. Cero, going back, take a look at that. The massive runner today. Really stomped out shorts. Holy mackerel. This is just what a run.
Oh, and I turned away for a second, and suddenly, lo and behold, everything blipped in the other direction. Just these little fluctuations there. Something else. Tell you what.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not surprising to me that Cero is trying to hold this $20 level.
What is
We'll see.
Cero here? Let's see. Oh, interesting. The description Godel has is still from the SPAC. When did they de-SPAC? Phoenix Biotech Acquisition Corp. Okay. Ripple curling up. I'm not really watching other crypto stuff, but that's worth noting, I think. I think we push. We've got 5 minutes till power hour.
Yep, 5 minutes. Yeah, CA Foreman. Yeah. That's what you'd like to see, is that big red candle that just drops to VWAP in a moment's notice. This thing's just holding on, but it's still above VWAP. That's the only thing that's on the short side, but it's getting pretty long and extended here. Like to see what this thing.
Whatever this music is playing, it's like.
Do you have some music playing?
Yeah, this is aggressive Viking battle music from Pandora. But this one's not, what is it? Kala by Danheim. It reminds me of both it reminds me of Viking soundtrack, obviously, but also both Battlestar Galactica and Gladiator. Like,
oh, that's cool.
It's an interesting thing. I wonder if I can make this a station as opposed to a. No, I can't. I just need something. Spy 15-minute previous scan. Oh no! My trade the pool crashed. I blame you, CA. I gotta restart it.
Ah.
Trader Revolution. Unexpected error. Well, sorry. I had the nerve to try bringing up Spy on 15 minutes. Who heard of such a thing? It's fine. I usually restart it overnight. It's been running a couple days, maybe at least one solid day. No, actually, no. I rebooted that computer, so I don't know.
Yeah, obviously this is the area SPY's got has to hold.
And here goes GME. All right, I take it back. I take it back. GME is. What do you think of that 15-minute candle there? SPY.
Yeah, I think it's let me go back to it.
15 minutes.
Nice
Doji.
push. Yeah, you can tell. I mean,
I'm glad I got that Walmart long. I'm gonna try to peel.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey, Steve.
Hey, how we doing?
Yo.
We're doing all right.
What do you think of this doji on the SPY 15-minute candle? Take here.
Let me take a look.
Also, I'm really curious on the day. We were talking about if we could see a squeeze in power hour. Saying I think the upside risk, I'm being attentive to it. I don't know if I would say it's likely, but
yeah.
Or actually, yeah, in terms of probabilities, I think it's likely. Whether it comes to pass is an entirely different thing. But I was curious if we wanted to see if this is what the short, because basically if it's failed to push some of these names down, right, like the semi names, right, they're still up relative to the previous day. SPY, Qs, IWM, pushed them all pretty much. Oh, Dow, yeah, pushed them all pretty much down to the previous close, and they're holding. The semis are still up there, and so it's like if, depending on the short volume that was coming in, if they weren't able to push it down, the beach ball could bounce up out of the water.
Absolutely. No, I'm seeing what you're saying.
I'm curious if we could tell if it was, what the short volume of the day, because I don't usually look at that, to be honest. And if we can tell if it's like, if we start seeing buying, is there a way from your perspective to tell if it's shorts covering or if it's, new buyers coming in? And I know there's the capital flow thing that tells us large, small, and maybe I should check that out. But
yeah. So in general,
I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I'm a big price action trader. So for me, how I look at things is we were oversold on the day. Mind if I hop over to my chart real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool.
Yeah, please do. Well, it's Joe. It's Joe that's up. So Joe, do you?
Yeah, no, it's all good. All good.
Cool. I'm trying to add myself to stage here. It doesn't look like it's working. Let me see.
You got to remove Joe.
Got to remove Joe.
You got to remove Joe's thing.
Yeah. There we go. All right.
No one wants to remove Joe.
When I'm thinking about short covering versus long covering, there's a few things I consider. So first, on the 15-minute chart here, we are pretty oversold on the day. So you can see this red here and red here are the kind of ATR daily targets, where if you're looking for an average move down, that's kind of going to be the area you're looking for some support to come in. So another thing I'm considering is the overall range we're trading in. I'll pull this fib out a little bit, and you can see that we're essentially running this 0.78 fib of this range from this low to this high. So this is an ideal area to look for that kind of reversal, and for basically the market to be saying, hey, if we are range bound, if that low is going to hold, this is going to be the area where you can look to take along. So there's a few reasons why in this kind of pocket here between the 7-8, that call it 597.50 and 598.50 or so, in that pocket is where I'd like to see some support. So when I see these 15 minutes start to post bottom wicks, I'm getting very interested. And on the 1 minute, how I would look at these big wicks pop, big wicks pop, big wicks pop. I think these are the short covering, and this is kind of the last of the short covering. To me, this here looks like the start of organic buying. So I'm going to be watching these short-term moving averages, my short-term red trigger here, the 20 moving average on the 1 minute. And I basically am looking for that trend to change. And I want to see the volume start to increase. And like you mentioned, most of these are higher volume on the red, right? So I think those are the short covering. And then this green, I think, is the start of some actual
legitimate buying. So what we should see is these levels respect. See how it's wicking up like that? That's what we want to see. We want to see these short-term levels start to be flipped to legitimate support, whereas they tried and failed here, couldn't even get above them here. So that's what I'm kind of looking for trend change. And then I'll combine that with the time of the day, right? So we're on that hourly flip. We can look at the hourly candles and see that we basically put in a decent bottom wick off the hourly 200 here. So that's always nice. You can look at it like we filled this gap as well. And then we also kind of revisited this little support node. So you could draw this out like here, consider it an order block. Maybe you go a little higher like that, something like that. And basically, this is kind of the area where I'd be looking for support, and it's starting to see it. So it's kind of aligning for me personally for on that hourly chart, a chance to push up a decent amount higher and essentially go for back for VWAP. Essentially, is what I'd be looking for here. So I'd like to see that. That's kind of how I'm framing this. Let's see if the buyers step in again down in this support zone or demand zone. If not, then maybe it's just the other thing is what's the week looking like, right? So we have FOMC, we have expiration, and these are reasons why there definitely could be no incentive to actually have.
Oh, is tomorrow FOMC day?
Isn't it? I think so. That's what Michael said. I'm in vacation brain, so
okay. Yeah, no, that's funny. Yeah. Let me check real quick here.
Maybe I'll redraw this down to where the wick started on the 15 here and start actually kind of reversing. It looks like a little bit of a pivot there, or maybe you could draw it here.
Yep, FOMC economic projections, Fed interest rate decision, Fed monetary policy statement, FOMC press conference. What a day for the last day of this event for everybody. We could see some fortunes reverse.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, exactly. Or things could get much, much worse. But I believe in the comeback story.
Look at GME there. That was a very interesting little pop and drop.
Ooh, a little yeehaw. Okay, that looks pretty bearish to me. If it closes under the pop candle for sure.
Yeah,
and then we could be looking for. Yeah, to me this is ugly. How just all of the moving averages, all of our triggers are just either going flat and they're losing them, or they are starting to curl down aggressively, and shorts are coming in on every pop now, it seems. So to me, that looked like a short covering pop, and then shorts kind of step back in, something like that. Maybe a long covering pop. I don't know. So look for this low to be swept, I'd say, at 2270. And if so, then you can probably get some downward traction into this support zone right along our ATR levels here at 2250, 2225. On the upside, if it can somehow manage to reclaim and undercut and push higher, I wouldn't really bank on that, but could have a decent amount of upside, but you're still going to have just all this overhead pressure curling down on you. So interesting look there. And on the daily, we were talking about this flag pattern here, and we were saying, is this a base or is this a bear flag? If it gets sustained volume down here and actually follows through with this, then it's starting.
Now, everybody, Roblox, this is your chance to get in.
Roblox, yeah. Let's take a look.
Roblox. Right now, this second. Yeah, curling up.
I mean, heck, it's so darn strong. Look, it just flags all day yesterday, and then the whole market kind of takes a tumble. It still just doesn't give any back. And when it does give it back, it's just coming back to the same level that it was basing at yesterday. That's incredible.
Well, think about it. It's great for escapism, right?
Yeah.
Parents bring the kids inside. No, little Johnny, don't play outside. The nuclear fallout. Like, sit on the computer and rot your brain on the screen.
Yeah, there you go. You know, what's more bullish than
look on the 1 minute though? Like, tell me what you think of the volume on the 1 minute.
Looking at all this room.
I know, but like I'm saying, like this second, yeah,
all
that's
right,
great.
all
But
right.
I'm saying like this literal second.
Oh yeah, very nice. An explosive reclaim of the 5 minute trigger here. You love to see it. Good volume there. I like this big red candle that could not make any progress to the downside. That's really nice to me, because that shows that buyers are just sitting here absorbing in this zone.
right under 160 or so.
No volume on it though. That looked more like bids just getting pulled, right? Like
For this red candle, or for
which
the push?
one? The
The 32-minute
that one there. Yeah. There's not really a lot of volume on that red candle there. There's a red volume candle a little bit later, but no little tiny wick down, but nothing to speak
All I'm
of.
seeing is a really small candle and a really substantial volume candle on this 1 minute. And so for me, that's just like, hey, why couldn't the sellers push it? You know, that shows that I think that there's a lot of buyers waiting in this area. And when they get this little flush, when they step out for a second, they're just buying super heavily off the 30-minute trigger here. So I like that. I bet we could find another moving average that it caught off of. The hourly 9 roughly. And also just, you can look at it like, oh, this after hours dip and then reclaim formed a order block, a bullish order block, where basically a lot of bulls were filled down here and pushed the price up. So it's all looking good to me. It's all looking good to me. There's a nice pivot here at call it 150 cents. Very nice.
Yeah.
What's our friend Hood doing? A little heavier, but still looks like this looks like a good time to get in Hood for a swing. It's back testing this pennant breakout. It hit the bearish targets, just intraday volatility, and immediately responded with buyers. It dipped a little bit into this gap. So maybe it needs to dip in again. Maybe it needs to heal that more, but I think it's a real sign of strength that the first tap, just a little bit of a tap, got a nice push like this. So keep an eye on 75 proper. That's a nice little pivot on the hourly there. And it's also confluence with these curling moving averages that if we hit this and either push higher and flip it, something like that we can break out, or we can push up, reject, maybe make a higher low. That could be another entry, and then flip it while these even out. So that's kind of what I'd be looking for there. But that's a big area of interest, that 75 handle. What are you guys looking at in chat? 1 minute chart is still under the 100 EMA. Okay, let's check that out. Maybe you're not talking about Hood. Oh, wait.
I did just hide the chat from the screen just because it was running over our faces, but you can put it back on or just read it out loud if you want. Either way.
Either way, up to you. As long as I can see them. So we got Zero, SERO. Let's check that guy out. Ooh, basing all day. Interesting. Basing all day. This does not look done to me. Look at that. That looks like a flag. So what we can look for. Oh, it's trying. Whew. So there are still shorts here. Maybe it's not ready today. But let's watch and see what happens here, because this will be interesting. It just tried to push, and sellers stepped in off of maybe a 15-minute order block. A little bit under, but it looks like there's a pivot there. 22.30 or 23.30. So if this fails, it looks like they're, oh man, so that might have been a stop raid to get out shorts, and now we might get some retrace here. Maybe I am wrong about the bull flag. If it is a bull flag, we should see buyers in this wick zone here that was previously holding. So I want to see what it does there. Hey Joe, did you notice?
Here's an interesting question.
What's up?
We got a question here. Nice technical question from Bobbins Mech.
Right. Bobbins Mech saying, I think if a 1 minute chart can trade above the 100 EMA and having some greens with sufficient ATRs, there's a chance of rally up. Yeah, I mean, so for me personally, I love the 200 moving average on the 1 minute chart, on all charts. But I mean, I think that it's totally valid. The one is definitely going to have a lot of algos trading off of that too, or the 100. So I think anything like this is a good way to look at it though, just in general, like, okay, there are these short-term trend indicators for intraday momentum. One of them being the 200 moving average on the 1 minute. I'm sure there's, like I said, algos trading off the 100 as well. But if they can get traction over there, it shows that there still is a buy program in effect for the day. And you can look for that momentum to hold, and you can consider dips below as long as they're bought up as buying opportunities, or dips into it. Definitely something to keep an eye on. So yeah, let's see where the buyers step in on Cero. And then Joe, what was the name that you swung again?
SRM.
Oh, SRM. I took it long yesterday, but I sold out in the day.
Nice. Totally fair.
Yeah. I just took it.
I was just noting, remember we were marking out this this volume profile and kind of trying to project what it might do?
Yes. Yep. I remember this.
Cool. So we had the B shape, right? And we still do have the B shape, but we drew out this fair value gap on the hourly. And the precision with which it came back and filled it in just about to the penny, almost to the penny, like 1 or 2 cents over, and then caught off of these rising hourly triggers here. It's really clean. And I just thought it was a good example of projecting downside targets on an uptrend and seeing whether it can maintain that trend. So like when you have such an explosive mover like this, it takes a while for the moving averages to catch up. And that's why you can get buyer exhaustion. And then sellers are just taking the mean reversion scalp. But where do they take it to? They're all getting out right when it comes back into moving averages where you could define your risk as a long. So I think that's really bullish. And I'm just, I like keeping this on here and seeing, hey, look, wicks held, there's a pivot forming right there. And now this hour or the candle starting to form a nice hammer potentially too. So pretty interesting. Maybe this is filling out a little more. I'd like to see it fill out even more, but maybe it's just too strong. Good little case study there.
Yeah.
A little flush out. We can see if it recovers. Looks like it wants to. Awesome. Appreciate that, Bob. Let's see. What else we got? Apps. I know that some of y'all were trading that earlier. Wow. Very strong. Very strong. And look at this. My big old purple monthly trigger. These levels are super, super key. There's almost always a reaction. And as you can see, it's just acting as a magnet right now, just oscillating right around that. So this is looking good. If we're talking volume profiles, check out that aggressive P shape. We got the boop, boop. And so this is all becoming support as it trades along here, all of that stuff. It's essentially building this out as a new support level. And we can go back to a higher time frame and see if this is a relevant level overall. See that? Just boom, instant reaction. And you're also working on flipping these wicks, this previous resistance zone, to support. So I'd be curious on the 15 if we dip back in here. We don't even. That's so strong. It just powered through. And then every time it even dipped a little bit on the 15-minute, it wanted to go higher. All right. Big Money Mitch covering VXX. Let's take a look at that too. He has been shredded.
I was just throwing that up on the hood, trying to reject that. It's notable. I had whatever I drew this before. 74.71 I had as a 423 extension to the upside, I believe. I don't think we ever got. Yeah, that was from way back in when. So I mean, we're close to highs, right? Like it's actually.
Yeah. I mean, look at this though. On the VXX trade, I just love how different traders' systems, like we can all arrive at the same levels and the same conclusions completely independently. Like Mitch is out here making a nice extension trade and he's taking profit. I'm not sure exactly why, but I know that for me, I'd be looking at this weekly trigger, this big purple, and this daily and saying, wow, these are a lot of areas of like that would need digestion. So, there's a good chance that this is where it would slow down after a nice straight clean move off the short-term moving averages. So for me, that's how I would frame it. And I'm sure he has a different way of looking at it, but it's so cool to see how we arrive at the same place, Gives you faith in the system, whatever your system may be. We got our boy CA long, some IWM. Okay, looking a little weaker than the rest of the market, but you could get some nice mean reversion up to VWAP if we can stick a move. SPY just doing its thing, trying to hold that 1 minute. Looks a little tough. Let's take a look again. See, I think last time we looked at SPY was down here, and it does seem to me to still be trying to stay over, although this candle is not sparking joy. So, I mean, I guess Occam's razor here is if I can't identify a clear reversal of that down movement that we're probably basing, and we need to actually have them show its hand a little more. Oh, GME took back the down move. Wow, look at that. So that looks like a buy program to me. So a little yeehaw shaking out, other, just positioning sitting on the tape, and now somebody's buying this. Very intriguing. Okay, let's watch the 5-minute trigger here at 23, see if it can reclaim, and let's find a pivot on the 15-minute chart, something a little more substantial. But there you see that that bull supply zone, so the ATR zone of, hey, if it's not going down a lot, this is the area where we're looking for buyers, right? And we are seeing buyers. So for me, it's still got a lot of work to do to get through this hourly trigger, to get through these downward facing, just, you know, kind of very aggressive things that probably, if we're bullish, we want to see them even out with some chop here, with some digestion. So let's see. I'm going to keep an eye on GME through the rest of the day because it'll be a good experiment. But the 5-minute looks substantial. That looks like it's trying to bottom. So we'll see if it can flip this one here.
Mick, hey, you want to come on the show and talk about this?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Some in-depth stuff here. We got a following. Steve, you can take this if you want. You're more of a technical wizard. This and a following comment.
Yeah, think about it, Bob, and I'll read this while you do. Guys, may I share a confluence theory which I'm working on or following these days? I look at volume down in a 1-minute time frame in conjunction with 100 EMA. Okay, that's intriguing. I like this. Confluence is great. If the volume is green past a red one and trading above the 100 EMA, I may enter with a stop at 1.5 times ATR and a TP of 1.5 times the stop. Okay, I already love this. Just because you're thinking mathematically, you're thinking in bets, so to speak. You know, you're gauging the risk and reward in a very tangible way. So that's awesome. Let me think about this a little bit. I think you're onto something, but I gotta let it cook for a second. Yeah, it'd be cool to have you hop on if you want and explain it in a little more in detail. But let me see if I'm seeing what you're seeing. I'll put a 100 moving average on my chart here. Let's do a little light blue. Sorry, this is great television, I know, watching me mess with my settings. No, I can't even see it. There it is. We got to change the color. Yeah, just for now, we'll do black because then it's easy to see. Okay, so we have the black 100 moving average here. And let's see, if volume is green past a red one and trading. All right, let me read the other one first in my head. Mm-hmm. Someone help me out here. I'm drowning.
Maybe at a max number of accounts I'm managing on a max number of devices right now.
You are pushing the limit.
I am pushing the limit. Balls to the wall. And this is a work-friendly stream. For any of you who think that's vulgar, it apparently comes from like fighter planes or something, or ships or something. There's two or three different things where you have like a ball on the joystick and you push it and it hits the firewall thing. It means you pushed it all the way, apparently.
Today I learned. So you heard it here first.
So they tell me.
Go and tell your boss this. All right, we got a nice push there forming on SPY. We're breaking this pivot and we're testing the 5-minute trigger there. Zoom in a little bit for you. Really liking this action. Nice cupping, curling action. And we can, on the 1-minute chart, probably see a little bit of a pennant forming. Up, down, higher or lower highs, higher lows. Consolidation here after what I identified as a trend flip. We'll see if it turns out to be right. I definitely called my shot a little early, but it does seem to me like this is a flip of these this EMA cluster here, that orange, blue, red, all that good stuff. So now we're at the next the next
today
level.
The market's a cluster, all right?
Yeah, you're telling me. No, Bob, I love it. This is the stuff I'm all about. Let me keep working on your thesis here and see if I can grasp it. I think I get what you're saying, and I think I like it. I think I might have to try it out. So if volume is green and higher than the past red one, okay, excellent. I like that. So essentially nullifying the red push down and saying no, the
the green candle has more weight here. It's kind of the first sign of a possible reversal. And then you may enter with a stop at 1.5 times ATR. Makes sense. And a take profit of 1.5 times the stop. Okay, excellent. So it sounds like you're setting yourself up for if you ran this 100 times and you were right half the time, you'd still be making good money. So I like this. I like the framing of the trade for sure. And it seems like a nice system that you can just keep running and just keep stacking that bank, compounding. Ooh, look at that. So that was a stop run candle, just powering through this low here. And now let's look and see where we might be reaching. Because look at that. That's a nice curl thing here. And I guess this was the rejection where it said, okay, guess we're done. And so a wise small cap trader in here, I think it was Mr. Parr, he always said, wait for a lower high to form before you do this. Maybe it was somebody else. Apologies if I'm mixing y'all up. But so now we're under that 20 level and we knifed it. And that was high volume there, high volume. Let's find some pivots on a higher time frame. Now it's starting to look like a failed flag. We can see if there are buyers stepping in under here, but when you fail a structure with this much development, it to me screams distribution. And I think that we at least need to revisit the value area of the range, this golden pocket here. And that would be testing like this zone here, maybe, where we previously were rejecting, then powered through. Now we back tested as support. So that's what I'd be kind of taking a look for. We want to see if there are buyers stepping in as we sweep some of these lows. But ideally, we at the very least get a VWAP test, and then we can kind of see what's going. See what's going down. But yeah, here's a high volume shelf too that we rejected. That's notable. Draw that out. And what's the next high volume shelf down? Right about here where we're talking, the 1650-ish. So I'd like to see it come in and at least negotiate this low volume node at 1735, clean that up, and that, lo and behold, aligns right with VWAP. So we got a good set of confluences there as well. Keep an eye on that while we look at the market as a whole. SPY 15 setting up very constructively on the one. I can't
believe we're almost halfway through power hour.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Where are my triggers? Honey, where's my super suit? There they are. All right, so we are flagging tightly under the 5. This looks very much like you would expect for a trend flip. So I want to see a pop and then a back test, maybe an undercut to this 1 minute, but then buyers popping it back through this 5. In the same way that we negotiated the 1 here, we popped above it, undercut, reclaimed, and we can do that a few times, especially going into the end of the day here where we might get indecision regarding the trajectory of the market with all the data points tomorrow. So that's always something to consider, and it does lower your hit rate, your percentage of being right, because simply the moves will not follow through as you would otherwise expect because there are mitigating circumstances. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. We are hoping SERO plunges into the depths of hell here. And what else are we watching? I want to check out NU.
I mean, I bought Lazy Boy just because I like it. Well, I like a chair that I sat in at Costco, but I've been waiting for a buying opportunity. I thought this might be it. Might not be at intraday, but oh wait, no, actually, no, that's working. It's working. I bought let's see, I bought 3850. Not a ton of volume.
What's
LZB.
LZB.
Lima Zulu Bravo. And of course, it might be one of those days that it doesn't really matter which.
Which beat down stock you buy? I don't even know. Are they beat down? How are they doing?
They weren't doing so
a little
well.
fussy. Better hold this level.
No, Bark
Otherwise,
has been beat down. Woof too, which is.
Not
Hey, look at Bark and Woof
that's-
for me, if you wouldn't mind. I'm curious on.
So hey, look at that. That is a double wick into that weekly order block. So if we look at, so how I do this is the
On Woof or on a different one?
on
the ETF?
This is on ARC. So let me zoom in here and show you guys something.
Okay.
This is what I like to do for drawing out resistance levels. I'll look at the swing high. I'll take the last green candle and I'll take that bottom of that to the top of the move. And then, oh, look at that. Actually, I didn't even reach there.
So what could I do? I could go on the weekly. I think on the weekly it'll probably be clearer. So on the weekly, we go like that, and I'll often do bodies of candles. Bodies of candles are nice and juicy. You know, they represent the meat of the move. So I'll do something like that and see as we trade up into here, there is starting to be some resistance. So if we are bullish overall, we'll have to fight through this.
Generally, only like bodies only if it's taken ashy, because otherwise the bodies of candles are so arbitrary, like the dividing line, right? Like that's my theory.
I don't know. I like to think of the bodies of the candles.
You can disagree. That's fine, but
yeah, no, totally. There's so many different strategies, and
unless it's a daily candle or a daily or a weekly or something where there's an actual session boundary or something that matters.
Yeah,
it just seems like so fake to me.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
Tighten to 7K, says Mitch on Zero.
Okay, tighten wrist to 7K. Need to crack big. Okay, so just really quickly, how I would kind of frame it is, for me, I think that you see a lot of institutional moves happen on these hourly flips or even 15-minute flips, of course, as well as daily and weekly. So I think that they do provide meaningful pivots, and usually that's where the most of the volume will come in the beginning or end of the hours too. So they kind of act as like levies, so to speak, like, you know, like bigger resistances, and then sure, there's the overshoot of the wick. But for me personally, I kind of think of the wick as the retail overshoot, the FOMO or the fear that kind of makes things go beyond where maybe they would otherwise if everybody was trading algorithmically. So that's just how I look at it. But of course, like you said, there's so many ways to be a successful trader, and that's really the beauty of it. You know, you can have a completely different system as somebody else and still arrive at roughly the same conclusions and both be very profitable. So always two sides to every trade, right? Check in with Zero. Not SERP. Okay, trying to hold the same pivot. So,
yep,
we got to watch and see. If it's bullish, it'll reclaim this one and then test this. It could still pop and reject, though. We got somebody short naps. Ooh, look at that.
I did just
that might be
pick up LZB in my Trade the Pool swing account too.
LZB, let's check it out. You're long LZB? Okay, I like a nice solid base. Good room up to get a little mean reversion. And back to apps real quick. Going big or going home on the app store. I love this. So what we can watch, and it's worth noting, it's still in an uptrend, right? It could flag out and keep pushing, but this looks like a pivot that's forming, and I see a very high volume shelf down here. Let's zoom out just a little bit. Let's go to the 15. So it's scary, right? Because that is still a clean flag break, and it could just back test the flag, keep on going. So that's something to consider. So what we'll watch is down here at the 1 minute trigger at 750-ish and see the reaction there. What I'd like to see is a clean revisit of this high volume level here, this 746. And I think that'll be a pretty relevant level there. You see a lot of candle closes, candle opens, right in that kind of general area. So we're going to keep an eye for sure. What we can look for in the short term to kind of confirm that this is the top of a move, what we'd want to see is a rejection if it comes back up into here again, into this top wick, I think. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on there. Alrighty. So this is good. We can get super granular here because I love doing this stuff, because everything that you can apply on a big chart, you can apply to a small one. So we got the move up, and that opened up a gap, right? I call this an impulse move gap. So from this level here, top of this candle, to the bottom of this candle. And so then let's draw a zone there and see what happens. It dips in once and still respects it, but then it knifes through it. And so now what's happening? Now we see a smaller impulse gap opening up to the downside. So now we do the same thing. We watch price action when it trades back into it. So if we're bearish, we should continue to see this acting as resistance. What we don't want to see is a strong move like we might be getting here. Let's see. But see, there are sellers right at that level trying to hold that structure. So let's keep an eye on this one for sure. Pull that up to the side. And we'll watch SPY here, looking like it is rejecting this 5-minute trigger still. So this level was valid. We needed to see a pop in a back test. Seems like we are still stuck in chop, and we may be entertaining a little end of day de-risk sell-off, judging by this kind of rough rising wedge I see here. So, you know, not super high probability. We got to.
Oh, the other one I forgot to.
This is still valid if it catches
Oh,
on
looks
the 1
like
minute.
Bill
here.
and CA both looking at oil companies. We got Exxon and Chevron apparently.
I love it. Let's check it out. So yeah, I'm a big energy bull right now. I think that the move has legs. I am trying to temper that because I am a little bit of a doomer in terms of the geopolitical stuff. So I don't want to get too bearish just because of personal feelings, right? So I'm not betting the farm.
August
right?
crude potentially. Yeah, August crude potentially a topping formation on the 3-minute, but it's one of those where it's
I just
looking
gotta keep
wobbly, but
zooming
it
out
could just
till I
as
find my
easily
bearings
resume the
here.
trend.
Okay, we have a resistance level there that we are trading into and rejecting for now. It looks just overextended to me, like it needs to come back a few bucks, a buck or so, and retest this big support. On the daily, I bet we'll see it popped a big support or a big level. There we go. Yeah, okay. So this is super natural, super healthy. It tagged the 200 day and sellers came in. So I would like to see a flag here for the next couple days, maybe. Maybe there's some de-escalatory headlines before people de-risk again into the weekend and start betting on conflict escalating over the weekend. So this level for me is super key. This 46.75 to call it 47. This zone is representative of the weekly resistance or support, and it needs to level out probably. And we also have the monthly overhead. So there's a lot of things that are going to be pushing us down. That being said, the thing that can power us through those is, you know, macro stuff, geopolitical risk and all of that. So interesting look for sure. It's hard for me to buy for a swing here, but I do see this daily imbalance. Let's move this zone down there to show you all that. Daily imbalance there that I would love to see revisited and get a nice buy entry in here. It's now on the 5-minute, 1 minute. Let's see what's going on. Still holding a pennant shape. So like I said, we're over in these moving averages still. We're even holding this 1 minute 9 moving average. So it's hard for me to be too bearish yet. I hope this prints for you guys because I am seeing topping signs, but I'm just not sure it's ready yet. This candle was sus, but it did kind of hold this impulse move up, right? So got to watch it. It's definitely going to try to push up into here, and we'll have to see what they do.
The other one that I forgot to actually call out earlier, but I've been in and out, Rumble. So, and for those of you, Trade the Pool does have a Rumble stream, so you can check us out, Trade the Pool Trading Room, and learn with Trade the Pool, where Steve will be, as well as on all the other destinations, we'll be doing another wonderful webinar on Friday. For those of you who like what I'm bringing to the table, I'm on there as well. Crunchy Crayons. You can find my trading channel there.
Yeah, show them some.
But yeah, it was real interesting today.
Rumble, I like it. It's trading over my key weekly moving average there. You know, I love it. And it's going to be testing this downtrend line as well, forming a nice tight little pennant into there. And you could even argue that's a cup and handle starting to form. If we get a nice curl up here. It actually reminds me of Hims, this action right here, where it's got the fake pop out, but then it holds the key moving averages and keeps kind of looking like it wants to curl. Meanwhile, I'm just seeing this apps daily stick dance like crazy. So I keep wanting to flash back to a 1 minute to see what's going on there. Yeah, it's trying to cook.
Yeah, it is.
Nygaard, the stock or the company or the site or all of the above?
Yes, all of the above. I don't know. Just that candle. Look at that expansion. All right, so it's very likely going to run this high. If not, then that's a good sign for bears.
Nygaard, do you have a trading stream on Rumble? Do you watch my trading stream on Rumble? Do you watch ours? Do you have a trading stream? Do you have any stream? You want to come on this stream for the close? Get on here. I saw you posting in the competition channel.
Yeah.
Good stuff all day.
Just the site. Come on.
You
could be a streamer. Get in here.
You know what's addictive on Rumble? I think it's on other sites It's their omni-channel or whatever. But Blackstone Griddles, a site with they just cook all kinds of different things on the. And now they have a pizza oven too, so I don't like it. I'm like, no, you should be a griddle company or rename yourself to Blackstone Kitchen Equipment, right? Like, but it's crazy how they have Blackstone everything. Like, literally, they have a Blackstone like oil squirter, a Blackstone scraper, a Blackstone like lid you can put over. But it's real neat.
Blackstone isn't Blackstone
is Blackstone public? I really wonder, actually. Like, that's there's a Blackstone. I guess they can't call themselves just Blackstone because there's a. Did you see the thing where BlackRock a couple weeks ago now, but they put out a tweet or a statement or something saying like, we know there's a lot of views on companies buying up real estate and they basically wanted to say no, it's Blackstone, but without calling them out. That was somebody saying they did everything except say like, no, it's these other guys, which was kind of funny.
Sorry, I'm trying to focus. Did you see me just struggling?
Sort of controversy over them buying up all the single family homes.
Yeah, it's a crazy situation, that whole thing.
To get what?
Just the whole Blackstone thing. Like, I didn't realize how much single family homes they actually owned. It's like, oh, maybe that's why housing is so expensive. Maybe maybe just building new houses is not enough if we keep letting private businesses buy up all of the things that people need to live. Who knows?
I keep meaning to get in on that with Lofty, and I never do, but I keep meaning to. And I keep trying to tell Melissa, like, hey, fractionalize because the builders are single-family builds actually less and less confidence in the outlook, right? But Lofty is fractionalized real estate with blockchain. So it's on Algorand. They form LLCs out of there's a house. They make the ownership goes to an LLC. They fractionalize it, and then you can have tokens representing ownership of it on the blockchain. And it's a little bit gimmicky, except that apparently the deeds or corporate chart, whatever it is for the LLC, says that's where the ownership is tracked. So, but you can't just like send it on the blockchain and then they own a part of the house because the government has rules of who can own houses, apparently.
See,
it's fascinating world we live in, right? Like the financialization of everything.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, with houses in particular, the
Woo, Nygaard, yes. Come on, yes.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, definitely, dude. Just the
Nygaard, we were just yeah.
No, go.
Yeah, if you check out Cordially Pooling on Rumble, it's mine. It's just when I'm doing stuff with Trade the Pool. It's not like under the brand. It's just me doing stuff. But Joe and I were on there earlier just messing around with webcams and VNC and OBS and all this kind of stuff. So, and I know, Steve, I don't know your schedule later, Steve, but if anybody wants to get together and do some more setup stuff, and you can stream it for the education and edification of others, I'm all about geeking out with the setup. And I have a green poster board I got at Dollar Tree, which, by the way, lime green poster board is $1 a sheet at Dollar Tree. DLTR, so that's very bullish. But it's perfect for chroma key stuff. So I was going to set it up behind me, but then I moved this from the other room, and I'm going to leave the scenic backdrop just for the moment. But
we are seeing something interesting on.
There was a
Sky
candle.
Here. We got the little breakout.
Yeah, something. I literally turned around to like look at this, and I turned back. I said, "What just happened?"
You did this. So we got to see. This is a decent buying wick here, and that is high volume. It closed the candle right at the neckline. Or not technically a doji, a hammer, I guess you could call it. So we got to keep an eye on this. I do think that we probably need to push down a little bit more, but this makes me think that maybe we are just doing nothing all day, right? It looks like a bullish setup, doesn't play out. Looks like a bearish setup, doesn't play out. So just scalping here, off the 5 here. That's really the only trades that I see. You flip the 1, you take the long, you take profit over one of these swing highs. You wait and see if it comes back, holds again, take it again to clear this high. Then maybe you see the fade up here, you take it short, and you just look for this swing low, maybe this swing low. We got CA Forsman back long IWM, and meanwhile, sorry Apps Bros, this is a strong move, and it does not look like it's quite ready to be done yet.
Yeah,
but let's see what we have for IWM going on. Woo.
Hood, and probably this relates to IWM. Hood is holding I've got it way zoomed in here on a chart. It's holding an upward trend line. And if it pushes up here, it's pushing up through a 161 extension. Again, very zoomed in, but that looks good.
So we're seeing some
Arm
shake
just
and bake
wobbling
indices
around.
here.
So. LZB dipped and caught like very nicely, actually.
Nice. We are seeing some
I only got turned on to them when I saw like
short covering on this pop here. If it's real, if it's a real buy and not just shorts covering, and by shorts I just mean trading the small range too. So not anything crazy. We could see a little pop up above this 1 minute here, and then it'll pop into this fair value gap, back test the one, and try to push higher again. And that could be a failed breakdown setup. So I do like these. I like that people are going long. I really like the action here. This seems like organic buying starting to come in. Still early. We got to watch this pivot, but definitely worth noting. IWM lagging, but it is respecting this previous wick, this demand zone. Good stuff there. I saw someone mention, let's see, we're in CVX here off of 148.30. And look at that snipe. What a snipe. Literally bottom ticking. Buying a lot. And you said it right on that minute stick. All right, CA, I see you. You know what you're doing. I don't know. Please tell me though, what did you see there? What made you sure that that was the spot? Was it filling in this little gap right here? Holding that low? I must know. Whenever I see people just snipe these capitulation knives, it's very impressive to me. This is the kind of trading I love to do, but like for me, I have no level there, so that's pretty cool. Maybe these wicks here.
Hey, Neggert, hit me up. Let's talk on Discord this evening. It was a early morning. It was a late night, an early morning, and a long day. But yeah, I'd love to mess around with that tonight. If we can get you on the show in the morning, that'd be a lot of fun. So I'll be around this evening for sure. I'm just not sure my exact schedule, but that'll be a lot of fun.
Okay. So he said CVX double bottomed at VWAP earlier today, right there. Okay, so this was when VWAP was trading right about there, I suppose, and came down again. I think that's what you're saying. And so you set a big order right there, and boom, the market loved it. Very clean, very clean. So now we're watching for the same failed breakdown setup on oil and energy, and SPY essentially. So this is exactly what we were looking for here. Remember, popping straight through this 1 minute, reclaiming it, forming a bullish order block down here, and now we should be ready to push and cook this 5 minute trigger here. That being said, end of the day on big potential de-risk day. That being said, we have Vixpiration midday, and FOMC could be very easily perceived as dovish. So we could see a neutralish FOMC get bought and then sold after he leaves, and Vixpiration happens and these contracts start rolling over. So just some contingencies we can try to plan for a little bit. Very healthy price action here. We surged through. Now we're back testing. We would like to see it hold. We don't want to see it reject. If it does reject, then probably just chop for the last 15 minutes. Kind of what I'm seeing. What do you guys think?
On the topic of streaming also, I just want to throw out there, this is not marketing related, but streaming related. Woot right now has a lot of deals going on. They've got some nice headsets, Turtle Beach. They had the Bumblebee 2 mic, which is what I'm using. Don't judge by my audio quality because I have to tweak my filters. But they've got the Blue Yeti on sale. They've got a few webcams. They have a ton of keyboards and stuff like that. So it's a great, for whatever reason, it's a great week on Woot.com, which is an Amazon brand. So you think that's a great deal. And the Luna controller, a bunch of other Amazon devices and stuff. So if you need laptops, desktops, tablets, servers, microphones, cameras, boom mic, booms, you can pretty much set up a whole trade streaming setup.
So
got it.
I
It's a
wonder
good week
if
for
the
it.
apps boys, what do you think? You think they might be redeemed here? This is looking kind of unconstructive. This push down, this wick up, this rejection. So now we're getting close to this. We're finally testing this 1 minute trigger. To me, that's showing that we're slowing down a little bit. So to me, I'd like to see these previous wicks where we were holding support. I'd like to see that get knifed and flip.
And the safe move is to wait for it to go through and then backtest and reject, and you can get long off of there with a stop over high of day, something like that. So that's something to consider for sure. SPY's doing the right thing. SPY's acting really nicely here. Okay, I like the apps short now, assuming this candle sticks. Now I think it's ready to go. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on SPY flipping this 5-minute trigger, and let's check out CRO. CRO. There's the move on apps. Very nice. CRO does look pretty weak into that 19. No real buyers, just getting bopped on every move and average as we go down. CA Forsman short apps, 14.3K shares. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All right. So we got a reaction off the 1-minute trigger. We're popping back up into this little empty space. Totally natural. I'd love to see it wick off between this yellow and this blue line here. What I don't want to see is it engulf here, because then it can try to rebase and reset up. And I know this is pretty granular on the 1 minute. So, not saying all of these things will happen, just what I'm looking for. But see, that's exactly what I'm looking for. A rejection off the moving averages, a flip of this momentum that we've been seeing all day. That's looking good. And by good, I mean bad.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been, I think, I know it was Woot's, their Amazon brand now, but I know it was their birthday thing, but Juneteenth, yeah. For those of you looking for something to do, don't forget Thursday is a market holiday for Juneteenth. If you're looking for something to do, if you have also managed to get yourself a nice game controller, a nice gaming mouse, or you want to carry on with charting and showing off some trading skills, play some trading games, join us on the Trade the Pool Discord. We'll be having a lot of fun. I think we put starting 11. We're just kind of low-key on the scheduling, but we'll be fleshing that a little more, but we'll play some games and just have a lot of fun. So the day is not lost. So just go balls to the wall, as we said, until then. And whoa, it's already 3:50.
Yeah, I know, right? Spicy MOC candle there.
Wow, the day
initial
flew.
surge up,
The day
push
flew.
down. Now it's pinning.
Uh-oh.
In action.
Well, that's apparently why Lazy Boy had a lot of action going on. I think they must have earnings tonight.
Nope.
So you're apparently locked into it. I'm locked into the reverse. I'm gonna have to chat with somebody about that.
That would do it.
That's yeah, a bit problematic, but maybe it works. Maybe it works great.
I've the actually, interestingly, the contest account is not. Oh no, it is. It is. The close button wasn't grayed out, but I can't. So Trade the Pool is now locked into a sizable short position on Lazy Boy.
Let's go.
Sorry, guys.
Got to lose money to make money. You know what I'm saying? So we're seeing.
There you go.
I bet it works. I think it's going to work. I think Lazy Boy looks heavy, and it could just knife, and you could save the day. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah, but it's an illegal. It's an illegal trade.
Oh, it's an illegal trade. Oh, you're a bad boy.
I guess. Yeah. Well, the rule is you can't hold through the earnings or splits. Although I realize or dividends. Yeah, I wonder if that wasn't actually. It didn't explicitly say all other rules are incorporated. So
really quickly, it looks like we are getting a move down into close here just for the last 10 minutes. We'll see if that actually is true. But for me, it looks like we ran the stops over this structure pretty cleanly. We cleaned out all the stops up to just about here. And now, right before that, we had cleared out some of the stops below, but not all of them. So there's still unfinished business for shorts down here. And this is not a sign that we are ready to take off and ramp up here into close. So for me, I'd be looking for this level to get swept into close and probably not too much more, but we might get a big candle. And now we wait. Apps is still acting pretty okay here. Top wicks off of our moving averages like we were looking for, but there are still buyers holding this zone. So I'd like to see it just get worked down and just kind of digest through these resting buy orders and have them get a little scared and start saying, hey, maybe actually I don't want to long this thing here. Maybe it's up a massive amount today. So there we are seeing a little bit of continuation. Let's see if we can get some follow through or if it just needs to rewick into this and hold a higher low, which is very possible just given that it's 7 minutes left in the day and it's a pretty boring range bound day, I'd say.
Jay was using as could be a email line.
Which one is that? It could be. Oh yeah. This day could be an email. Yeah, I didn't need
The
to
trading day that could have been an email.
No. Okay, very nice on the apps there. Oh, come on, give it up. Give it up. You know you want to give it up. And SPY still holding under its moving averages. There are some buyers here, but it doesn't look convincing yet. And apps is trying again. This is why I don't short these things. They're hard. They just don't go down easy until they go down very fast. There's a nice move on SPY. Keep it going. One thing to consider on apps and a lot of these high flyers is when they do start to roll over, you will see, I think every single one of these 1 minute candles looked like it wanted to be strong and engulf this, but it was always in the first half of the candle where the bulls came in and then the shorts just said, nope, you're not closing this candle bear or bullish, you know? So that is something to consider where just because a candle starts strong, it doesn't mean that it's actually a sign of strength. You really need to watch more about the end. And often these big, strong early candles after they've posted in a major high, like apps hopefully did, then you can start to really get some snipes on those wick ups. Then you can look to get long right into these moving averages and get a nice little cushion for you where you can just stop out with, for a penny or two loss. All right, nice move on SPYs. We said we could get a big candle here into close, and we would be biased downside if so. That is playing out here. We're retransacting this base and seeing buyers there as well. So very orderly trading, nothing out of the ordinary. Let's see if okay, I wasn't expecting that much of a pop. Let's see if we can get follow through to the upside now, just because apparently we are just going to oscillate around this volume node here, 598. There's the break on apps. Now people are de-risking into close. Took its sweet time, but okay, now let's redraw. This wick, next little zone of demand or of support. Ideally, it's not strong, and then this becomes a distribution or topping pattern. If it loses this swing low, then technically, as long as it doesn't reclaim it, it should count as distribution, and we should be looking lower. We can throw a fib on that. Throw a fib on that thing, see what we get. And the 5-minute trigger aligns with the equilibrium. There's your target. Also aligns with this previous swing high that it was a break of market structure. So that's where we're going for the scalp here, this volume shelf. And then we got to see what it does here. Assuming I'm not getting ahead of myself and this level doesn't hold like I'm expecting it not to hold. All right, guys, we got 4 minutes left. I want to hear any swings you're in. Tell me what you got. Tell me what you got. Not all at once now. I'm just holding
managing things into the close here. So. Hey, look at Disney. That could be a nice long. I mean, I'm zoomed way in, so I can't really tell at this point, but
Apps getting follow through to the downside. You love to see that. That's an ugly hourly stick. Disney recovering from its little puke this morning, and that was continuation move from yesterday. So that was weak yesterday. We were watching that, but it has room to pop up to view app, maybe a little higher. Renegotiating the base. Overall, kind of sloppy structure. So this cup did not play out. You could argue this is a flag. And we are simply back testing the flag breakout. That's a possibility. So this could be a snipe. Could engulf this and then start ripping, but I'm not sure I'm seeing it yet. Apps playing games with our emotions, trying to do an engulfing savior stick. Let's watch these moving averages and see if they can keep holding down. That's good. SPY could not break the newly formed pivot, so probably more downside needed, more de-risking. Ooh, app's trying to make me look like a fool.
This is what got me on the NVIDIA distribution on the daily chart too. It came down and swept the base, but then it recovered and formed a double bottom, and it looks like it's going to push higher now.
Yeah.
But there we go. There we go. It could not engulf. It could not reclaim these moving averages, and it should now push down lower. And SPY's heaviness is helping that too. All right, we got CA short apps. Sounds good. Sounds good. I love to see it. Bill took a tumble on OKLO and AMD. Sorry to hear that, man. The AMD, man. I mean, I'm tilted by that stock just because of the move in general. So I don't blame you. That was a wild one. It's always hard when there's news catalysts like that. And I don't know what Aqua's doing. Okay. Hello. Is that pulling back? Okay, decent pullback there too. Yeah, that was mean. In the morning, it looked like it wanted to hold this and keep going, but alas. Now this is starting to look like a megaphone to me. Not necessarily bearish yet, but like something like that. Something like
Right, there we go.
And there's Bell.
There it is.
Let's see that closing candle. All right. Pretty ugly into the bell there. A little bit of a doji. They're going to try to pump it up to these equilibrium areas and then see if it rejects or if it's trying to reclaim. We should take a look at the structure on like a bit of a midterm time frame. Doesn't look amazing to me. This is okay. This is decent, but not great. I don't like this at all on a closing high volume stick. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. To be continued. But I have a good feeling. I have a good feeling for our apps short swingers. It's looking like it wants to de-risk after hours here to 744 at least, probably 737. Nice. Well, guys, this was a fun stream, and tomorrow's going to be really fun.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
gonna be
Yeah,
spicy.
it is. Yeah, we got on a small cap side, we got EYEN going on. And some
EYEN.
close. Yeah, kind of. It made a huge, nice big move there. $5 to $8, and came all the way back to VWAP, and now it's pushing in the after hours.
Man, look
Even
at that
still,
precision with the weekly trigger.
What is that?
This is your EYEN. This is the high flyer, and it found resistance right where it's supposed to. We'll see if it can keep going. Wow, look at that chart.
Cero looks like it's pulling in after hours. Boy, they waited all that time till the close.
Seems like they do that a lot in these small caps.
Ah.
Ooh, droopy, right to our level.
Sorry, Bill.
All right, look for SERO.
Oh, here we go. Here's the explanation.
There's the explanation. That's why Disney's down. Oh no, he's boosting.
No,
I see.
well, it was pushing up into the close. Yeah.
Oh, right, gotcha.
Mhm.
We got SERO still respecting the equilibrium here, and apps now 7. Oh baby, wow.
These are all trading.
Oh,
punches.
beautiful flush. Beautiful flush. That's clean. So let's take a look. If anybody's still in it, we can see what our target is. Wow, look at that. So we just smashed through. This was where I was expecting us to try to hold. And if that can't, then we've got room down to VWAP here at 689. There's targets down here for them to sweep. You could take some off at 713. Look at that. This high volume node just absolutely slammed through. So that's interesting. Okay, it's a big jumper though. So this is like really illiquid. People who are just escaping there. The spread's probably wide. Let's tighten up a little bit. But yeah, this looks like this was fake. If you got out here, you were a god. So but if you had a sell level of this, you probably got filled. Still looking heavy. On the hourly.
All right. Well, I'm still green in my contest account, although I gave up a chunk of it. So, yeah. Oh, Lazy Boy ripping. Wonder when they actually released their earnings here. Let's see. They're always real good about fixing it when we have that little. I'm hoping we can get that sorted out soon. But yeah, they're always good about fixing it. But it's always a little nerve wracking when you end up being in the opposite position of your bias, and then it's just embarrassing when you know. Then the next morning it's like, oh, you know. Obviously, again,
I would have made money.
You know, it's not legal according to the rules, so they got to clear it out anyway. But it's like, oh wait, no, don't actually. It's looking good. But then you realize, like, oh wait. That's because that was the opposite of what I did. I don't like to see that. But
it's like when
obviously the bias going into earnings might be different than your bias for earnings. But what's that?
Yeah, true. It's just like when it's sometimes when I'm trading half asleep in the morning when I shouldn't be on Webull and I buy a call instead of a put and then it works and I'm like, nobody saw that. Just guilt money. You know, you get in on a bad candle and instantly you're up 10% on something you should be down 10% on. Like, okay, free roll, mulligan. All right. Well, guys, this is too much fun. I would hang out here, but I have some things to attend to, so I'm going to head out. But this was a lot of fun, and we will be back on tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
I will.
Sounds great.
I will hop out here, and Tim, you want to wrap up the stream whenever you're ready?
I was just going to actually play the outro and wrap it up here. I think we're just going till 4, right?
Yeah. So and then you do have.
I think so. Yeah. So like I said, probably be online tonight if anybody wants to practice setting up some live trading stuff. That's great, and then you can always use that when you're in our voice chats on Discord too. That's a lot of fun. So I'll look around on Discord later this evening and see who's around. But otherwise, let's. Yeah, we got an outro set, so let's wrap it up, and we'll be back tomorrow for another all-for-one competition day with Trade the Pool.
All right, thanks.